I'm Dr. Cyan Proctor, and I'm an analog astronaut.
I'm Jeffrey Notkin, President of the National Space Society, and this is
A Day in Space.
Well, Cyan, you lead an adventurous and exciting life. I would like you to share some of the details of your life experience with our viewers around the world.
Well, I basically have space in my blood, I think, because I remember at an early age just looking up and just dreaming about going out there and exploring. And so I wanted to become a pilot, wanted to be an astronaut, all of these things. And it just so happens that in 2009, I applied for the NASA astronaut selection process, and I was a finalist. So I got down to a yes-no phone call. And even though it was a no, I became an analog astronaut over the last 10 years.
One of the things that really amazes me is that you tell this story about not quite being selected as an astronaut with such delight. I think a lesser person would have been crushed. But you've taken it, you've used it as a springboard to go into other things.
Well, what I realized is that there are opportunities, and there are opportunities here on Earth. And becoming an analog astronaut has enabled me to help advance human spaceflight, but here, just on Earth, doing things like living in Moon and Mars simulations.
Tell us about this, if you would. I'm really intrigued by this red, vaguely honey beehive-like prop that we have here. This is related to your analog astronaut work.
That's correct. An analog astronaut is somebody who engages in human spaceflight training and research, but here on Earth. And so, in other words, Jeff, I like to live in Moon and Mars simulations all over the world.
And you like to eat well too, if I'm not mistaken. You're not only a chef, but you're also an author of a rather unusual cooking book.
That's right. It's called Meals for Mars, and it's based on me living in the high seas habitat, this is a 3D model of that. And I lived in this habitat for 4 months, doing a food study for NASA. It was to investigate food strategies for long-duration spaceflight, so if we were going to Mars.
So 4 months in a plastic tub and you're still smiling.
That's correct, because they were feeding me.
And the director of the High Seas Project, if I'm not mistaken, is Hank Rogers, who sits on our board of governors of the National Space Society. Colleague of yours?
That is correct. Hank Rogers owns the high seas habitat.
Excellent.
And so what about you, Jeff? What about your background?
Well, Cyan, you know me, a bit of a rascal, bit of spaceflight, bit of rock and roll, bit of filmmaking. So in addition to serving as president for the National Space Society, I am on the board of governors of the NSS. I am on the board of directors of the Astrosociology Research Institute, and I'm a science writer, a television host, perhaps best known for TV's Meteorite Men and also the multidisciplinary science show STEM Journals. And in my spare time, I'm a movie producer, and I do both documentaries like First to the Moon, which is the official documentary story of the Apollo 8 mission, and the feature film Revenge of Zoe, which is set in the world of comic books, which was filmed in Tucson. And I like to mix my interests, but somehow it always seems to come back to spaceflight, comics, science fiction, meteorites, bit of history, bit of arts, that kind of thing.
Just a little bit of everything.
Yeah. We here, and probably ourselves, have spoken about the multiple arguments for going into space. And there's the obvious, which is, well, we humans are explorers and we have a need to get to the top of the hill and see what's on the other side. And then there's the survival argument, which is we all appreciate that at some point in the distant future, there will be no more Earth. And so we do have to establish other living opportunities off-world. But there's a more nuts and bolts and more relevant and concrete argument for the day-to-day world. For that person who says, well, I don't understand why we're spending all this money on spaceflight when we still have problems at home. And the argument, the reasoning that we need to convey to that person is that every dollar that's invested in space development, in space technology, gets repaid back here on Earth to an enormous degree. Perhaps as high as 15 to 1 is one of the estimates. How do you feel about that? Is that a valid argument, a valid reason?
It absolutely is. I mean, we have real challenges here on Earth, and the way we're going to solve them is through some of the technologies that we create and advance in space. And so we just don't see it because it's just one of those little disconnects. But the more we talk about how things like Velcro came from space, the space program, and it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's we're probably using it at the moment, actually. What would you most like to see? What's your dream thing? Is it a specific technological development? Is it a more people-oriented thing?
For me, I think that the big thing is about crew cohesion and how we can get along better. Because if we can figure out how to do it in a small, like space shuttle or the International Space Shuttle, or in a habitat on the Moon or Mars, then maybe we could do it on Starship Earth.
No, that's a good argument and a good hope. For me, I think it's arts-based, which might sound surprising since I'm a science guy, but I'm also an artist, and I'm fascinated by the idea that all of these photographs, all of the footage that we've seen of Earth, of the missions, that's all been taken, all of the off-Earth footage has been taken by astronauts who are very highly trained and very highly skilled in other areas. And yet, they managed to take these magnificent images. Show me a person who has technology that isn't familiar with the Earthrise photo from the Apollo 8 mission. We all know it. It's like the Mona Lisa of the science world. And yet that photo and all the other beautiful photos of Earth, those marvelous images from the International Space Station, from Skylab, they were taken by astronauts in spare moments, in between their assigned tasks. So what will it be like when we send professional, experienced artists into space to share what they see and what they feel with the world at large? What will it be like when we have a great writer go into space to record the experience, or a photographer, a painter, a composer, or filmmakers? That's what I want to see.
It'll be amazing. The inspiration that will come from that. I mean, science and the imagination. To me, there's nothing better than that. And when we're talking about inspiring the next generation to be explorers and to want to go onto the Moon and Mars and beyond, it's going to take those kinds of people with the imagination and technical know-how to inspire us in those ways.
I'm so glad you said that, because describing a person with imagination and the technical know-how is a perfect introduction to our first guest. So I would like to introduce all of you to Bruce Pittman, my friend and colleague. He is the Senior Operating Officer of the National Space Society, so someone I have the privilege of working with on a regular basis. And he is also the Director of Space Development at Offworld, which means he's working on the space portal at NASA Ames. Pretty exciting stuff. And he is a recipient of NASA's Exceptional Public Service Medal. So, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to meet Bruce Pittman.
Hello, my name is Bruce Pittman, and I'm the Senior Vice President and Senior Operating Officer of the National Space Society. And on behalf of the entire leadership team of the SNSS, I'd like to welcome you to our exciting virtual event, A Day in Space. To help you get the most from this event, I'm going to give you some background information on the space program, a little bit of past, present, and future, as well as some background on the National Space Society. If you're already a member, we're glad you could join us. If you're not a member, we're glad you found us and that you could join us today to participate. A Day in Space will honor past space achievements, what's gone on in the past, what's happening today, and there's some really exciting things going on, and then what's just around the corner that we think will delight and amaze you. So the National Space Society was actually born from two predecessor organizations. I'd like to give you a little bit of history because it gives you a better perspective on the organization today. Dr. Wernher von Braun, who was the father of the Saturn V rocket and the former director of the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, founded the National Space Institute in 1974, shortly after he retired from NASA. The National Space Institute was focused on educating the public about the benefits of space. The other organization was the L5 Society that was founded in 1975, and this organization was inspired by the work of a Princeton physics professor named Gerard K. O'Neill regarding space colonies. His idea was that it was possible to have thousands of people living and working in permanent habitations beyond the Earth. And then finally, the National Space Society was formed in 1987 with the merger of these two organizations. Now, if you look at the foundation from Dr. O'Neill's work, you'll see that he was inspired by the Apollo 11 program and the landing on the moon in 1969. So he decided to make use of the excitement around the Apollo program to provide homework assignments for his freshman physics class. And so we started having them do a number of homework exercises regarding living in space. He didn't really take this too seriously at the time, but when he started getting the responses back, and especially some of their longer reports and analyses, he got really both excited and inspired by what his students had come up with. And so he started doing his own research. And in 1974, he was able to get his first peer-reviewed paper published in Physics Today, and it was entitled The Colonization of Space. The next year, NASA helped with the funding for a 10-week summer study on space settlement that Dr. O'Neill led, that was hosted at the NASA Ames Research Center in Silicon Valley and at Stanford University. This summer study consisted of 19 faculty members from universities all across the country, 6 graduate students, and a number of NASA advisors. One of those participants, faculty members, was one of my undergraduate professors, Dr. Mont Hubbard from UC Davis. And the following year, when I was a senior at Davis, Dr. Hubbard explained what had happened in the summer study, and I got quite excited about that. So that was my first encounter with the space settlement concepts. So some of the key results of the studies were that while it was doable, 1, it would be expensive, and 2, it would be very challenging. And so some of the key elements that were required to pull this off was, 1, that you needed a fully reusable launch vehicle to get the cost of going to space down to a more reasonable level. That number 2, you needed to get most of the mass, most of the material that you would need for a space colony from the moon, or the asteroids, because bringing everything up from the Earth, even with a fully reusable vehicle, would be too expensive. And finally, you needed an economic engine for what those people would do in space. And what Dr. O'Neill came up with was to leverage off of work that had been done by Dr. Peter Glaser a few years before, and the idea of space solar power satellites, where you would have the colonists construct these large, huge, actually, space solar power satellites, again constructed mostly from material that was harvested from the moon, and then they would assemble these power stations and then beam the power to the Earth and sell it into the terrestrial grid, and this would be the economic engine for the space colonies. So NASA published a special publication on this report of the work that was done during the summer study, but not satisfied with this, Dr. O'Neill wrote his own book aimed at the general public called The High Frontier, Human Colonies in Space, which was published in 1976. O'Neill then worked very hard to spread the word about this. He was on the Johnny Carson show, the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, and he wrote articles for Omni Magazine and other popular periodicals to get the word out. So, taking the theme of both of the organizations, both of the benefits of space and people living and working in space, the National Space Society adopted a vision, and the vision is simple and to the point. It's people living and working in thriving communities beyond the Earth, and using the vast resources of space for the dramatic betterment of humanity. So you can see the blending of the two organizations, the National Space Institute and the L5 Society, into the vision for the NSS. So what does the NSS do today? So we are a grassroots, not-for-profit space education and advocacy organization. We have dozens of chapters around the country and around the world. We have a number of educational programs that are geared for both high school and college age students that are designed to inspire and nurture the next generation of space technologists, entrepreneurs, and leaders. We write a number of white papers and position papers on a variety of topics every year, and all of these are available on our website at nss.org. We hold two major conferences every year. The International Space Development Conference is held in May, and the Space Settlement Summit is held in the fall. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic this year, we were not able to hold our International Space Development Conference, but hopefully next year, if things get better, we'll be able to hold that, and we hope you can join us next May in Los Angeles. At these conferences, we give out a number of major awards. We are also getting more into social media, and so we are now have a social media campaign on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, and we hope you will follow us on these mediums. So as far as developing the next generation of space leaders goes, we think we've got a fairly good track record. Let me give you a few examples. Lori Garver was the second NSS Executive Director from 1987 to 1996. She was our longest serving executive director, and she went on to become the Deputy Administrator of NASA from 2009 to 2013. George Whiteside was the NSS Director from 2004 to 2008, and he is today the CEO of Virgin Galactic, working for Sir Richard Branson. And finally, Scott Pace was the NSS Executive Vice President in the 1990s, and now he is the Executive Secretary of the National Space Council that is chaired by Vice President Mike Pence. So what does the NSS advocate? So some of the things that we've supported over the years and we continue to support is the International Space Station and the transition to whatever comes after, and that transition be seamless, that reducing the cost of getting to space and expanding the access to space for more and more people is one of our goals. Protecting the Earth from asteroids and cometary collisions and making space travel safer, worrying about issues such as orbital debris and space traffic management and regulations regarding access to space. Returning to the moon and traveling onto Mars have long been goals of the National Space Society. Building a thriving space economy both in LEO and in deep space, which includes mining the moon and the asteroids, we think is an essential part of a sustainable space development program. And finally, accelerating space development infrastructure in particular, and the use of public-private partnerships to help finance that. I'm going to talk more about public-private partnerships in a minute. And then finally, training the next generation and encouraging students to be interested in STEAM. Yes, there is room for the arts in space. We have an award-winning magazine, so if you're interested in any of these topics and want to know, we have published a number of articles over the years on a number of these topics. So what about this LEO economy? So as most of you know, we have an International Space Station that's been in orbit for over 20 years and permanently occupied in low Earth orbit. In 2005, Congress established the ISS National Lab, which gave half of the pressurized volume and half of the resources of the US portion of the International Space Station as a national laboratory that NASA would run, but that would be there for the benefit of non-NASA users, both in the federal government as well as the general community. NASA has set up a number of public-private partnerships with a variety of commercial companies, a few of which are Made in Space, NanoRacks, Space Tango, TechShots, and Bioserve. And some of the areas that they're exploring in space are additive manufacturing in microgravity. In particular, semiconductor and exotic glasses are some of the really exciting research areas. A lot of work being done in biotechnology and drug development and drug delivery, in regenerative medicine, including replacement organs such as heart, lung, kidneys, and even retinas for curing blindness. Food production and remote sensing are also some areas that are being researched on the International Space Station. As of last year, NASA has come up with a new commercialization policy that now makes it much easier for private individuals and companies to make use of the space station even to the point of hosting non-NASA astronauts on the USS portion of the space station. So one company, Axiom Space, has now signed an agreement with NASA to fly 3 passengers to the International Space Station at the end of next year. And Tom Cruise has announced that he's working with both Axiom and NASA, and he's going to be shooting a movie on the International Space Station. So the space paradigm is shifting. The rules of space and some exciting new players are into the game. And I wanted to just give you 2 examples here, people that you've probably heard of but may not know the details of what they're doing as far as space is concerned. The first is Elon Musk, who founded SpaceX in 2002 to make humanity a multiplanetary species. Over the last 18 years, I think it's fair to say that SpaceX has revolutionized how rockets and spacecraft are built. He's developed the partially reusable Falcon 9 rocket, which is now the most reliable and most frequently flown rocket that's currently flying in space, as well as the Dragon capsule has carried cargo to the International Space Station, and now has also, for the first time, carried crew. So in late May, the new Dragon capsule, the Dragon 2, delivered 2 NASA astronauts to the International Space Station, and they will be up there for the next 60 days, coming back in early August, and then the next crew will go up probably in late August or in September. So the Dragon and the Falcon 9 development was done as part of a public-private partnership between NASA and SpaceX. So the government paid a good portion of this, but SpaceX paid for part of this as well. And so as part of that deal, they were able to streamline the amount of oversight that NASA would do and give SpaceX some more design flexibility about how they built and operated the vehicles, but all within NASA safety guidelines. But they also, SpaceX owns and operates these vehicles. They are not owned by NASA. So now SpaceX can offer these vehicles to other non-NASA sources, and NASA is encouraging them to do that. And so that's where the Axiom is going to fly the astronauts, as well as other people that are now signing up to make use of these capabilities. So not satisfied with this, Elon is now set up for a new generation of launch vehicles called the Starship. Now this will be a fully reusable, with both the first and the second stages being able to come back and land on Earth and be frequently flown and with fast turnaround. So these will be truly huge vehicles, where the Saturn V rocket that Dr. von Braun built was 363 feet tall and had 7.5 million pounds of thrust. The Starship that Elon is building will be even larger and will have twice the thrust that the Saturn V did, over 15 million pounds of thrust. It will be capable of carrying hundreds of people to low Earth orbit, or 100 to 150 tons of payload. He already has a paying customer who is signed up to fly the Starship around the moon in 2023, and NASA recently awarded SpaceX a contract to develop the Starship for landing on the moon as early as 2024. So the other person I wanted to talk about was Jeff Bezos and his company Blue Origin. Jeff was only 5 years old when the Apollo 11 landed on the moon, but he says he remembers it clearly sitting in his family's living room watching the television. In high school, Bezos read O'Neill's book, The High Frontier. He says he read it several times, and this inspired him in his graduating valedictorian talk from high school to talk about millions of people living and working in space. When he graduated from Princeton in 1986, he ended up on Wall Street in the early 90s, and he was very successful there. He was the senior vice president of a hedge fund in New York, but he gave it all up because he realized if he wanted his vision of space to come true, he needed to make some really big money, more than you could make even at a hedge fund. And so he quit his job there, and he got in the car, drove to Washington State, and founded Amazon. The rest is history. He is now the richest man in the world, and he admits that it was because of the influence of reading The High Frontier and the dream of having millions and now billions of people living and working in space that has truly inspired him. Bezos is now selling $1 billion a year of Amazon stock to fund Blue Origin, but he does hope that endeavor will make money. He has set up a suborbital launch facility in West Texas, where he flies his suborbital New Shepard vehicle, which he has flown over a dozen times, and they plan to start flying paying passengers in the near future. Bezos has orbital aspirations. He has set up a 750,000 foot production facility at the Kennedy Space Center to build his next generation of orbital launch vehicles. His new Glenn vehicle, which will be a heavy lift launch vehicle, be capable of launching 45,000 pounds of payload to low Earth orbit, and again will be able to recover the first stage of that vehicle, landing on an offshore landing platform. He will be launching from Launch Complex 36 at the Kennedy Space Center by the end of next year. By the way, this was the launch pad that I launched, the first mission that I was part of, Pioneer Venus, back in 1978. So it's kind of interesting to see him making use of my old launch pad. So Blue Origin has teamed up with Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman, and they have also won an award from NASA to compete for delivering NASA astronauts to the lunar surface as part of the Human Landing System program that NASA has sped up. So what does all this add up to? So Musk's goal right now is to build a huge fleet of 1,000 starships over the next decade and use them to establish a city on Mars. He plans to send the first test crew there as early as 2025, and eventually by the end of the century, he would like to have 1, a thriving economy, and 2, 1 million people living on Mars. Jeff Bezos is building his new Glenn vehicle, as I said, and he has even larger aspirations than that. His vision is of the future is, again, millions or even billions of people living and working in space. He wants to move heavy industry off of the Earth and out into space, and then to be able to rezone the Earth as residential and light industrial, and to return the Earth to a more pristine state. So, speaking for all of the volunteers who have worked so hard to put together a day in space, we hope you enjoy it, and we welcome your feedback and support. If you are not already a member, we encourage you to consider joining and participating with us in this exciting journey into the future. Enjoy.
Hola, my name is Dr. Aidio Gonzalez Suriquio, also known as Dr. G. I'm a molecular geneticist, a researcher, and an educator here in Southern California. My goal is to inspire the future world changer in space exploration. With diversity, equity, and inclusion in the forefront, STEM innovation will have no bounds. Our future, together on this planet and beyond, will be a better place for all of us.
Thank you, Bruce. I feel that your message really helps clarify the goals of this entire Day in Space broadcast, which is to highlight the excitement and the importance and the meaning of spaceflight, past, present, and future. And so it is quite appropriate that we are going to commence with a look back at a part of space history that I think it would be fair, Cyan, to say it holds more than a passing interest for you. Would that be true? You're kind of an enthusiast when it comes to the Apollo program.
I love the Apollo program because I literally would not be here if it wasn't for this program.
Well, do elaborate. Do tell us the story, please. I gather there's one mission that's a bit of a standout for you.
It is. It is actually Apollo 11. And the reason why is because I have a personal family connection to Apollo 11. And so you don't know this, but my dad got his start in the space industry really early on. He actually started with ICBM missiles and tracking those. And the early rockets for space were built off of ICBM technology. And so when my dad was really young, he actually started working for NASA on Guam. And I have this, which is a commemoration of the Apollo 11. So 1966 to 1970, my family was on Guam. Have you been there?
Alas, no, it's actually one of the few places I've not been to, so let me put that on the to-do list.
Well, I was born on Guam.
How do you spell that?
Do you know why NASA had people on Guam?
No?
They had tracking stations all around the world because as you send a spacecraft around the Earth, there's no signal back to North America where we are, so you had to have tracking stations around the globe that were able to relay that message as the spacecraft passed over. And so my dad was on Guam working at the NASA tracking station, and for the Apollo 11 mission, I was born 8.5 months afterwards. So I'm a moon baby.
You were not kidding when you said that you had space in your blood. So you were literally fabricated during the Apollo era. You are a true child of Apollo. And you will appreciate this. I have visited 2 of the very remote tracking stations that were used in the Apollo missions. One was on Grand Turk in the Turks and Caicos Islands, and another is Parkes, the famous Australian observatory in the Australian outback.
I've been to Parkes.
Have you really?
I have.
Look, we just keep discovering all these things that we have in common. I did not know that about you.
My brother lives in Australia right now. Hi, Langley. And he actually helped celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Apollo mission in Australia there.
I bet he met my friend or knows my friend John Sarkisian, who is one of the operational scientists there, and gave me an amazing tour. And I must say, it's the only observatory I've ever been to where there were sheep running around in close proximity to the dish. That's fun-loving Australia for you.
And what people don't know is that after Apollo 11, Neil Armstrong actually went on tour around the world to thank everybody at the tracking stations. And my dad got to meet Neil Armstrong, and Neil Armstrong signed his autograph to my father. It says, "To Ed, thanks for all the help, Neil Armstrong, Apollo 11. My older brother Langley, who lives in Australia, has that. But I have this, which is the commemorative plaque, and it has my dad's name on it, Edward Langley Proctor Jr.
And doesn't that speak so admirably of Neil that he would take the time to travel around the world and thank people?
Oh, yeah.
That's a marvelous story. Well, you'll be very pleased to know that we have an exclusive interview with Neil's colleague, Buzz Aldrin, coming up very shortly. This is the first time this interview's ever aired. It's an exclusive sit-down that I did with him quite recently, talking about his extremely exciting life in space. And I suppose I have to own up and tell you my favorite Apollo mission. Although before I do that...
Can I guess?
Yeah, go ahead, you guess. Why don't you guess?
Well, I would say Apollo 11 because that's the one that most people would pick. But maybe Apollo 13?
Well, Apollo 13 would be a really good one, and we will be hearing from Fred Hayes very soon, and of course we love the film. I have to say my favorite Apollo mission is Apollo 9. And I'm a bit of a contrary guy. I never like to pick the obvious. So here's why. One of the most successful of any spaceflight missions. So many new technologies were tried out during that one, and particularly the first true untethered flight of the lunar module, as piloted by Rusty Schweickart, a colleague who went on to found the B612 Foundation, a nonprofit that does very important work alerting we earthbound humans to the danger of asteroid collision. Mm-hmm. Well, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We've owned up to our favorite Apollo missions, and we have something both exciting and relevant coming up right now, don't we?
That's right. We have a panel of Apollo astronauts. We have Al Worden from Apollo 15.
Fred Hayes, Apollo 13.
Walt Cunningham from Apollo 7.
And Jerry Griffin, the NASA flight controller.
And what I love about this is that they're going to talk about the challenges of the Apollo program of going to the moon, not just once, but multiple times. And that's really relevant to right now because we are going back to the moon to put the first female footprints in the lunar regolith. And so we can learn from their challenges how to be successful here and now.
Right on. And about time too.
I'm just going to jump right in because we have a lot to cover and not a lot of time. So our topic today is innovation in the space race era and beyond. So in 1957, as many of you know, Sputnik was launched by the Soviet Union. It's their first satellite, little thing about the size of a basketball. Went into Earth orbit. All it did was beep and take some very rudimentary temperature measurements, but it scared the dickens out of the West, and people were just thinking, oh my God, the Russians are ahead of us, what are we going to do? You all remember this. It was a big moment, and the Western powers went nuts. And thus began the space race. NASA was formed shortly thereafter, had a mandate to get a satellite up very quickly, struggled to do that. We had a mandate to get humans in space very quickly, we struggled to do that a bit. The Soviet Union beat us to that. And as all this is going on, with a grand total of 15 minutes of suborbital flight time by Alan Shepard in the first Mercury mission, President Kennedy said, guys, we're going to the moon and we're going to do it by the end of the decade. Have at it. Now, this was not a great interest in science or exploration on his part. This was a geopolitical mandate to show the world that the United States and the Western powers were the leaders in technology, education, engineering, and science. Well, I think, and you would know this, there were probably a lot of slack jaws that afternoon when that announcement was made because we didn't really know how we were going to get there. Some things we didn't even know what we needed to know to start to how to get there. Questions in metallurgy, questions in rocket engine design. All this stuff was brand new. So innovation the word innovation doesn't even really begin to cover what we were talking about in this era. We had to invent this entire industry based on some very rudimentary knowledge inherited from the Germans in World War II and the earliest efforts in both the US and the Soviet Union for intercontinental ballistic missiles to invent the program that would let these gentlemen go to the moon. So I think my first question is, we have this post-World War II competition between the two superpowers. It's a non-shooting war to, quote, conquer the heavens, unquote. And Kennedy looking for some goal that we can actually beat the Russians at, because according to his advisors, it wasn't going to be a space station. They could do that first. It wasn't going to be looping the moon. They could probably do that first. But landing on the moon and coming safely home was complex enough that we had a good chance. And as it turned out, that worked out to be the case. We managed to do it. So I think if you look at that era and you look at Kennedy's speech, there were two of them, one to Congress and one to the public, and you really listen to what's being said, there's a number of things, and Tony writes about this quite a bit in his book and the articles he does in the magazine I edit. This program that he laid out to land on the moon by the end of the decade was a clear goal, it was a concise goal, it was bold and daring, it was competitive, which seems to be something that Americans like. It was well-funded, which is important, but perhaps most importantly, it was time-limited. So I'd like to ask you gentlemen, because you were there, all I do is write about it, you were there, what parts of these factors do you think were the most important that made this achievable in that period of time, and how can we relate that to what we're trying to do now? And why don't we start right here with Jerry?
A number of things happened that it was very fortunate. For one thing, in World War II, we built in this country a great aviation industry. And much of that aviation know-how was moved right into the space program. It had to go higher and faster and different materials. But we had a base of people that, for one thing, made it work. Now, Rod mentioned that when Kennedy said we're going to go to the moon, do it in this decade, I think there were a lot of people, I know I was one, that said, really? You think we could do that? And But we had another advantage in that we were primarily pretty young people. In fact, I was one of the oldest guys in the control center because I'd served 4 years of active duty in the Air Force, and I was 29, and I was one of the old guys. We had guys 22, 23, right out of college. We've been told to do this. We've been given the keys to the car, essentially, and told we could drive it. And we didn't know we couldn't do it, so we just set about to get it done. And we had support from both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat. We went through 3 presidents in that time, and the support never wavered. And that's what we've lost in a way that we don't have now. We can't seem to get behind an issue like this one and make it happen. I've probably said enough. I'll let these other guys.
Yeah. I think you can track the ups and the downs and the successes and the failures in the space program based on who the leadership was in Washington. When JFK was probably the greatest booster and sponsor of the space program of any president we've had. But I think there's a lot more to him making that pronouncement than there was just a competition with the Russians. Back in the late 50s and early 60s, there was a lot of unrest in this country. We'd had the Bay of Pigs. We'd had a bunch of other things happen. And I think this was also an attempt on his part to bring the country together because it was a goal that everybody in the country understood and supported. And I think that was very important. But I think there's also a hidden component in all of that, which to me is the key to why the Apollo program was successful and why this country has been so successfully in the market since then, and that is the development of technology that it took to go to the moon, do it safely, and bring people back. We developed back in the late 50s and early 60s things called solid-state components, solid-state devices, and they were based on silicon chips that were developed back in the late 50s by the Defense Advanced Research Products Agency in this country. Those silicon chips now are in every cell phone, every MRI, every television, everything that we live with today involves the use of those kind of chips, and nobody else had them except in this country. And they were a big help in getting us to the moon and back. So to me, the development of technology in the program is almost as important as sending somebody to the moon. It's the technology to get you there that's important.
The only thing I'd add, at the time, career-wise, I was a test pilot for NASA. I was at Lewis Research Center, in Cleveland, and then I moved on to Edwards, where the X-15 program was going on. And so my only knowledge, if you will, or association anyway with space was rocket engine testing that was being done at Lewis. And of course, the X-15 rocket ship was in play at Edwards. So I have to say, when they made that announcement, I just said, this is a big step. I mean, just like Al said, can we really pull this off? Because of course, I had no knowledge base at all of the space activities and even what had been done up to that time, starting with Mercury was just getting underway. So other than that, the thing mentioned, of course, is the alliance that we've had and support from the president on through. I thought the mission itself, the description of going to the moon, it was intriguing enough that we had, I call it probably the strongest grassroots support we've had in a space program since. People could relate to that, and it was pretty spectacular to think about. And I think that was another thing that also, if they took surveys and whatever with the Politico pay attention to, I think it was doing pretty good even in that time frame for the most part, to part of the program to get to the moon. So I think that helped as well to keep this assurance.
First, I would like to thank having such a nice crowd here of people that are enthusiastic about this. It's, at least for me, it's pretty rare. And I'd also like to give you a little bit of a different perspective on the Russians and them being ahead of us, if you will. And this may or may not be accepted by my friends who haven't heard me say this, But when we set out to go to the, even before we set out to go to the moon, when Alan Shepard got his flight, that was like a month after they had sent Yuri Gagarin up. And that Yuri Gagarin, he was up and around the world once. I guarantee you the Russians did not have control of that spacecraft. He's along for the ride. We had a different set of program going from the beginning. And as a matter of fact, since there was a delay between the Mercury program and the Apollo program, which was the program that was going to go to the moon, we filled that delay with the Gemini program. And that Gemini program was not all that expensive compared to Apollo. It was a fairly short term, but they, over a period of 2 years with 12 launches, they did EVA, rendezvous, docking, and they controlled the steering on the re-entry. So by the time we finished the Gemini program, which was before we got a chance to fly on Apollo, but they were getting Apollo started, we had cut out all of the things that we could possibly have thought of at the time as the Russians being ahead. So it's not a popular position today, but by the time we got to that point, technically, we had regained, and we're back, in my opinion, we're back in the first position for getting man into space and back.
I just want to make a little comment about how important Al Shepard's flight was. I was flying in a fighter squadron in Washington, D.C., out of Andrews Air Force Base, and all the pilots were kind of milling around the pilot's lounge, which is really our source of coffee back in those days. And we were watching a television, and it was counting down to Al Shepard making his launch, that very important first launch. All of a sudden, over the radio, we get a call from our aircraft maintenance officer who's up test flying one of our F-102s, and he's having a problem with it, and he's got to come back in and make an emergency landing, and he can't get the gear down. So he's going to have to land without the landing gear on his airplane at the same time that Al Shepard's getting ready to take off. So we had a choice to make. Did we sit there and watch Al Shepard go, or did we get our marshmallows and go to the runway for Major Stenger when he was going to land his airplane? And you obviously know which ones we did. Yeah. We collected our marshmallows.
Test pilots, you gotta love them. So just to shift direction a little tiny bit here, we're almost as far from that first moon landing now as that was from the first flight of the Wright brothers. In a few years, it'll be equidistant, which just blows my mind. There's commentary you can say about how much we've advanced since then. You know, was the space race the picking the low-hanging fruit and so forth. But my point here is, when I look back on what you guys are working with and what you accomplished, the further I get from that, the more it's almost hard to believe it ever happened, based on the technology you had at that time. It was remarkable, and as has been said by a number of people and re-quoted, it's almost as if they reached into the 21st century and brought Apollo back to the 1960s. So my question is, with that kind of innovation comes a certain amount of acceptance of risk. And I think that equation has changed over the years. I think NASA got very sensitized to risk reduction after the Challenger explosion and then Columbia. So, and there's a bigger discussion we had about private spaceflight, but for now, let's just talk about NASA moving ahead. What is, in your opinions, having put your lives on the line, what is an acceptable level of risk to encourage rapid innovation and accomplishment in spaceflight?
Start with these guys.
You want me to start? Oh, okay.
One of the guys that sat on top of a rocket.
Thank you, Jerry.
With liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen under it.
I think the level of risk that you will accept is dependent on the goal that you have. If I'm walking across the street, I don't want much risk. But if I'm going to the moon, I'm willing to accept almost any risk. I know, as far as my crew was concerned, we decided amongst ourselves before we ever left the launch pad that we would accept dying on the flight because what we were doing was more important than we were. Now, I think there's a whole series of levels of goals and risk in between those two. So I think it's really a function of how important the goal is. On the other hand, I think we need to be rather logical in the goals that we establish. So what are our next goals going to be, and what is the level of risk that we're willing to take? I think Mars is a very risky thing. I think there's no question about it. It's going to be a 1.5-year flight, and a lot of things could happen in a 1.5 years. So I think the level of risk is going up proportionate to that goal, and that's just an intermediate goal. I mean, I don't want anybody to think that Mars is a destination. It's only another step on the way.
Now, I'd have to say the confidence I had, obviously with the possibility, as it turned out, things might not go right. You consider that I had a designee, Jerry Carr, that I had to my house but before I flew, that Jerry knew where important papers were, and he was the guy that was going to take care of my wife should I not get back on that flight. And that was kind of customary. I don't know, Walt, same way in Marine fighter squadrons, I normally had a best friend kind of designee in the same way to worry about the family should one day I not get back from a flight. So, you know, there's that inherent risk of that. But what gave me the confidence was being a part of the whole process of getting these things ready. I mean, I've had some people naively think maybe I sat back and played AC-doocy until the rocket was ready, and they called me up and said, come on out, it's time to fly. Well, it wasn't that way. You were involved throughout the, I wasn't in Apollo, I came in late in the program, but I was on shuttle through the whole design phase, through the whole design development phase, participated in all design reviews, wrote RIDs, which are discrepancies on the design. So you were intimately involved in what this thing was going to look like and act like and how it was going to perform. Then you would test it. You tested in the vehicle, the actual hardware, throughout in the plant, in factories, and then when they were shipped to the Kennedy, special tests there that you were involved in. So you got a lot of confidence in the hardware and software. So that gave you added confidence. Also, I'll have to tell you that we had people, a great talent base in the program, a huge talent base, that were highly motivated to do it right. I've encountered many people one guy in Grumman, I was in the vehicle one night early in the morning testing. This young fellow was from Brooklyn. He was changing some wiring, and he leaned over me one time. He said, "Sir," he said, "I don't know why you want to go to the moon. I wouldn't want to go. But I'll tell you, I'm doing the best job I can to make sure this thing is right so you get there and back." And I think that was kind of a feeling I felt most of the workers that were on the program throughout the U.S., and there were a lot of them, over 400,000 at peak of Apollo, that felt that way, that this was important enough and they were going to do the best they could to make sure everything was right.
I would say that the most obvious thing to me these days, this day and age, is how our public at large actually has changed. And back in those days, the early 60s, late 50s, everybody was a Marine Corps, well, not a Marine Corps fighter, everybody was a fighter pilot. And the majority of them were also test pilots. And rightly or wrongly, in the squadrons in those days, we thought we could survive over anything. We thought that we were the best one, most of them, felt they were the best one in that squadron. So you're willing to stick your neck out a little to make that accomplishment. And I'm sure that the Russians that were involved has kind of a similar attitude back in those days. Society and culture has changed over the years. They now try to make everything as safe as they possibly can. And less than half of the people are military pilots, and you could be a military helicopter pilot today. So in my opinion, what made that really in the end a success was the attitude of the people that we had that were participating in that program. We were willing to stick our necks out, and it's a good thing we were. You know, Apollo 7 was the first Apollo mission. Probably nobody out here has the faintest idea that that was the third attempt to have a first Apollo mission there. So I'm just saying our attitude is something that we're going to have to get back to, you know, to whether it's to go back to the moon or even eventually, a couple decades at least from now, go to Mars.
And then you.
Let me put a little management viewpoint. I was fortunate to work with every astronaut from John Glenn all through Apollo, and then later when I came back to Johnson Space Center, I got to deal with a lot of shuttle people. There's one thing about astronauts that I learned in that 25-year span, and that is I didn't think any of them were afraid of dying. They really weren't. What they were afraid of is making an error, screwing up in front of their peers. That drove them to really, really work hard to make sure that they didn't make a mistake. If somebody was going to make one, it was going to be somebody else. The other thing is, I've been asked before, what was the real job of mission control and all of that structure that was on the ground? And it took me a while to get to it, but in my opinion, our biggest job was to manage risk. We were trying to manage risk to the lowest level we could. But you got to remember something. When you strap into a rocket and you're sitting on probably 6 million pounds of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, and hopefully you keep them apart, you are at risk. And no matter what you do, you can't manage risk to zero. So then it becomes Walt's argument, or your argument, maybe Al, what is the risk versus gain? So it becomes a risk versus gain game, which you face in industry, farming, it doesn't make any difference. Sometimes you have to take a risk to get something done. So that's kind of the 20,000-foot view, I think, of what it's like to undertake something like going and landing on the moon. Two really dynamic phases. One is Earth orbit, getting out of it. It's fairly easy comparative to that until you get to the moon, and then you got to land. And so you got these two dynamic phases at the end. We're going to face the same thing going back to the moon. We're going to face the same thing going on to Mars and beyond. I agree that that's just another step. But you need to think about the risk. It is a risky business, much, not too different, but a little, than getting in your airplane and flying. You can't ever drive that risk to zero either. So anyway, that was my...
Jerry, I'll make the point that those involved in the space program around the world are non-political, basically. If you look at the Association of Space Explorers, which encompasses everybody who's flown in space, you'll find people in that association from every country in the world, just about. However, from a personal standpoint, 1 month before my flight, the Russians lost 3 guys coming back from their space station because of a hatch malfunction, and they were exposed to a vacuum. The United States and Russia at the time were sort of looking at each other and not very friendly. But the space program immediately called us and told us that they had a problem and that they would keep us aware of what they were finding out with that problem, what caused the accident. And as a result of what the Russians told us, we changed the procedures on our flight to always wear a spacesuit if there was a possibility of opening a hatch anywhere. And that was based on what the Russians told us. Even though our countries were in conflict at that time, those in the space program recognized the risk to everybody, and they were all willing to help each other out mitigate that risk.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I've got an internationalism question, but I'm going to save that for a second before I go there. So you all worked in an era when spaceflight was a government-supported endeavor. Of course, the spacecraft were largely built by contractors, aerospace contractors under traditional arrangements. Things have changed. We just saw the launch of the Falcon Heavy, which a crazy billionaire decided to develop and fly on his own. And it was a remarkable success, once so far. So we're in this new era where we have still NASA operating at a much lower budget level, about a tenth of what it was at its height in the 60s, and probably doing easily 10 times more in terms of diversity of missions, so that's a huge challenge. You've got the entrepreneurs like Musk and Bezos and others who are building their own rocket systems, which are coming in and hopefully supporting what NASA does at a much lower cost and with competition. And then you've got international players, which I have another question about. Where do you think, and I really have been looking forward to asking you four guys this question. Do I need to get closer to this? Because you have a knowledge base that is really unique, an experience base really unique. Where is the sweet spot for these operators that gives us the maximum bang for our buck in which we can get things achieved quickly, efficiently, and as safely as possible?
Well, I personally feel like we don't have the same attitude towards competition in our industry that we used to at that time. And the costs of things today, much, much greater than what it was then. For example, the entire Apollo program, the original proposal, I think it was $20 billion. When we finished the program, it had gone over cost all the way up to $25 billion, which is closer to a one-year budget today for it. But if you convert that money today from what it was back in the 1960s, I think we're talking about $140 billion, $150 billion. So the costs are high. So you got to be willing to do that. Not to mention the fact that our culture and our society changes every year too. It's increasing tremendously. So we spend a lot more money on a lot of other things that keeps us from having, you know, the money that we in those days we were willing to do to go to the moon. The Russians, they cover things a little bit better. They charge us only $80 million for take a guy up there for this ride to report. So that attitude is changing for us. It takes a big commitment, and it also takes an efficient organization. NASA today is, well, now they're 55, 60 years old. Back in the beginning, everybody was oriented towards what the goal was, to do that. And then as a government agency ages, it gets less efficient. They do more objectives they've added into it. And so you don't have the same economics as we had then. So we have to find a way to get back to it. We also have to continue to be realistic on how long it takes to get some of these places today, because we have folks, especially the private industry out there today, trying to sell on a basis that doesn't even come close to being sensible on, landing on Mars in 2024. Do you want to go along for that ride? So I'm just saying, we have got to get realistic and quit being just socialistically changing as time goes on.
Who's next?
Well, just going back to NASA's mission. NASA's mission to me is exploration. So to me, the way the commercial guys fit in is depending on the architecture of how you're going to get back to the moon or create this lunar colony, or Mars for that matter. If there's pieces of that architecture that involve just say getting up to low Earth orbit or even transit to the moon back and forth. The real exploration is done after you get to the surface, be it on the moon or on Mars. So any part of that architecture that the commercial guys could fill, say get in a low Earth orbit with either people and supplies, clearly NASA's not meant to be a truck driver to haul stuff up and down the low Earth orbit. That's not exploration. So if the commercial guys economically fit into that, I think surely that's what you use and take advantage of.
Okay, I think we need to understand the terms about these things that we're talking about, and I'm not sure we all do. We're talking about private industry building spacecraft to go somewhere. We're talking about entrepreneurial motivation, entrepreneurial work to do that. In my opinion, in my mind, there's only one entrepreneur out there. Only one. And that's Jeff Bezos. Why? Because he is the only one building spacecraft that's putting his own money in it. Everybody else is dependent on somebody else to fund what they're doing. SpaceX, Elon, God bless him, he's doing some wonderful things, but he is supported by the government. He gets his funding from the government. Boeing doing the same thing with their spacecraft. They're getting funded by the government. Jeff Bezos is the only one who's putting his own money where his mouth is. And I think we have to be careful when we talk about private industry doing these kinds of things, because I don't see any difference between SpaceX and North American Rockwell 40 years ago. They're both getting paid by the government to do what they did.
I'll ask
it may have been a lot more expensive back then because the bureaucracy is not as efficient, but basically it was the same thing.
Well, Al?
Well, you're a little bit wrong.
I'm always a little bit wrong.
Elon spent his own money to develop the Falcon. And he flew 2 or 3 of those Falcons. Then they moved to the Falcon 9 that they've got today. That's because it's got 9 engines on it. They moved to the Falcon. He started that development on his own, and then the government came to him and said, let us see if there's a way we can work together here, because they didn't have any way to get to low Earth orbit after the shuttle.
You think he could have done it if they hadn't stepped in?
I don't know. But
well, he did raise $100 million also of private investment.
Well, and he's got some investors.
Yeah.
It's not the thing about Jeff is that Jeff's own money. I mean, it's out of his pocket. And I heard him say 2 years ago at the Space Foundation thing in Colorado Springs. They said, "How are you funding?" Somebody asked him a question. "How are you funding this?" And Jeff said, "I spend $1 billion. I sell $1 billion of stock a year in Amazon and put it into Blue Origin." So, bottom line, here's what I think. I think the commercial guys have shown enough zeal and enough expertise, frankly, that I think they're going to own, as much as what Fred is saying, they're going to own the domain of low Earth orbit. And they probably should. It's a hauling job. And that leaves NASA then to really get back to exploration, looking down the line. But remember, when NASA puts out money to go back to the moon or to Gateway or to Mars, whatever they're going to do, they're going to buy it from American industry. Nobody at NASA builds rockets. Mm-hmm. It's all their contractors. So in a way, we all come back to the commercial sector providing the hardware and the software that we need to get to outer space or somewhere in between. But I think the commercial guys are going to own low Earth orbit, and I think that's good. I think it gets the focus off of that for NASA to let them look out.
Well, Al, if we make the presentation to him, he may give you a ride on one of those 5 seats in his command module, total module on it. The attitude is different when it comes to exploration, in my opinion. And not to mention the fact that they have not been realistic about what the cost is to do something like go to Mars. They haven't even come close on either the schedule or the cost of what it's going to take then. And you will find some people in today's society who are perfectly willing to stick their necks out to do it, and that you need that to do it, to go to those new places.
The worst thing about the Mars mission is that we got a lot of problems that we haven't solved yet to get there. One of it is radiation, and that they are wrestling with that, because once you if you tried to go to Mars in the command and service module, you'd probably not be cancer-free. There's just too much radiation. Same thing happens on Mars' surface. They've got an atmosphere there. It's mostly CO2, so you can't breathe it. But they don't have the shielding that our planet has. Our magnetosphere is actually what protects mostly from radiation. And by the way, the radiation risk isn't, I just learned this, guys, the doctors are not so worried so much about it. You're going into convulsions and more like an atomic nuclear weapon might do to you. It's that it ups the cancer risk. You probably make it back okay, but then in the next few years you'll probably see a deterioration. So it's a interesting problem. There's other problems, but that's the big one. And so we're not even ready to go to Mars. We don't have the technology yet to shield it and do it right.
That's why
Jerry, what's funny about that, I've been asked hundreds of times, what kind of a crew should we send to Mars? And I always look, whoever's asking the question, I look them in the eye and I say, me. Send me. Why send you? You're an old guy. You did that 40 years ago, blah, blah, blah. And I say, that's exactly why I should be on that flight. I'm an old guy, okay? Things happen when you get older, or things don't happen when you get older, that are very different from the way you were when you were 29 years old. And I'm just thinking about a 1.5-year flight in a small spacecraft, size of a Volkswagen Beetle, and you got 3 people sitting there, and if they're all 29, I guarantee you, before too long, somebody's going to be getting some pretty bright ideas about something, right? But I say, hey, send me. I'm an old guy. I'm very comfortable sitting and watching TV all day. So, and if radiation gets you, who cares? I'm an old guy. I've lived a great life. I can go any day, and no mistake about it. It would be great.
So I can see a great branding deal between SpaceX and Barco Lounger now, with you 3 guys in there and your remotes going,
well, Al,
I can't get NFL today.
Al, I have to tell you that what they can do then is they can get control of the CO2 that we put out. So, and if they do that fast enough, then we can go to Mars so we can survive.
Okay, guys, it's nap time on the spacecraft, right? So, just to steer back to innovation for a moment, we do seem as a country to innovate very well under pressure on a timeline and with a certain amount of competition, whether it's internal or external, which brings me to the question of China. Back in the space race days, we didn't really cooperate with the Soviet Union in manned space flight until before the Apollo-Soyuz test project. But on the robotics side, we were actually cooperating with them in the mid-'60s. We're beginning to have conversations at NASA with the Chinese about cooperating on the robotics side, because the stakes are a little lower. What do you all think about cooperation or competition, or perhaps co-opetition, if I may use that word, moving ahead? Is China a partner? Is China a competitor? They get to decide their budgets and their programs 10 and 15 years in advance, and they just march, and we don't get to do that. So it puts us in an interesting position. What do you think?
I've just had some brushing up against that issue. And it came through the aerospace medicine side of things that I won't get into. But, right now, we are not allowed to work with the Chinese. It is a restriction placed by the Congress. We can't do it. We're making some breakthroughs through the aerospace medicine side. They have finally started publishing some stuff that they've gotten from their astronauts, doing it with ESA, the European Space Agency, who are friendly with them, and we're beginning to learn a little bit through that avenue, a little bit about what they're doing. have any of you guys been to China to look at their? I'll let you comment. I just know everybody that I know that has been over there said they were impressed, that these guys were good. And of course, when they put their mind to it, I think they can do it.
Yeah, you're right, Jerry. I just came back from China. I was there for a week at the Chinese Air Show working the U.S. Pavilion, but I got to know some of the Chinese, and I became very friendly with the guy who's the program manager for the space station that they're going to put up in 2023. I was invited to their space center, but 10 days before we were to go, the U.S. State Department called the guy that I work with and said, you can't go. And I'm confused about that because I could never figure out what harm it would do us if I visited their space center. Now, I can understand a Chinese person coming to visit our space center. They might pick up a few things, but what's going to happen if I go to there? So I am very confused about our attitude about that, but it goes back to the way the U.S. and Russia were kind of butting heads back in the late 60s when those in the space program told us that they'd had a problem and what to do about it. I think the Chinese are the same way. The Chinese taikonauts are just as close to astronauts and cosmonauts as anybody else. They all belong to the Association of Space Explorers, and when there's an annual meeting, they're there, just like everybody else, regardless of what the governments say. And I think that's the thing, that's the glue that holds a lot of these space programs together. And I'll tell you, the Chinese are no slouch. I am firmly convinced they're doing stuff that maybe we can't even do right now because we've not planned for it. But they're very, very good at what they do, and they're very far thinking, which we are not. And I think that's going to be a big, big plus for the Chinese in the long run because they plan way ahead and we plan a little ahead.
You know, they landed a robotic lander just recently on the far side, which is something we've been talking about doing for a long time. They just did it, and so it's on the far side of the moon. And so I think it was Charlie Duke was telling me he did get into their facility. He said you could eat off the floor. He said it was just beautiful, and the hardware was really, really well done.
No, I'd say the thing, from my experience, I worked 4 years on early Space Station Freedom, it was called at the time. And I was with Grumman at the time, and we won a contract, and I headed up the System Engineering Integration contract on Space Station. So in that role, I had to work obviously closely with ESA for their Columbia module, with the JEM, the Japanese experiment module, Japanese people. Mitsubishi Heavy was mainly who I interfaced with. And of course, Canada with the second arm they built, robotic arm that's on Space Station. And it's clear when you're working that way, unlike I think the hardships we saw working with the Russians on ASTP, you have to have the work done by this mix of people totally separate from the governments, where there's no government political involvement. It's now just a bunch of people that are all primarily engineers that are interested in the overall mission and getting the job done. And it has to get to that kind of a climate to do anything cooperative and integrated with, for instance, we're talking about China. You got to have an open kimono, so to speak. I know on ASTP, for a while they were passing written notes back and forth rather than open communication to talk about issues. And you can't operate that way. So it has to be beyond the governments involved to say, okay, we condone that this group is now going to go off and take on this task and this mission and get it done. If you don't get to that kind of a climate, it becomes very, very difficult.
But the Chinese have always been, when it comes to intellectually on something, they're sitting at the top, those people that apply themselves. Then there's the political aspect of it. But I see in the last 20, 30 years, the ones that have really made progress for their country have been the Chinese in doing this. The decision of where to go and when to do that, that's going to be a political decision. And it's always nice to work together with folks. But both, the Russians, the Chinese, and us, we're not all on the same wavelength for all of these jobs to do it. And there's still kind of competition that goes on to try to make your country look good when you do it. Frankly, I think that the next time that somebody lands on the moon, I think it's probably going to be the Chinese on doing that. Keep in mind, it's been 50 years since the Russians were in competition. Of course, they didn't even admit they were in a competition for at least another 10 years after that. But that's been a long time, and nobody else has been to the moon than us in 50 years.
I think we ought to be cheering the Russians or the Chinese on. They're doing some wonderful things, and I think it's really, in my opinion, it's bad policy for us to be aloof from that, because we're going to miss some of the important things that they're doing and maybe help us along with our own program. I think the Chinese, they've got some fantastic engineers working for them, and you know why they're fantastic? We've trained them. They've all gone to school here in this country, and they all have to go back to China when they finish with their school. They can't stay here. So, in fact, I gave out a scholarship to the University of Michigan. I was telling some people the other day. I gave out a scholarship to a math student at the University of Michigan. There were 100 people in the auditorium, got through with all that, took questions and answers, and the question was, are we going to go back to the moon? And I said, yeah, probably. It's going to be a long time. Well, do you think anybody else will go? And I said, yeah, sure. Who do you think is going to go next? I said, no question about it. The Chinese will be the next people on the moon. The two back rows in the auditorium stood up and cheered. What does that tell you? They're all Chinese.
That's where they were from, yeah.
We're teaching them, folks. We're teaching them how to do our job.
Well,
or their job.
there is another important fact. We also have to start getting realistic on what it costs to go to Mars. It is going to cost a hell of a lot, believe me. And the technology is going to be very tough to overcome. We can't get there with just what we've solved to go to the moon.
Well, I feel like I'm just getting started, but I think we're pretty close to our time limit. So I just wanted to close with a quote. Years ago, I had the privilege of interviewing Gene Kranz, who was also a flight director during the Apollo and Shuttle years. And this was for a History Channel show. So at the end of the interview, when you're doing History Channel shows, you usually say to your interviewee, do you have anything you want to add? And most of the times I go, no, I think we've talked about just about everything I wanted to say. So I asked Gene that question, and he looked down for a moment and thought. He looked back up at me with that crew cut and those steely missile man eyes of his, and he said, what America will dare, America can do. It gave me chills then, and it still does now, so let's dare again. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Really appreciate it.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Ron Sparkman, and I'm the Chief Curiosity Correspondent for the Space Foundation Discovery Center and the CEO and founder of Stardom. Space exploration is important to me because it quite literally changed the course of my life. Understanding the cosmos and seeing what humans are capable of when they put their minds to it highlights the epitome of the human spirit and showed me and countless others what it is possible to achieve. By growing as a species and learning to come together like we have in efforts such as the International Space Station or putting rovers on Mars, we not only show the world hope, but boundless possibilities. Most importantly, space exploration shows us that there is space for all. No matter where you come from, you have a place in this world and the endless worlds beyond. And to think that a single species on a planet that's hosted trillions can somehow make it off this little rock and begin to travel among the stars is the grandest vision many of us can imagine. Space exploration has made me love stronger, work harder, and challenge myself to overcome nearly every fear that has ever held me back. And if space exploration can do that for a former couch potato DJ like me, imagine what it can do for you.
Thank thank you to the Apollo astronauts for sharing your story with us. And it makes me think about when we go back to the moon now and put the first female steps onto the lunar regolith, that iconic picture of Buzz Aldrin. We all know the one that I'm thinking of, that was taken by Neil Armstrong. And what a lot of people don't know about Buzz Aldrin is that he was also on the Gemini 12 mission, and he did multiple spacewalks. But what I like the most is that he actually has a doctorate from MIT. Did you know that?
I did know that. And it's just one of his many accomplishments. Was also a fighter pilot, an author, coined that phrase "magnificent desolation" that has been so widely used to describe the lunar surface, and has been a great ongoing vocal proponent for crewed spaceflight, and has developed the concept of the Aldrin cycler, which is a viable engineering-based plan for getting humans to Mars and back in an affordable and efficient manner. But I'd like to take the opportunity, if I may, to highlight a couple of Buzz's truly great accomplishments, which we tend to overlook when we are examining the spaceflight world. Now, we are both science communicators, we're television hosts, we're science writers, and for people like us, I'm going to be honest and own up to this. One of the things that we really aspire to is being asked to do a guest spot on Big Bang Theory. And not only has Buzz achieved that, but he has also been granted that single highest accolade in all of pop culture, and that is to appear as himself on The Simpsons. That is a truly great accomplishment.
It absolutely is.
Probably actually witnessed by about as many people as watched the moon landing when you take into account reruns. So I have to tell you that Buzz has, in a sense, been part of my life since I was a kid. So I was very fortunate to grow up with eccentric parents who thought that spaceflight was more important than school. So I was excused from going to school in the late 60s and early 70s. I got to stay home and watch the moon landings. Courtesy of a note from my quite imperious father to my quite drunk British headmaster saying young Geoffrey will be staying home to watch the moon landing. So I had this double bonus. I got to watch this live on our little black and white telly in South London, and I didn't have to go to school. So no wonder I've got such a positive association with spaceflight. More specific than that, my dad wore one of those Omega watches.
My dad did too.
You're kidding.
No, I'm dead serious.
So on the back of this watch was inscribed the first watch worn on the moon, and it had Buzz's name on the back of it. So I was a bit of a snoopy kid, and I was always looking around and this and that. And my dad loved that watch. When he would come home from work every day, he would take the watch off and he'd put it carefully on his dresser. And one time I examined this and I went to him and I said, Dad, why does your watch have Buzz Aldrin's name inscribed on the back? And he said, oh, Buzz gave that to me a while ago. And I said, really? I was only a little boy then, but transfixed by this because I'd watched the moon landings. How does my dad know Buzz? Why does my dad have a watch from Buzz Aldrin? And my dad was a very mysterious guy. We actually think he was a spy. So he said, oh, I did some work for NASA in the 60s and 70s, and Buzz gave me that watch as a thank you. So I quizzed Buzz about this. He claimed to have no recollection of it, which is exactly the answer you would give if you had given a watch to a spy as a thank you. So there's the mystery. There's the mystery of Dad and the Buzz Aldrin watch will never be solved. My dad's passed away since.
Now I gotta look at my dad's watch and contact my brothers, because my older brother is convinced that my dad was a spy also.
Really?
Absolutely, 100%. And he had an Omega watch.
People are going to think that we staged this, but this is extraordinary. Okay, yeah, we've definitely got some parallel mysteries going on here.
But it is amazing that I have a Neil Armstrong autograph to my dad, and then your dad has a Buzz Aldrin watch.
So if only we could get something cool for Michael Collins, we'd have the whole Apollo 11 mission covered. So before we see the interview with Buzz, I will leave you with one more amusing anecdote, and it is this. A few years ago, I had the pleasure of introducing Buzz's keynote at the International Space Development Conference in Toronto. I did the Friday night keynote. He was doing the Saturday night keynote. So when I spoke, he was sitting right there in front of me with his team and other astronauts. So no pressure, right? You're delivering
Right.
your keynote, and
Oh,
the great
man.
Buzz Aldrin sitting right there, looking perhaps slightly disapproving, or maybe it was just the spotlights. So Saturday, I sit down with him before the dinner with my very copious notes for what I think is going to be my brilliant introduction to Buzz. And I said, so Colonel Aldrin, is there anything you'd like me to particularly mention, or anything you don't want me to cover? And he goes, yeah, I just want you to make sure to keep it short, because I have a lot to get through. So I was a bit taken aback by that, and I said, oh, okay, certainly, Colonel. I'm glad you said that, because I'm a bit of a talker. And he looked at me and he goes, yeah, I know. I saw your speech last night. So I said, well, thank you very much, Colonel. And he goes, and here, wear this shirt. And he gave me this fantastic Get Yourself to Mars t-shirt, although it had a slightly different phrase, but you know the t-shirt I'm talking about. So I quickly went off backstage and I cut out about 60% of my introduction. And after that, it all went very well. But ladies and gentlemen, my modest claim to fame, I was once mildly told off by Buzz Aldrin just before introducing him on stage. And so with that, I invite you to enjoy this interview with the one, the only, the mighty Buzz Aldrin. What do you see as the mission of the National Space Society?
It focuses in regions, people who can gather together without traveling very far and support local events, but there's a unity that ties them together. And at one time, of course, it wasn't the National Space Society. It was merged between the L5 Society and other entities. And when Lori Garver asked me to be chairman, she was executive director. Hugh Downs, he and Von Braun started NSS. And it brought a more national opportunity for people of lots of different age groups to begin identifying and not just going to Star Wars or movies, or I can't keep up with them myself these days. Not everyone can go to a launch and do this. So it's a continuity in particular places. We have a Space Society of Australia, and Kirby Eichen becomes a friend. I look him up when I visit Australia. Hugh Downs, the Board of Governors. He and I were at the North Pole together.
That's a good bonding experience, I imagine, the North Pole.
And I went scuba diving with Werner von Braun.
Was he a good diver? Did he like being underwater? Or is his head always in the sky?
Well, I was leading the flight underwater, and we were picking up poker chips.
Really?
Yeah, and the idea was to move along and see what you could find as you're navigating. There are a lot of organizations that have been a joy for me to be with. But I think National Space Society is one that is available to all, and you don't have to dress up with a funny outfit to be a member. But it's pretty serious, and it goes into a lot of different branches and backgrounds and disciplines. But I think NSS really has an appeal and should have a presence in most of the professional societies, at least in letting people know or getting them to help spread the word around to maybe the younger, but it's not just the younger, it's maybe the people who are trying to get recognition, because their company isn't quite big enough.
What do you think is a good way to engage with people who are interested in space but just don't know about us or don't feel that it's something that a civilian, an ordinary person can get involved with? How do we make this engagement in space attractive and easy for new people?
Well, space is just a different way of doing things, of getting somewhere. You don't have to build railroad tracks. You don't have to go plowing through the mud or whatever. But you get into orbit and you get there. You stay there for a while. You better bring along some air and some food and some way to get back down. But that's what makes the space society. It's not a society of people who've been there particularly.
You may have noticed that we have an enormous number of students here from all over the world, enthusiastic young space students.
That's quite a recent, and they seem to be uniform too.
I know, they're very well dressed and well behaved. So I grew up in the UK. I'm an American citizen, but my parents were very international. I grew up in the UK, and I had to wear the tie and the blazer. So I see the kids, and I go, I can relate, guys. I used to have to dress like that. But the enthusiasm and the forward thinking of these kids really impresses me. And it's one of the things I love about the NSS is we have this very international flavor. Do you feel that we benefit from internationalism? What is your view on international cooperation between countries in space exploration in general?
Well, I think it's great, and right now I'm very much interested in dealing with an international group, and I heard people discuss this over in China. How should we come together? Should everybody join together? Should it be one region? Should one country bring all of them together? And I listened, and I kept getting on the edge of my chair. And I said, wait a minute. Have you ever thought of bringing together the capable nations? Of getting together to do something? You know, everybody's not capable of doing those things. But if you let everybody have a vote because they're a member, that's not too good. But if you let it be dominated by a region, or wanted to do a whole lot of thinking about this, because right now, it took a while to reason that a race, which was what Apollo was. No, I think it was set off to be an advance of technology where we, this nation, was behind. And of course, it became a race because we put a destination into it. But it can become quite wasteful when there's a competition. If you're interested in doing things jointly together, it's best to compete at the design level, pick the best design, then cooperate at the operational level where you carry out things.
So that way we get the brightest minds coming up with their own ideas. We pick the best one, and then we take the industry and the resources to make the best one.
And I guess maybe that translates to chapters who doing something, and they compete for the design level, and you pick out the best one, and then you go to work with that one.
Can we manage that as people to actually pick what's best for us collectively? It's a noble aim. Do you think we can get there through international cooperation?
Well, when you get into that, an awful lot depends on who can pay the most, who has the talent to do these things, and that certainly comes into my crucial analysis right now that we got 5 capable nations, the US, Europe, Russia, Japan, and China. In some order, and the order is that the US has the brains, and the desire, and the reputation to want to unify, so we can maybe get that point across. Right now, because of decisions and freedoms, the Europeans have been close enough, so they have an agreement with the Russians to work together at the moon. And the Europeans, their astronauts, are learning Chinese language because they have got some agreement with the Chinese. And, well, we want to, America's the greatest, so we want to be involved. And Japan kind of will sort of go along, but it's very crucial to not have a competition with China. I think we've already seen that with Russia we can work together, and there are ways that may not be too beneficial for them and for us, no matter whether they got good rocket engines or what. But to start off international relations with a competitiveness in space, and it gets into determining the rapidity of wanting to do certain coalitions of these nations. And I don't want to really get into that and why. And there are other things that are influencing us today, and that's the aging of certain components of our space program that have been initiated in the past, and they're getting older, or they haven't quite come to fruition yet. And there are various political reasons why each one kind of wants to keep going. And it makes it difficult to discontinue unless you got a better idea. And unless whoever's going to lose, you got something better for them to get into. Nobody wants to change.
What are the better ideas? What would you like to see us do in terms of space exploration and development? Where do you think we could best focus our energies?
Well, I don't think that many people 30, 40 years ago ever thought if we're going to get into reusability, it would be the first stage of the rocket. I got involved in flyback boosters that land on a runway, one way of bringing something back. But a spacecraft goes and does something. It's a lander, and we leave it there. Or we don't go and try and use a lander at the moon again. No, we want to go to a different place. We use designs similar, but they come back and they land in the ocean, and they're not really quite so suitable. But you can segment the areas where it is appropriate to reuse something, is how you can get it to where you can make it readily available. And there's sometimes when a stage of a rocket goes somewhere, sometimes it's inconvenient to turn it around and bring it back, but there are always different ways if you can open your mind and think. And this I think brings up what I hope comes out of the togetherness of NSS, and that's the exchange of ideas that stimulate something I didn't think of before, because he just mentioned something. Maybe I got a good idea. So it's maybe the competition of just because we're doing it that way, that doesn't mean there might not be a better way of doing something. When I first started looking at Rendezvous, I wasn't at all satisfied that the people knew what in the world they were doing. But it was so simple and basic. Now, of course, being in one airplane and trying to catch another airplane, that gives you a little advantage in thinking about things. And I think the various backgrounds that diverse people have when they come together can look at somebody else's problem that he's been stuck in the rut about, and he may think of something. And we call that out-of-the-box thinking.
Do you feel that's a product of different backgrounds and different experiences, different cultural viewpoints? We come together and are we better at problem solving as an international group?
Well, I think the inventiveness of the Western societies have, for various reasons, needed to come up with maybe better ways, maybe a freer society. I think in the Asian world, it has somewhat been predominated by memorizing something or rote learning. This is something I want you to remember how to do that. Instead of, I got something here, I want you to find out a better way to do it.
So it's easy for us to get perhaps stuck in the familiar. We know the system, there's inertia, and you have a very inventive and innovative mind. You have an original way of looking at things, and I know you said thinking outside the box. How do you train your mind to do that? Is this a conscious thing that you?
I just told you.
Well, but I mean you personally, is this a daily exercise for you? You're always looking for the next thing. You're a very innovative person.
Yeah, but you can bark up the wrong tree, and you can follow something doggedly. I'm gonna make this work no matter what, and then you find out it was not meant to be. And there are a lot of blind alleys in a new business like space where mass, velocity, duration, consumables, all of these things that are variable. You go somewhere, how are you going to get back, and what do you need? All of these sort of come in to play. It's not just a quick, how do I do this better? Because that may snowball into and I'm finding right now, to me, what is very satisfying is that when I make a change here, I can do it because of this one, and then this one plays into that one, and pretty soon it all, I hope, fits together. And I don't think if you just look at this one, how do I do that best, that you're going to see the big picture at all. And I don't know, I just feel I'm so fortunate to think that I have that. Now all I have to do is convince other people that I'm right.
It's a noble aim. So we're at an exciting time in spaceflight now. We have all these independent groups starting. We've got space tourism. We're so close. We're so close to asteroid mining. How do you feel about this enormous transformation of which the NSS has, in a sense, kept the dream alive to a degree all these years and encouraged these small companies? And now we go to a thing like ISDC, and it's full of independent spaceflight companies, all with their own ideas. What do you think? Are you excited?
Yeah, sometimes I get focused on one thing, and one was tourism. How do we get people want to do something dangerous? Well, there's a thrill, but yeah, there's a hazard to it, and there's a notoriety. And after a while, people will adjust to that, look at the odds, and so there's somebody who's going to want to walk the tightrope from one building to another. There's somebody who's going to want to jump out of an airplane. Not me. If the engine's working, I want to stay in the airplane. So you find that there's just a big pool to choose from, and so I think each person somehow has to feel what is your niche. And sometime I've been asked, well, what advice would you give? Well, stretch out your arms, engage so many things as you go through life, pick out the ones and throw away the other ones, and be ready to change horses if you need to.
It's a very inspiring message. Let's talk about something that's near and dear to your heart. Let's talk about Mars. Why should we go to Mars?
Someone will. Why not us? When the time is right. And a number of years ago, we were caught up with enthusiasm, and we'll get to Mars at a normal pace in the mid-'80s, 1980s. If we speed it up, maybe the early. But if we are just kind of slow about it, it'll be 1990 or something like that. Man, that passed us by so fast. And a lot depends on the national priorities and whether there are other diversions and the leadership. And it's troubling when there's such a dispute about the leadership, and it's regrettable that there's a revision with major administration changes. There really needs to be more of a continuity rather than, I want to put my brand on what's going to happen. We have, as I can see it, we've just embarked on a station and reusability in the shuttle. And one kind of fed on the other, and the ways of getting internationals and getting Congress behind it meant certain compromises, and to get back to tourism, there was an opportunity for the U.S. to build a crew return vehicle that would take people up and crew return, and it would leave them up there. Opportunities will come, and they'll be taken advantage of. And we've missed a good number, I think. I can project ahead and kind of think that maybe, in retrospect, a number of decisions have not been as good as they could have been. And I was very motivated at one time to have a think tank that would look at all the inflection points that we were involved in and look at each one, and a decision was made, and now, was it a good one or not so good? Let's learn from it and look at all of these. And there are a lot of opportunities that were lost for a lot of reasons. I know there are many people that are just in love with the shuttle, but I think in the future it will prove to be a diversion that was not quite worth the time and the effort to move in that direction, and then to have nothing kind of left over. And I think the space station in some ways fits into that. It's reached a point now where whatever the original lifetime of it was, it was 2016 and 2020, 2024, and now I freely hear 2028, and things are getting old, and they're not going to. And besides, you do something there, it means you can't do something somewhere else in a different way, and it's expensive. And we want to privatize it. It's too expensive. Except if you, and once you put something there, it's there. You can't be moving it around. And
So-
I'm not sure that all the things that we came up with that made Apollo work, lunar orbit rendezvous, instead of one ship getting into orbit and then doing most everything, that was the big power way of doing it. The sophisticated way was splitting things apart and throwing things away, not bringing them all back, leaving one on the surface, and the only thing that returns is the capsule that the crew's in. Well, we're learning how to do things quite a bit different, and I don't think we've reached the limit at all. I mean, I look at, we've got something that has to adjust to the surface of the moon from orbit. Well, that's a lander. And what's in between kind of goes from space to space. And try and make one do the other or do all may not be the cleverest way, but I'm just giving you some examples of thinking differently. And then seeing whether it leads to something that makes sense.
I love that. I'd like you to use your fantastic imagination that has stayed so active in spaceflight and dream big for me, the future. What do you want to see? Where do you want us to go? What should we do? What should our biggest goal in spaceflight be? What's the message that you want us to get across to the world of spaceflight?
Resources that we don't have on Earth, they're going to be very valuable. Now, how much we can use the lower gravity, the absence of an atmosphere to our advantage on the moon, I think we're going to find that out. It's not a place where when you go there, it's so hard to get back that you're going to want to stay a long time. It's consumables. Because I think when you go there, that you come back and a new crew and the old crew comes back. I'm not sure that that's fully accepted now. Now Mars is a different case. What we did, when you really analyze it at the moon, we spent 2 guys for 1 day. 2-3 months later, 2 guys for 1 day. We had a little interruption, didn't quite work out, so 6-7 months again, 2 guys for 1 day. And we got a little bold, we put a little mobility in it. So at the end, when the Vietnam War and other things kind of ran us out of money, we had 6 out of 7 successful launch and landing and back. And we got 2 guys for 3 days, and nobody's been back since. Now that's a visit, and a very short visit, and a long time in between, and we went to different places. Now Mars, you're going to have a much different situation. Back in the old days, I used to hate it when I'd hear somebody say back in the old days. We thought, well, maybe we can go to Mars and stay 20 days or 30 days. Doesn't work that way. Very expensive getting there. You're leaving too late to get there, and you're leaving too early to only have a short time there. So that didn't last. But if you go at the best time on fuel, and you come back at the best time in fuel, you got about a year and a half. And it's vacant for 6 months, 8 months, depending on how energetic. But that's a visit, and it's an economic visit. But you visit, you visit, you visit. That's not accumulating too much. Well, you can visit, stay there, and somebody else comes, but then you go back home. So everybody who goes comes back home. Well, that is 4.5 years staying there, or 7.5, or 10. From a crew point of view and utility, that's not too good. You're not going to go back and do it again. And if the same number of people go that come back, you have a fixed, steady state, and you never get any higher than that. So it's not too good from a crew point of view. You pay for getting people there, you pay for getting them back, and it's not a red-hot presidential commitment. So a visit isn't, occupy isn't. I think we can get away with a commitment to an occupy, because it sounds better, because that's what we should do at the moon. You don't need to emigrate and stay there the rest of your life. But when you really look at the advantages of going there, paying for somebody to go there, paying for somebody to go here, again, you don't have to bring them back. And each one that goes there knows what he's getting into right from the very beginning, and he either likes it or he doesn't like it. So there's a kind of a crew advantage if, I mean, it's not one crew goes, comes back, another one goes, but then the third one goes, and they become the pilgrims, the pioneers of their country or of humanity, and the other two, just the golfers. And I really think that the advantages so much, especially since we got a moon, and we can do all the things we need to at the moon, the critical things, so that when we go to Mars, we know what we're doing, or we intentionally get to do things there. We don't do the toughest things there. We do things that are similar to what we simulated here, and then when we do it, we've tested things so much that we know it's going to work the first time it gets there. And there are ways of assuring this. And now just look at the crew position, look at the cost, and look at the presidential commitment. It isn't going to happen until 2 more presidents, and they may chicken out by then. But, and I think this is the kind of analysis that somebody has to go through and then say, oh, you're wrong, this isn't going to be important, or this isn't. But when the last time you flew in space is getting pretty close to 50 years ago, you got a lot of time to think about these things.
Well, yeah, and you've been doing a lot of thinking. So next year, it is 50 years since a pretty spectacular adventure you went on. Where would you like to see us 50 years after that? Where should we be on the 100th anniversary?
Many breakthroughs, speed, propulsion, the limitations of the human body. And I've given a lot of thought to what those are and how we can deal with them. And because of some of my own experiences in families, I really think that mental health may be very well the most critical thing that we have to take into account from the very early stages, especially if we're going to talk about migrating. And that's better than a permanent settlement, Heck, you can visit your settlement many times before you decide to make it permanent or colonize. You decide after a while, I'll colonize. I don't know what the right word is, though I know what the wrong word is, one way. I just do not like the use of that. And I sometimes chide the people that say, oh man, we got to get there in a hurry. We got to get there in weeks, not months. So I said to a congressman, if you're going to spend the rest of your life there, why do you care how long it takes you to get there? But some people feel that they're responsible for all these big decisions, and they don't want to be a part of stranding somebody somewhere else. That's his decision. That's the government's, that's the world's decision, to see whether there are people that fit into the expansion outward. And I've led up to a phrase that I was given, I don't want to take credit for everything, to a phrase I was given to somebody who worked on a speech. We explore, or we expire. One of the two. We can take our choice.
That's so wonderful. I think that's a great place to end. Unless there's anything else that you wanted to say.
Through.
Thank you so much.
Greetings from Island of the Gods, Bali, Indonesia. My name is Anna Camaro, and I'm the founder of Antarexa Space Global. I've been mesmerized by the vastness of the galaxy and how we're nothing but a speck of dust. I went to Baikonur to see the Soyuz rocket launch, and I believe that everyone should experience all of these inspiring moments in their lives, so that we can increase the collective consciousness for humankind. I created Antarexa, a space portal that focuses on increasing Indonesia's interest and growing awareness of the space industry. My goal is to inspire the Artemis generation and to identify and empower local talents so that Indonesia can contribute to the growing global space economy. Through international cooperations, I hope to learn and grow from all of you, the global space community, so that together we can become an advanced space society. Come meet me in Bali for a magical astrotourism or a space camp. Last but not least, I would like to thank the National Space Society and Dr. Sion Proctor for this opportunity to be a part of an amazing global event. From Bali, Indonesia, Om Swastiastu.
The one and only Buzz Aldrin. Well, that concludes the Apollo historic section of our broadcast. I hope you enjoyed the exclusive, never-before-seen interview with Dr. Colonel Buzz Aldrin, and we hope you enjoyed the Apollo panel. You know, Cyan, I once emceed an Apollo panel myself at Space Fest a few years ago, and it really was one of the highlights of my career. I had 9 Apollo astronauts on stage, and Rick Armstrong, and I had them at my mercy for 90 whole minutes. And I spent a long time preparing questions that I thought and hoped they'd never been asked before. And the highlight of the panel for me was as follows. I said, gentlemen, I'm going to ask you a question, an unusual question. And when you hear this question, I don't want you to think about it. I want an instantaneous gut reaction. And if you feel the answer to this question is yes, I want you to just raise your right hand. And so the question was this. Gentlemen of Apollo, do you think, yes or no, that somewhere in the universe there is some form of life. And all but one instantly put their hands up. I'm not going to tell you which one it was who didn't put his hand up. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. 9 out of 10 Apollo astronauts believe the answer to is there extraterrestrial life is yes.
Well, you know, it's funny you bring that up because I actually do believe that there is extraterrestrial life out there somewhere. And the way I came to that conclusion was because I was on a TV show called Genius by Stephen Hawking. So with Stephen Hawking, he wanted to know whether or not he could get me to think like a genius and understand the processes of how we go about finding exoplanets and life in the universe. And so I won't tell you whether I passed or not when it came
no
to...
pressure. Stephen Hawking asks if you're a genius. Yes
Right,
or no?
exactly. But the nice thing is that there are people out there that are actually looking for exoplanets, but not just exoplanets, but life on those planets. And one of those people is Dr. Sarah Seeger. And she is an astrophysicist and planetary scientist at MIT. And what she does is that she looks for biosignatures in the atmosphere of exoplanets. Mind blown, right? Because we're looking at not only finding a planet out there, but how do you know it's so far away that there's life? And so then you got to think about, well, is there anything in the atmosphere that would enable you to determine this? And that's what she does her research on. She is literally looking for Earth's twin out there among billions of stars. And so let's hear from Sarah.
Hi everybody, I'm Professor Sarah Seeger from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I'm here not in this gorgeous northern night, but I'm actually in my home with this background of the stars because I wanted to start by sharing with you or reminding you that every star is a sun. And if our sun has planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, etc., surely those other stars should have planets also, and they do. And actually, we know of thousands of planets orbiting other stars. In our night sky, if you have great eyesight and are in a super dark site, you could see maybe 1,000 stars. But our galaxy, the Milky Way, has hundreds of billions of stars. And in our universe, there are hundreds of billions of galaxies. So the number of planets out there is just unbelievable. And we're hoping that some of them have life on it. We're hoping that some of the planets have life on them and that the life breathes out gases that can accumulate in the atmosphere that someday we might be able to detect with our telescopes. Now, we'd only be able to detect planets and signs of life in their atmospheres around the very, very nearest stars. And all of that is what I'm going to tell you about today. So what I'm going to start with So my title is Exoplanets and the Search for New Worlds. And I'm going to start by talking to you about the TESS mission. TESS stands for Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite. Now on April 18th, 2018, we had a spectacular launch. The day was so crystal clear, and that rocket had the brightest plume I've ever seen. And right inside the tippy top of that rocket was a telescope called TESS. And this telescope actually is not very big. Here it is while it was still being worked on in the clean room at Northrop Grumman. And you can see people there for size. And what you can see are the solar panels. Those are the most obvious thing out to the side. Those were deployed, stowed for launch, and they were deployed after launch. You can see the antenna. And inside, you can see these 4 identical cameras. Well, you can't see them because they've got a cover on and a giant baffle. In this image, it's a close-up, and you can see one of the test cameras. The actual aperture is not very big. It's only about 10 centimeters in diameter. And what you can see, that black rib thing, is a giant baffle. And that baffle is designed to block out light from Earth and from the moon and other things. Now, each of these 4 cameras has a CCD detector at its base, and they're all placed together on a platform, and there's like this sun shield that goes around them. Now, inside the spacecraft, there's the usual spacecraft hardware, like data storage, there's a radio for communications, there's batteries that store up the power from the solar panels. Here are some of the test team members. A long time ago, they were fooling around with the camera, one of the test cameras, showing that it actually still worked even at room temperature, because these cameras actually are cooled to very cold temperatures. So this is an artist's conception and animation of the test mission in space. And these 4 cameras actually are aligned in a special way so that they cover a large strip of the sky. Each camera is about 24 by 24 degrees, if that means anything to you. And the cameras are made to tile the sky in strips that we call sectors. So each of these sectors lasts for about a month. And Tess's job is to tile the sky. Tess has already finished the southern hemisphere, and it's nearly finished with the northern hemisphere. So actually, Tess observes so many stars. It's just unbelievable how many. This is just 3/4 of one of the cameras. And this is just like a beauty picture, just to show you how many gorgeous stars are out there in the Tess mission. It's amazing to just wonder, like, how many planets could be out there in the sky, and how many of them Tess might be able to find. So Tess is actually searching for planets by the transit technique. This is a very established, very mature method to find planets. You can see on the top is an artist's conception of a star, like our sun, with a planet going in front of it. And the bottom is actually showing you the so-called light curve. It's the star brightness as a function of time. So you can see that when the planet goes in front of the starlight drops by a tiny amount. Actually, it's related to the planet to star area. And when the planet finishes transiting, the star returns to its normal brightness. So I'm actually going to just go back to this other animation for a moment. Because I just wanted to convey to you how many stars Tess is trying to look for data in. First of all, Tess has a very unique 13.7 day, highly elliptical, what we call cislunar orbit about Earth. So it's got about 27.4 day observing period per segment. And you can see that at the top, the segments overlap in this so-called continuous, it's not a continuous viewing zone, but it's like this overlapping zone. And there we can detect planets with much longer periods. Typically, Tess is sensitive to planets with a period of about half a month or so. So out of the whole night sky, out of this whole night sky, Tess is actually monitoring 200,000 stars at a 2-minute cadence. But it actually monitors the full frame image. With the data has to be binned on board because the data rate to the Earth can't let us, it's not high enough for us to get all our data down. And then we're looking at millions and millions of stars that are binned to 30 minutes. All right, so our goal is to find transiting planets. And here's that same beauty image with just one star selected for you to see some real data. So again, our goal is to monitor the star brightness as a function of time and to get a time series for all the stars that we can. And that would be 20,000 for every sector, every 1 month sector. That would be about 20,000 2-minute cadence, what we call postage stamp images, and about 1 million 30-minute cadence images. Now what you see in the graph, forget about the y-axis for a moment. The x-axis is time in hours. And you see the star brightness, which are the little blue points. The black points are bin data, and the red is a model fit, the best fit model to the data. And you can see the star brightness with time is more or less constant. And then the brightness drops when the planet transits the star. And we're actually using computers to go through all the data and to automatically look for planets. It's a really big job. Okay, so we actually have sophisticated computer algorithms that do almost all of the work. And these algorithms were developed over many, many years. They're heritage from NASA's Kepler mission in part, and they're also just code that people have put together and made lots of parts of it freely available. So what these computers algorithms do is they create a time series, they clean up the data, they search for transits, that little drop in brightness, and they reject variable stars and binary stars where possible. There's actually a lot of false positives. That's the main problem, is that a lot of things can look like a little drop in brightness. When the computer has done all of this work, then human vetters sort through the rest by visually inspecting the light curves. And at the same time, they look at auxiliary data products. So every sector, we go from millions of stars down to about 100 test objects of interest. Now, I played a big role on the TESS mission. I was the deputy science director for a number of years, and my job was to set up the team and the process that led to finding these planet candidates. We just call them planet candidates because a lot of work has to be done to actually determine whether a drop in brightness is due to a planet or something else. So once we have a planet candidate, we give it out to the community of astronomers, the TESS team and other people, and their goal is to follow up the planets, to look for other signs, to make sure to see if it's a planet or a binary star or another type of false positive. And I won't go through all the details, but I just wanted you to know that there are several different steps, and there are several hundred astronomers all around the globe who are helping out with TESS. So now I just wanted to take a moment and walk you through a few light curves. And then I'm going to let you try to find some planets yourself. And so what you're seeing in this image here is what we traditionally have the computer make on its own. Once the computer finds an object that it flags, it actually outputs, honestly, it can output like a 30-page or 100-page report for us. But I'm only going to show you the tiniest amount of data because it's all we really have time to go through right now. So on the top here, what you're looking at is the star brightness as a function of time. And the time is listed in days. So it looks like it's about a month. So the drop in brightness actually is flagged for you in this case by the computer by the little triangles at the bottom of the top panel. So here the computer thinks it has seen two transits. We'd like to see more than one transit, otherwise we don't know if it's a repeating pattern that is a planet going around its star. The bottom plot is a phased light curve, we call it, where the transits are superimposed on each other. The data is so-called bin together, and we can now see the transit much more clearly. So what we're looking for when we look for a planet is we're looking for a box shape, we're looking for a small drop in brightness, and we're looking for a flat bottom light curve. The reason we're looking for a box shape is because when a planet goes in front of the star, the planet's very small and moving pretty quickly, and it crosses the limb of the star relatively quickly, and so that's why you get a box shape. If it's two stars eclipsing each other, which is one of our most common false positives, in that case it would be a more slow crossing because the stars eclipsing each other are very big as projected on each other, and it takes a lot longer for the transit to happen. For the flat bottom, same thing. The planet, if it's a planet, will be fully superimposed on the star while it's transiting, whereas for a binary star, the stars will take a long time they'll never really flat bottom, because as this one star eclipses the other, it's just taking out a differing amount of the background, the background star as a function of time. So now I'm going to go through a few of them, and you can like take notes or just in your head wonder if you think it's a planet or not, and then I'll come back again and we'll go through each of them together. So remember, you're looking for a box shape, a small drop in brightness, and a flat bottom light curve. Needless to say, this one doesn't have any of those properties. It's a V shape. It's definitely not a box shape, and it's no flat bottom either. Here are two different ones for you to look at. And remember, the blue triangle is what the computer thinks is a transit. Remember what you're looking for. Box shape, flat bottom, small drop. It's hard for you to tell what's a small drop. The flux is just what we call the brightness of the star, and it's in relative units here. The one on the top and bottom are different in these cases, in this one. Actually, no, sorry. This is the same one on the top and bottom, just zoomed in. So you're here to decide whether you think this is a planet candidate or something else. All right, so now I'm going to go back to the beginning and I'll walk you through what you think these are. This one is not a planet. It is a binary star. And the way we can tell that is because it's got this very V-shaped light curve, and what it means is we must have two very big objects that are eclipsing each other. If you look at the top plot, where the data is not phase folded yet, you can see that each transit, the odd and even transits match, but every other transit is a different shape, or a different drop in brightness rather. And that's because the two stars eclipsing each other are different sizes. Okay, this one is not a, this is actually two different ones. And the blue triangles again are where the computer thinks there's a transit. The one on top is some kind of eclipsing binary star. It might even be what we call a contact binary star. The one on the bottom is actually a variable star, probably due to spots. And as the star is slowly rotating, different amounts of brightness of the star are reaching us because there's different amounts of spots covering it. This one is actually a stellar, literally stellar example of a planet. It's actually a pretty big planet. We call it a hot Jupiter. And this one is like just such a classical image of a transit. If you were part of the test team and searching for transits, you would only need to look at this for like a second to know it was a planet because it has these very box shape, this flat bottom. And again, it's hard for you to tell, but it has, well, it has a relatively small drop in brightness. It's a very clean transit light curve. I hope you can admire it for a moment. This one is a sawtooth pattern. It's got to be some kind of variable star. Even though the computer thought there was a transit here, this is definitely not a transit. And in the bottom plot, again, you can see the red line is our best fit model. It's not fitting the data very well, is it? The red line hardly goes through any points. This one's definitely not a planet. What about this one? Now, most people I run these slides by who are not trained, at least you weren't trained, you only got a 1-minute training, they usually think this is a planet. It's got a small drop in brightness. According to the best fit model, it's a pretty box shape and flat bottom. But in fact, this is not. This one is just some kind of noise. And the way we reach that conclusion is because we see before the transit happens and after. Like if you look after the transit, the data rises. And so it's just not really following the model. It's not really a great blocking out the light and then the light coming back to normal. Okay, this is our last one. And look at the top panel. It's showing you the blue triangles. Like it looks like every less than a day actually. So if this is a planet, it's actually orbiting its star incredibly quickly. At the bottom panel, you see again the phase folded plot, or the bin data. And there, it looks pretty nice actually. And if you thought this one was a planet, you were right. So I'm now going to walk through a few of Tess's discoveries. The one we just looked at, this light curve, belongs to a planet called LHS 3844. I'm showing you an artist's conception of the planet. We actually have no idea what the planet looks like, honestly. We have that light curve. We have some other data. We don't know a lot about it. We know this planet is 1.3 times the size of Earth. We know it's over 2 times Earth's mass. Its year, the time it takes to orbit its star, is only 11 hours. Remember all those little blue triangles? Its dayside temperature is very, very hot. Actually, astronomers took this object and they followed it up with another telescope called the Spitzer Space Telescope. And Spitzer observed in the infrared. It's no longer operational. But this planet actually has a dayside temperature that's incredibly hot. It's nearly 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and that would be about 700 degrees Celsius. This planet actually likely has no atmosphere, because the observers monitored the planet as it was orbiting the star, and they saw that they saw that one side of the planet was so hot, and the other side was incredibly cold. And for a planet to be very hot on one side and very cold on another, it likely means the planet has no atmosphere. Now, I forgot to mention that planets so close to the star, planets that have a very short period, that their orbit is only 11 hours, by Kepler's third law, they're also orbiting very close to the star. And planets very close to the star over time become what we call tidally locked. Just like the moon shows the same face to Earth at all times, these planets would show the same face to their host star at all times. That means one side is permanently in the day and one side is permanently in the night. Now, if there is any atmosphere, it's most likely that the heat would get circulated around the planet. As long as the planet has a thin atmosphere, it should equal out to some degree in most cases. And this planet didn't show that, and that's why we infer it likely has no atmosphere. Another system that is one of our favorites from TESS is called the TOI 270 system. I'm showing you the light curves, the transit light curves in the top right corner, and this is just an artist's conception showing you that it has 3 planets named TOI 270b, TOI 270c, and TOI 270d. Now, each of these planets is not like Earth in any way, and for comparison, Earth is shown in the top left. But it's a really interesting system for a reason I want to explain to you. That the inner planet is what we think is a rocky planet, it's just about Earth size. And the outer 2 planets are what we call mini Neptunes. It's over 2 times the size of Earth, between 2 to, let's say, 4 times Earth size. And why these are so interesting is they help frame one of the biggest puzzles we have in exoplanets right now. And that is that these 2 planets, or that is that these so-called mini Neptunes are incredibly common. They are likely the most common type of planet in our galaxy, yet there is no solar system counterpart to them. So it turns out that in our solar system, we have the terrestrial planets like Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and we have the so-called giant planets like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. But we don't have anything 2 to 3 times the size of Earth. Now, these common planets, we actually don't know what they're made of. We don't know how they formed. There's a lot of different theories about them. But one thing astronomers have found that might lead to clues to what these mini Neptunes are is the so-called radius valley. If we count up the planets, and don't worry about the y-axis for now, it says number of planets per star, but you can just think of this like a regular histogram. It's the number of planets per star, and the x-axis is the planet size. And there's a so-called radius valley in that for small planets that we can detect, about 1 Earth radius or a little bigger, there's a good number of them. And then there's a good number of planets 2 to 3 times the size of Earth, but there's a little bit of a gap in the middle. And astronomers think this is because that the rocky planets, the small planets, that they're sculpted, that over the lifetime of the star, these smaller planets used to be bigger, but over the lifetime of the star, they were eroded by the star's wind and high energy particles, and that they actually have kind of been slowly evaporated with time. Whereas the mini Neptunes, they're typically a little farther away from the star, and that they've managed to hold on most of what they were born with. So we actually think that if we have planets in the same system that span this radius valley, then in the future, when we're able to learn more about the planets, we will actually be able to help solve this puzzle. So the last planet of TESS I will tell you about, it's TOI 700d. And by the way, we get to name the planets. We're not allowed to name them with our dog's name or our husband's or our partner's name. We actually have to give it a catalog name. And so in this case, if it doesn't already have a easy to say or a well-known name, we actually can name it, but we have to name it after our catalog. TOI means Test Object of Interest, and when it becomes a planet, we'll just be calling it TESS 700d. So the TESS 700 system has 3 planets that we know of, and the one we're most interested in is TOI 700d. And TOI 700d is a rocky planet, and it orbits in its star's so-called habitable zone, the zone around the star where the planet is heated to be not too hot, not too cold, but just right for life. That is an oversimplification, because we don't know anything about the planet's atmosphere. We don't know about its greenhouse gas power in the atmosphere. We have no idea what the surface temperature is. Nonetheless, it's really, we're trying to count up as many planets as possible in their host star's habitable zone. All right, so we actually count up all our planets by putting them on a graph. And this graph is showing you the distance of the actual star from Earth. This graph is actually showing you the planet radius as a function of the distance from our Earth in units of parsec. 1 parsec is about 3 light years. But what you can see here is that the TESS planets, which are yellow and orange, are relatively close to Earth, actually. Everything is still incredibly far away, but these planets are much closer than the blue ones, which are found by other TESS, are found by other missions other than TESS. So TESS is finding a lot of planets. So far, we've found 2,000 planet candidates that we've released to the community to follow up. So this part of the talk now, I'm finished talking about TESS, and now I'm going to move on to talk about what we're going to do with the planets. You can think of TESS as kind of like a legacy catalog. The goal is to find all of the most interesting transiting planets around relatively nearby stars that are bright enough for follow-up observations. And we actually are all eagerly awaiting the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. The James Webb Space Telescope is 6.5 meters in diameter, and it will operate at infrared wavelengths. And it will orbit very far away from Earth, where it's a quiet, very special environment for astronomy. And we sometimes call the TESS mission the finder scope for the James Webb, because it's finding all these interesting planets that we're going to follow up. It's not just the James Webb Space Telescope we have to look forward to, but we're also trying to we're also looking forward to other telescopes. For example, the 30-meter telescope and other extremely large ground-based telescopes. 30 meters is huge. Just want you to think about that for a moment, how big 30 meters is. And this is an artist's conception of what the TMT would look like. Huge telescope with a giant dome. Each of these telescopes is going to be able to follow up the atmospheres of planets, some of the planets that TESS is finding. My favorite next-generation telescope is a concept called the Starshade. The Starshade can launch with a telescope. Its petals will unfurl from a stowed position and snap into place. The Starshade is a specially shaped giant screen, tens of meters in diameter, and it would formation fly tens of thousands of kilometers away from the telescope. They would have to line up incredibly precisely so that the star shade can block out the starlight so we can see planets directly. Starshade is a big ongoing project supported by many different organizations, especially by NASA. Here's myself and a couple of team members with one of the petals. This is a prototype used for manufacturing tolerance verification tests to demonstrate that we could make the petal. Actually, it has to be made to a very special shape in order to block out light from the star, precisely enough for us to discover and follow up Earth's. Here's a picture from, this is from a few years ago actually, but it's from the Starshade lab at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And here you can see different prototype scale versions of the Starshade, including the one in the middle that the person is touching. We call it membrane management, how we're going to stow and fold all the material that we need to block out starlight and have the Starshade be functional. Now, I want to tell you how we're going to study planet atmospheres to solve problems like about the mini-Neptune radius valley, and how we're going to ultimately search for signs of life on planets far away. Now, I'm confident that most of you have seen a rainbow. But what you might not know is that if you could look at the rainbow very closely, you would see pieces of the rainbow missing, some small colors missing. And these, I'm going to show you now a picture of our rainbow. And this actually is our solar spectrum. So it's sunlight is not split up by the rainbow, but by a special instrument inside a telescope called a spectrograph. And what you can see here are all these different black lines. They're like bites taken out of the spectrum, bites taken out of the rainbow. I love this image. Each of these different lines are atoms or molecules, either in Earth's atmosphere, or actually even in our sun's atmosphere, called the photosphere. And here, each one of them is different, actually. And each one corresponds, each line or a set of lines corresponds to a different atom or molecule. And if you studied this subject, some people actually are experts, and they know which lines belong to which atoms and molecules. So our goal is to take spectra of atmospheres far away, and to identify atoms and molecules in the atmosphere. And in fact, we already do this. We already actually do observe exoplanet atmospheres. Hot giant planets, mostly. Some mini-Neptunes, some cooler planets. We're not able to study objects like TOI 700d yet. So far, we can only look at really hot planets. But the future is out there. And there are probably hundreds of people working on the topic of exoplanet atmospheres today. And we're trying to dream up, we work very hard on studying exoplanet atmospheres of the hot Jupiters or mini-Neptunes today, using Hubble Space Telescope primarily, but also ground-based telescopes, and the methods and the atmospheres and the details and the physics and chemistry and computer algorithms, including some machine learning, including a lot of Monte Carlo methods. It's very complex. But this field is maturing rapidly, and more people can enter the field by using open source codes that are designed for you literally almost just to plug and play, although it takes more effort to understand the physics and chemistry behind the code. So it's going to be a great future for us. So spectra are required to identify a planet as Earth-like in the future, using the large telescopes that I showed you. For example, Earth and Venus are about the same size and mass. Venus is sometimes called our sister planet. But one planet, that's Earth, of course, has life, and the other, that's Venus, is completely inhospitable to life as we know it. The surface temperature on Venus is so hot, it's hot enough to melt lead. In exoplanets, we ultimately aim to identify gases that might be produced by life, so-called biosignature gases, such as oxygen or methane or other gases. In fact, my team works on literally the search for life by way of biosignature gases. We're trying to ask the question, what gases should be produced by life on an exoplanet very different from Earth's? Well, we're asking that question, we're trying to answer it. And this image, or this artist's conception, is showing you thousands of molecules in the background. Life on Earth actually produces so many molecules, thousands and thousands of different molecules, as byproducts of their metabolism. Even us humans, we're breathing out carbon dioxide. Cows and such release methane. There's ultimately lots of gases when you walk through a pine forest, all those beautiful smells. You can think of those as biosignature gases. The mold in your fridge, or if you have a compost and it smells so bad, those are biosignature gases as well. And so this image is showing you that there are thousands of molecules, but only a set of them can make through the filters that are required, such as they have to be able to, enough of them have to be produced to accumulate in the planet's atmosphere. The planet must, let's say, cooperate in some way, in that many molecules produced by life are very fragile, and they're destroyed by the starlight, by photochemistry. And in this image here, it's showing you 3 streams. One stream, the molecules probably are not made by life anywhere. One of these streams are molecules made by life on Earth, and another are ones that we hope we can detect, although we're not sure if life on Earth makes them. So to summarize, exoplanets are planets orbiting stars other than the Sun. Our first generation search for habitable worlds is using TESS. And there's a few other ground-based telescopes that supplement TESS. We're searching for rocky planets transiting small red dwarf stars. Now, we're doing that because it's easier to find small planets transiting small stars than small planets transiting big stars, which have a much weaker signal. I spent time telling you about the TESS mission. The TESS legacy is a catalog of exoplanets, will be a catalog for exoplanets for follow-up with next generation telescopes. And I also told you about some interesting planets TESS is finding in its own right. Astronomers know how to find planets, we're good at that now, and we will spend the next generations searching for signs of life on planets by way of atmosphere biosignature gases. Now, one thing I forgot to highlight about TESS is it's relying on transiting planets, that is, planets that go in front of their star as seen from the telescope. But we astronomers, we know that these transiting planets are in fact quite rare, because the planet-star system has to be very specially aligned. But there are all kinds of planets out there. The new generation of telescopes will be able to find planets that are not transiting, and so the future is really tremendous for us in exoplanets. I just wanted to close with a couple more things. One is you can pause on this slide if you want to know more about TESS. There's a lot of resources out there for you to stay up to date with the latest discoveries. And finally, I wanted to convey to you this sentiment I have that I hope that you all might share with me. And that is that, someday we'd like to be able to go to a dark sky with our children or grandchildren or nieces and nephews or friends and relatives. And we'd like to be able to point to a star, a sun-like star, and to be able to tell them that star has a planet like Earth. That concludes my talk. And if you have any questions about exoplanets, just Google for them. You'll see there's a tremendous amount of material on the web. You can join planet hunters and find planets on your own. And the next time you're out looking at the night sky, it doesn't even have to be a dark sky filled with stars. It could be in the city, you can always see at least a few stars. I want you to go out there and think about the point that there are so many planets out there. The star you're looking at surely has a planetary system. When I do that, I love to imagine that there's a planet around there with life, looking back at our sun, a star for them, wondering the same thing. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is David J. Lockett. I'm a 2020-21 Albert Einstein Fellow sponsored by the NASA Office of STEM Engagement. Space science is for everyone. My goal is to create and use accessible resources in educational settings.
thank you, Dr. Seeger, for talking to us about exoplanets. And, you know, when we think about planets, I grew up and you grew up in a time when we had 9 planets, and now we have 8. And I've got to say that I miss Pluto. And so I don't know about you out there, but I imagine some of you also miss Pluto as a planet. If so, leave us a comment. But for me, Pluto just has all this mystery associated with it. And if I had a vote, I would say bring Pluto back to full planet status. How about you, Jeff?
I really like your conviction on this, Diane. I think it's sort of unfair to those of us who have grown up being science enthusiasts. That 9 planets thing, that's like their 50 United States, their 9 planets. It's one of those serious finite numbers that's really burned into you. If you walked away with one thing from school, hopefully it was that there are 9 planets. So it was quite controversial to look at changing that designation. And so it's fortunate that our next speaker, our next guest is really one of the most expert people anywhere on this topic. And I first saw him speak a few years ago when I traveled to Puerto Rico to attend a science conference, and I consider him to be one of the finest science speakers I've ever seen. He has a marvelous gift to communicate the information, and the passion from this speaker just pours out. It's irresistible. And I'm talking, of course, about Dr. Alan Stern, who is the lead on the New Horizons, the spectacularly successful Pluto New Horizons mission. It really has been one of the highlights of science in recent years. So I think that's about as glowing an introduction as I could give to anyone. So how about we turn it over to you, Alan?
Thank you for inviting me here. I've heard about this event for years, and it's just crazy to be at it. So I'm going to talk to you about NASA's New Horizons mission to Pluto in the Kuiper Belt, the farthest exploration of worlds in history. And a little bit about the art of imagination, which of course CI Live is all about, because there was a lot of imagination involved in putting something like this together. And then hopefully there'll be time at the end for questions. And I'm going to start my little timer. And there's no place to put the timer, so we'll just figure it out as we go. Okay, so I thought I would start at the very beginning of this story. But it's a little risky, so bear with me. Yeah, that's me. When I was a little kid, I wanted to grow up and be a scientist. And all my parents, you know, all I ever wanted was books on astronomy and books on dinosaurs and microscopes and telescopes and all those things. And I grew up when the space program was very young, and I just wanted to be a part of it. I didn't know how to do that. My dad was a shoe salesman and then a chemical salesman. And my mom didn't have a career, but she was an accountant. And nobody in my family had ever been in anything STEM related at all, science, engineering. It worked out. I really got to live my dream of being involved in space exploration. I've done a lot of things. It's been really interesting. I went to college 5 different times, not because I dropped out 4 times, but studied physics and aerospace engineering, studied atmospheric science, got a PhD in astrophysics, and 1 other degree in astronomy. And along the way, this has been such an interesting career. And for any of you that are thinking about careers in science, it's not just about research papers and computer modeling, and in my case, going to telescopes. I got to do some really interesting things. As Tony described, I ran the NASA science program for a few years. I've done expeditions to the South Pole. This is a picture of me back in my flying days when I flew F-18 Hornets for NASA for 5 years doing airborne astronomy missions, and I flew other types of aircraft as well. But absolutely my favorite part of my career has been space missions. And I've been involved in 29 of them now, of which my very favorite is New Horizons. And that's actually a picture of me on the right.
Actually, both of those. That's New Horizons, the launch vehicle at the Cape down in Florida, just a couple days before we launched it in 2006. And that's inside the nose cone with the spacecraft above me, sitting up on that pedestal, which is a live ammo third stage for the rocket. But I thought I'd tell you the whole story of how this came to be and a little bit about what we learned in conducting this exploration. And it really is an epic mission. The farthest exploration ever done, as I told you, a journey all the way across the solar system. And it sounds like science fiction, but it's not. People just like you and me got together and, as I'll describe, won the opportunity to do this project. In the 1960s and 70s and 80s, in our parents' generation of explorers, the very best, most prized missions were always the first missions to a new planet. First mission to Mars, first mission to Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, what have you. And by the time I got to graduate school, all that had been done, all the way out to Neptune. And Pluto was kind of the last train to Clarksville. It was the only opportunity in my generation to be a part of a first exploration mission. And the interesting thing about Pluto is it's not only the farthest and the last of the classically known planets, but it's a whole other type of planet, the third group of planets in our solar system. I'll say more about that. So scientifically, it was a real prize. But here's a little cartoon version of our journey when we launched in 2006 and we got to Pluto in 2015, a decade later. I'll say a lot more about that. But spoiler alert, it all worked out. The mission succeeded spectacularly. This is a picture of Pluto. I have another picture of Pluto here. This is a book that David Grinspoon and I wrote about this entire project. It came out in 2018. It's called Chasing New Horizons. They have it back there. Be happy to sign if you brought a copy or if you buy a copy. And it has a lot more of the story than I can possibly tell you in the next 35 or 40 minutes. But this is a pretty good picture of Pluto. Let me show you what it was before we went there. Oh, that's the book. We already talked about that. That's the best picture of Pluto ever made before New Horizons arrived. How's that for good? Right? You can laugh. I took this picture with the Hubble Space Telescope. And at the time this was taken, it was the very first time that Pluto had ever been seen as anything but a point of light. The Hubble is a good enough telescope that even though Pluto is 3+ billion miles away, we could actually barely resolve its surface. And we wrote scientific papers about this picture. And the ones just like it. Can't you see the northern polar cap? Isn't it obvious? Of course it's not. Because even the breakthrough image at its time, in the late 1990s, you really can't do the exploration of planets when you have fuzzy pictures like this. You just can't see what's going on. This is the kind of image you need to do planetary science. This is a picture of the Earth. And if we'd never been to the Earth and you only had this one picture, you could learn a tremendous amount. You would learn it's a water-ocean world with continents and weather, and you could learn about its weather systems and much more about this world from just a single picture. But this is the minimum kind of resolution that you need. And the problem is, the planets are far away, so we have to send spacecraft to them to get pictures like this. Let me make this point a little clearer. If you take this picture of the Earth and you degrade it in the computer, you repixelate it to the same pixelation and resolution as the image of Pluto that I just showed you with the Hubble, it's not so much. It's not so good. My postdoc Amanda Zangari did that just to illustrate the point. There's the Earth at Pluto resolution. What can you learn? Right? It drives home the point that we have to go to these places, even though it's expensive and far away and takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. We have to go there to really learn about them. What is this a picture of? Similar resolution. One guess. Who's got a guess? Mars. Excellent guess. And completely wrong. Right? Right? Same thing. I just pixelated this image of the American flag. So you can go way wrong. So we want to go to the planets. We've been doing that since the 1960s, since the earliest days of space exploration. And I thought I'd talk to you a little bit about how we got to do New Horizons. Because between the early 1960s and the late 1980s, NASA, your space agency, the space agency of the United States, was the first to every planet in the solar system, from Mercury, closest to the sun, all the way out to Neptune. almost 3 billion miles away. Every single one of those first journeys was successfully done by our country and NASA. But that was about the time I was getting out of graduate school, and there was no plans for a mission to the last of the classically known planets. And a small group of us, young scientists and engineers, thought, well, wouldn't it be dandy if we could lead something like this or be a part of something like this? And why haven't we done this exploration of Pluto? So we started an effort to do that, and we had no idea how hard it would be. It ended up taking 14 years to find the money. I can't tell you how many different mission studies. Along here, you can see lists of Pluto 350 and Mariner Mark II and Pluto Fast Flyby and others, where NASA would put some study money in and we'd try to develop a concept, and for one reason or another it would fail. Couldn't find the money, couldn't convince the right people that were decision makers, didn't have the right design, didn't have the right cost controls and management, whatever. And each time we had to change, it was really difficult. It really took a lot of stamina and persistence to start over again and again and again. But we just kept our eyes on the prize. We knew what we wanted to do, and we just, every time we got knocked down, we'd stand right back up and we tried again and again and again. And ultimately, New Horizons resulted from that. And what really unlocked it, what really changed the landscape scientifically, what raised the priority to do this from just, this is the Everest of planetary exploration, the farthest, and a whole new region of the solar system, was the discovery in the 1990s that, although we didn't realize it when Pluto was discovered almost 100 years ago in 1930, Pluto was just the tip of the iceberg. And by the time the telescopes got good enough, and CCD at the back of those telescopes in the 90s, we started to discover that there are planets like Pluto dotting the outer solar system beyond Neptune. So Pluto wasn't an oddball, kind of a misfit that didn't fit the pattern of the inner rocky planets and then the giant planets. Pluto was the harbinger of a whole new class of planet called the dwarf planets. And these are all real objects: Quaoar, Sedna, Haumea, Makemake, Pluto, Eris, all of them. And there are now literally dozens of these known. And so when it came time to rank priorities for the 2000s, for new space missions to start, our National Academy of Sciences ranked the exploration of Pluto and this new region of the solar system out beyond Neptune called the Kuiper Belt as the #1 priority for funding, because it wasn't just about exploring this one fascinating planet anymore. It was about going to the first in a brand new class. And obviously that's more important than just an individual object. So then NASA conducted a competition. They made an announcement that teams could form industrial teams and compete to design and build and fly this mission across the solar system. By then, in 2001, we'd been working on this for a dozen years. And it was finally time to actually go and do it. And so my phone rang from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California, and they had led every first mission to the planets in history. And they said, would you be in charge of our mission to Pluto? Felt pretty good about that. And then their arch competitors called from the Applied Physics Lab at Johns Hopkins in Maryland, and they said, would you lead our mission to Pluto? And ultimately, I chose to go with Hopkins, and this is the cover of our proposal. And for those of you who haven't been involved in something like this, which is probably most everybody, these are big documents. They're like the thickness of an old New York City phone book. Hundreds, actually over 1,000 pages of engineering design, management plans, communications plans, cost and budget, teaming arrangements, everything to show that your team is not only the most qualified, but that you have the best concept and the highest probability of carrying it out on cost and on budget. So there were 5 teams that proposed. New Horizons was one of those teams, and fortunately, we won. We won that competition. And then, it's that old saying, oh, we got what we wanted, we got what we asked for, now what do we do? Because we were in a horse race to get this built. And the reason was, by the time the competition was finished in 2001, it was necessary to build this spacecraft in record time. because in order to get to Pluto, we needed not just a very large rocket, but also a speed boost by flying by Jupiter. And let me just show you a little something. If this is the sun in the middle of the solar system, Jupiter goes around every 12 years. And Pluto goes around, it's much farther out, only every couple of hundred years. So about every 12 years, Jupiter lines up along the route to Pluto. And if you don't go when it's in the right direction, you have to wait another 12 years. So for us, we had one 3-week-long window in time in January of 2006. Launch it then or go home for a decade. So, and that was only a little over 4 years after we were selected in November of 2001 to do this. So we were really under the gun. A typical mission, like you've heard of Voyager, and maybe you've heard of the Mariners and other historic first missions, they typically would take 6 to 10 years to design and build and test it and get it ready and go. And we had 4 years and 2 months. And so I call this whole period the blur. From 2002 to 2005, the 2,500 men and women who worked on this project, myself included, it was nights and weekends, 52 weeks a year for 4 years. And it was an amazing commitment of this team. But you know, to be a part of something like this, to be able to do not just the farthest mission, and actually to be a part of the fastest spacecraft mission ever launched, but to actually do something a little bit larger than life, something historic, to explore the Kuiper belt for the first time, to be the first to this new class of planets, and to be the only first mission to a new planet in our entire generation, really drove people, really motivated them to work hard, to innovate, and to work our way through problems. This is the core team of us, a picture taken back in 2004. So every one of those people was a leader of some team, the launch team, the mission operations team, the engineering team, so forth and so on, myself included, for the entire mission. And this is a group of Americans who worked incredibly hard under very difficult circumstances. Besides having to do this in half the time, the budget that NASA had available was only 1/5 the budget that NASA had to do Voyager. So we had to reinvent how to do this at a completely different price point, right? Imagine if you're used to buying cars at one price, and then you were tasked with designing and building a new type of car that's 5 times cheaper. You have to completely reinvent everything about how you do it, and we did. This is a cartoon drawing of the spacecraft that we built, New Horizons. And the arrows are to the 7 scientific instruments that have those different names there. This is the dish antenna on top of the spacecraft. It's about 7 feet across. So the entire spacecraft is very small, much smaller than the stage, about the size of a baby grand piano. It only weighs about 1,000 pounds, with fuel inside. And everything for the journey is inside that box. It's covered in this gold foil, which is a thermal blanket, because where we're going is very far from the sun, too far from the sun to use solar rays. The temperatures are almost absolute zero. They are literally 40 degrees above absolute zero, far out there. The spacecraft is powered by a nuclear power supply. I'll show you a picture of it in a few minutes. It communicates through this dish antenna with a small transmitter, only 30 watts. And inside this box is propulsion and guidance, communication systems, thermal control, main computers, and everything is twinned. We have 2 of everything in case something breaks. So 2 main computers, 2 sets of thrusters, 2 guidance computers, 2 sets of transmitters, 2 sets of receivers, so forth and so on. Except for the structure of the spacecraft and this nuclear battery, we have 2 of everything, kind of a Noah's Ark approach. This is a picture of the spacecraft after we built it in Florida, just a couple of months before we launched it, in a clean room. And here you see a better view. First of all, that gold foil installation isn't on the main spacecraft, so you can see the aluminum structure of the spacecraft. This hair curler looking thing is not a hair curler, that's the nuclear battery. And it's fueled with plutonium, which, by the way, is an element discovered in the 1930s and named for the planet Pluto. So we actually launched plutonium to Pluto, and that's what powers the spacecraft. Now think about this. That nuclear power supply only produces about 250 watts of electricity. It's about 4 light bulbs. So everything on the spacecraft All those systems I named, communications, guidance, command and control, all the 7 scientific instruments, propulsion, all those things, they have to run on the power of 4 light bulbs. It's one of the design challenges. And you see people around it, so there's a, you get a feel for the scale of how small it is. And we intentionally designed this to be as small and compact as possible. Because if you build something very small and you put it on an extremely large rocket, the result will be the highest possible speed, which is what we wanted because we had to cross the entire solar system in record time. So a lot of the design effort was to design it to be low power and to be very compact. It was an amazing job. The engineers that worked on this really broke the mold. And you know, Voyager, how many of you have ever been to the Air and Space Museum in Washington and seen Voyager? It's hanging from a ceiling there. It's a big spacecraft by comparison. Actually, New Horizons is hanging next to it in the same display hall, and it's like a houseboat and a hamster. I mean, it's really small. And so I like to make the analogy that just like computers used to be mainframes, they were called, they filled an entire room, they cost millions of dollars, they had no power compared to your iPhone that fits in your hand, right, and costs hundreds of dollars or $1,000, right? The same way, New Horizons shrunk it all down and did it for much less money, and yet it's much more powerful than Voyager and all of its predecessors because it wasn't built with Stone Age 70s technology. It was built with 2000s era technology, modern avionics and other modern systems. This is the rocket that we launched on. It's called an Atlas V. And it is one enormous rocket. I'm curious, in this audience, how many people here have ever been to a major rocket launch, like down in Florida? Like 4 people. You gotta go do that. Like, no kidding. Because these rockets are the size of, they're bigger than any building in Des Moines. They're the size of downtown skyscrapers in Chicago. They are enormous. This rocket is 225 feet tall. These solid rocket boosters alone are 7 stories tall. There's 5 of them on this. This is the most powerful rocket that existed back then in 2006. And when I was a little kid, I used to build Estes model rockets and launch them, sometimes down the street at police cars, but usually straight up. And I have to tell you, for a kid that mowed lawns and washed cars to get more money to buy bigger and bigger rockets, you have no idea how much fun it was ordering this baby. And completely tricked out, right? Because we wanted the most performance. So every solid rocket motor, the lightweight nose cone, all the goodies, is a $180 million rocket. That payload bay, the bulbous part at the top, the nose cone, is built to fly satellites the size of moving vans. And we put little New Horizons in it on the top. It was like basically the hood ornament on the rocket was our spacecraft, right? That was the other thing. How many of you built model rockets? Ever, right? I don't know if you're like me. I could never get the sticker on straight without a crease. Look at this, NASA, perfect. Okay, so that's New Horizons inside the nose cone. That's me standing in front of it on the day that we fueled the nuclear power generator with its plutonium. And it was at that point radioactive, it was hot, and so we needed to close that door as a radiation shield. But they let a few of us take our picture with the spacecraft, and I asked to go last because I had worked on this thing since by then it was 16 years. And I thought, this will be the last picture ever taken of New Horizons. The door's going closed and you'll never see it again. So that was the last picture ever taken of New Horizons. I love that because we've never seen it since then. And then we launched it. That was on a Friday, actually Friday the 13th, Friday the 13th of January 2006. We launched it on Thursday, January the 19th, just 6 days later. And I thought I'd show you a video of the launch and just stop talking and let you watch the launch. Remember as you watch this that the rocket, it's not 5 or 6 feet tall like you see projected here. It's 225 feet tall. Watch it when it lifts off. It's basically a downtown skyscraper that takes off vertically. You'll see it cross a cloud deck about 10 seconds after launch. That cloud deck is 2 miles high. Think about that. Something the size of a downtown skyscraper in Chicago can boost itself to be 2 miles high in 10 seconds. In half a minute, it went supersonic. Then you'll see the solid rocket motors detach. You'll see the nose cone come off because we're already at space altitude. You can still see it in the video. Then it'll disappear behind some clouds. So let's watch the launch of New Horizons back in January of 2006.
Status check.
Go Centaur.
This is Atlas Launch Control at T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition and liftoff of NASA's New Horizons spacecraft on a decade-long voyage to visit the planet Pluto and then beyond. Just 15 seconds. Everything continues to look good. The Atlas V vehicle climbs away from Florida's east coast. The 5 solid rocket strap-on boosters are burning just fine, sending the New Horizons spacecraft on its way to the very edge of our solar system.
This is where the solid rocket motors run out of propellant and they detach. So that really lightens the vehicle so it can accelerate even faster. That's the nose cone right. 6 minutes later, it was in Earth orbit, going 18,000 miles an hour. We flew halfway around the Earth to the point that had been mathematically calculated to aim for Jupiter. And relit the engines, took ourselves out of Earth orbit, burned out the second stage, lit the third stage, and accelerated the spacecraft to become the fastest spacecraft ever launched. To give you a feel for the speed, when you read about those Apollo missions, and this conference has had Apollo astronauts many times here. Those missions flew to the moon launching at 25,000 miles an hour and took 3 days to reach the moon. And we did it in 9 hours. Okay, and we've been traveling at that speed, almost 1 million miles a day, ever since. It's 14 years now. Every day. And so it took us a decade to cross the solar system, but we weren't. It was the fastest any spacecraft had ever traveled, and still is. That's the route of flight. We launched in January 2006, we flew by Jupiter 13 months later, and then took 8 years after that to reach our intercept with Pluto, and then out into the Kuiper belt, this haze that's shown here like a torus around the solar system. So when we first launched from the Earth and were on our way to Jupiter, our job in that 13 months was to check out the spacecraft, check out all of its systems, its backup systems, get it all up and running, learn to fly it, and aim for the correct aim point at Jupiter that would slingshot us to Pluto. And if you miss that aim point, you are going somewhere in a hurry, but it is not Pluto. So you better get that part right. The other thing that we used Jupiter for was a flight test, because it was the only thing that we passed along the way. So it was a chance to check out all the software and the spacecraft systems to make sure that when we got to Pluto 8 years later, that it would all work. And it did work. It all worked at Jupiter. We found a few things we learned from. We hit that aim point, and then we launched off on that 8-year journey across this giant ocean of space we call the middle solar system, from Jupiter to Pluto, 2.5 billion miles. Basically, think of this. The entire Obama administration, both of them, 8 years, this spacecraft was flying day after day, week after week, all that time to cross the outer solar system. Our flyby of Jupiter was very successful. Here we are on the cover of the Rolling Stone for Nerds, Science magazine, with images of Jupiter and one of its volcanic moons. And then we launched off on this giant journey where our little flight control team, I told you, 2,500 people worked to design and build a spacecraft. But once we launched it, all we needed was a small flight control team, the science team, and a very small engineering team. So there were only 50 people working on this project at that point. And that's part of how we kept the cost down, was that we We automated a lot of things with modern computing and made the spacecraft very autonomous so that we didn't need a big flight control team. Many less people than are in this room. And then we went all the way out to Pluto for a flyby in 2015. This is actually Glenn Fountain and Becca Sepan. Glenn is the project manager for New Horizons for many years, and Becca is one of our flight controllers. And both these pictures are taken at our little mission control, which is in Maryland, just outside Baltimore. One thing I didn't tell you about, but I want to, is that in order to make all of the images and spectra and other data types that we had to collect work out when we got to Pluto, we had to arrive very precisely after this long journey of 9.5 years. In fact, in order to know where everything, we programmed the spacecraft, and we had to tell it when it would be there and exactly where it would go through the system, so that it would know where to look to photograph Pluto and each of its moons and do all of its work, over 400 scientific observations. And so it was counting on our arriving at just the right place and time. In fact, the window in space that we had to arrive at is about the size of the county that Des Moines sits in. Now that seems pretty big, like compared to a basketball hoop, but if you're aiming from 3 billion miles away, it's itty bitty in the distance. And that was a real challenge to get the navigation right. It's basically the equivalent of hitting a golf ball on the West Coast in San Francisco and landing a hole-in-one in New York City. It has to be that accuracy. And because Pluto's moving through space at thousands of miles an hour, and each of its moons are traveling around it at the speed of a supersonic jet fighter, we had to arrive at a very specific time to know that everything would be in the right place. So after a 9.5-year journey, the specification was we had to arrive within 9 minutes of the time that we set when we launched. Yesterday, I flew from Denver to Des Moines, and United Airlines could not pull that trick off. Not even close, okay? We actually arrived at Pluto only 86 seconds off target after 9.5 years. I'm pretty proud of the fact that we arrived early, by the way. This is a kind of a family portrait taken from millions of miles away on approach of Pluto. And for reference, because you're not familiar with this, the distance from one side to the other is about the distance from Denver, Colorado, where I live, all the way to New York City. Okay, so it's about a continent-sized planet. Its biggest moon, the gray one, is called Charon. It was discovered from the Earth. And those two little moons, along with two even smaller ones, were discovered with the Hubble Space Telescope by our team while we were flying to Pluto. And this is a close-up of Pluto and the big moon, Charon. And you can see they look very different. These two planets have been living together for 4.5 billion years. They don't look anything alike. Pluto is big and colorful and lots of interesting geology. Charon's kind of dull, dark, and gray. And I'm going to spend most of my time telling you about Pluto rather than the moons. This is a set of images that we took from New Horizons as we flew by, and then we put them in a computer and wrapped them on a sphere to give you the impression of what it would look like to actually be there, as if you were an astronaut flying over the surface. This entire giant feature here is the left side of Pluto's heart. It is a nitrogen glacier. It's made of the stuff you're breathing, nitrogen, but it's condensed into a snow at these cold temperatures near absolute zero. And this thing is enormous. This glacier that you see is the size of Texas and Oklahoma combined. More than 1 million square kilometers of ices. And these are mountain ranges that ring this entire basin that the glacier is in. These mountains are made of water ice. We know that because we can spectroscopically fingerprint their composition with instruments on board New Horizons. These mountains are tall. They're as tall as the Rockies where I live. Some of them are even taller. They go up to 20,000 feet tall. And you can see lots of other interesting geology. These are big tectonic canyons, probably formed by the stress of the impact that made this basin billions of years ago when something 100 miles across hit Pluto and dug this basin out. But you can also see lots of craters. I'll show you more about that and other things. So these are mountain ranges on the surface of Pluto. And the coolest thing about it to me is that they have snow caps, just like the Rockies where I live. And we've never seen that anywhere else in the solar system except at Mars. But these snow caps, they look like snow caps you're used to if you've ever been out west, but they're not the same. They're not water ice like you would see in the Rockies. They're actually made of methane, which is the natural gas that comes out of your furnace or on your stove, right? It snows fuel on Pluto. It's like a sci-fi planet. Here's a picture of some of that heavily cratered terrain that I showed you before. The little green box in the picture of Pluto up there is the context image. So the little green box is where we are on the planet, right here. And you see all these craters? In my field, in planetary science, we use this to age date the surface. And the experiment's pretty simple in principle. It's easy to understand, even though the math is intense. But if it was raining outside and you ran outside with a sheet of paper, it would start to dot. And the longer you leave it out in the rain, the more dots. And the same thing, it's raining impactors in the Kuiper belt. It's been raining for 4 billion years. And the more craters, the older a surface is. So this one's about as chocked with craters as you can get. They're sitting on top of one another in many cases. Okay, that's called saturation cratering. And by knowing the number of objects that are out there and doing some math, you can calculate the age of this surface from just counting the craters. And Kelsey Singer on our team, who's a planetary geologist, an expert in this particular area, did this, and this surface you're looking at is as old as our solar system. It's as old as the Earth. It's 4 billion years, 4.5 billion years old. This is right next to it. See the green box? It hardly moved. On the glacier, what do you see? How many craters? How many craters do you see? None. Not one. Everywhere we look, even with better images than this projector can show you, we can't find a single crater anywhere on this surface the size of Texas and Oklahoma, which means this surface is very young. In fact, we can calculate an age for it. It's 1,000 times younger than the terrain right next to it. It's millions of years old at most. I say at most because we don't see any craters, so all we can do is set a constraint on its age. But what this means is that little planet Pluto is somehow creating terrains 4.5 billion years after it was formed. It's making things the size of Texas yesterday geologically. And how that works, nobody understands. Never before in the solar system have we ever seen the Energizer Bunny planet like Pluto that could do this. Usually small worlds cool off over time and they die, like the Earth's moon. There's no serious active geology on the Earth's moon. So Pluto should be a dead world, and yet what do we see? We see these enormous terrain fields that were created yesterday geologically. And we see more. Here, this is a terrain map where the colors correspond to altitudes, like you see in the legend. So we see mountains and then down on the glacier. And in here, you can see a giant avalanche that poured out into this basin, an area the size of Chicago. And no craters. This is in the recent past. Some titanic avalanche took place here. We see volcanoes, ice volcanoes. Again, a sci-fi world. Not lava, but ices come out of these volcanoes. And this structure is large. It's about the size of Mauna Loa in Hawaii. It's 15,000 feet high. The caldera, the hole in the middle, we can see down into it, and we have stereo imaging, so we know exactly how deep it is. It's 10,000 feet deep. The entire structure is about 100 miles across. And if you look on the flanks of this volcano, you can't find any craters there either. We think we may have found one. But again, this must have been created recently. All this activity is going on in this little world that we thought should be a dead world. Here, we see evidence for a frozen lake. The stereo images show it's in a hanging valley, just like lakes in Colorado, where I live. You see a shoreline around it. The stuff in the lake is that same stuff as in the glacier, because we spectroscopically fingerprinted it. It's nitrogen again. The lake is about 30 miles long and about 20 miles across. The thing is, Pluto has a thin atmosphere. And for those of you who are physics or chemistry majors or engineering majors, you know about something in your basic chemistry and physics courses called the triple point. The triple point of nitrogen, the stuff that this is made of, doesn't allow liquid nitrogen to exist on the surface of Pluto because there's not enough atmospheric pressure to put a lid on those liquids in so that they can stay. They would boil away very quickly over time. So if this is like from CSI, right? This is a clue. This tells us that if this was a lake, which it looks like, and the fact that it's in a hanging valley makes it naturally, a pooled liquid in a little basin. If this was a lake, then Pluto used to have a much thicker atmosphere in the ancient past, thicker even than Mars. We have other evidence for that too, but I want to show you this. This is cool. We took New Horizons images and we stitched them together as if you were flying over Pluto from the North Pole at the top down onto the glacier. So take an airplane ride over Pluto, down from the North Pole across these cratered badlands, caked in snow. You can see inside the craters and all kinds of interesting layering tracks that look like tornadoes or dust devils that came across the surface. And then see the scale bar, 6 miles, the big mountain blocks that we fly up on. And then we're going to cross a shoreline onto that glacier in just a moment. Here we go, past the mountains, onto the glacier, which has these really interesting geological patterns, dune fields, all kinds of interesting geology. Turns out Pluto is, although a small world, it's as complex as the Earth or Mars. And it totally has rewritten the textbook, not just on the geophysics of how you can have activity long after formation of a small planet, but also how complex small planets are. Most of everything that we've seen in the solar system, the smaller the world, the simpler it is. Pluto is totally opposite. And so I thought I'd show you this and a couple of other things to say. Back in 2015, when we did this, we didn't have to imagine it anymore. No more fuzzy dot. This is a live picture taken of our science team when the very first image of Pluto came back to Earth. And these are people that worked on this project for 15 years. You can see the energy in the room. Total excitement. One shot. We didn't have a second spacecraft, no Voyager 2 in case it went wrong. No way to make a U-turn and come back. If that software was wrong, the navigation was wrong, the timing was wrong, the spacecraft had a fault, anything. If we got it wrong, none of this would have happened. It was very high stakes for us. In my case, I had worked on this since graduate school, and it was just amazing. And the other amazing thing was that people came out of the woodwork to be there in the public. At our mission control, thousands of people showed up. If you look in the back in the fuzz on that big screen, you see the 4 on the right, it's 4 seconds to fly by, okay? And people are just going nuts. They just came out of the woodwork. And it was everywhere. It was on the cover of the New York Times. It was on the cover of hundreds of newspapers the next morning, all across the world. And I got copies of newspapers from NASA, from Europe and from South America and from Asia, and we were just like, wow, the interest in this is unbelievable. I gave a public talk in Calgary, Canada, about a month later, and I said there were newspapers from every continent on the Earth except Antarctica. And the next morning, the editor of the only paper in Antarctica emailed me with the cover picture saying, us too. Google gave us the Google Doodle, that's New Horizons. It was all over the web, all over social media, and all over magazines. My next door neighbor emailed me during the flyby, and he said, Alan, at our house, we take 7 magazines every month. 6 have come so far. You or your mission are on every single cover. And if you're on the cover of Cosmopolitan when it comes, I'm going to jump off my roof. So I saved his life. We weren't on that. But after we flew by Pluto and sent all the data back, we went off into the Kuiper Belt, the second part of our mission. This is a very large structure. So the distance from the Earth to Pluto is 3 billion miles. The Kuiper Belt exploration we're doing is more than 1 billion miles further still. This spacecraft has been flying on since 2015. And in fact, just a year ago, in January of 2019, we had a flyby of the first ever flyby of a Kuiper Belt object. And these are very different from planets. These are the building blocks of planets. They're tiny, and if the AV guys can start this video, it runs very quick. Here's Pluto, and we're going to zoom up on the glacier, and then we're going to put a scale model of the Kuiper Belt object that we flew by. So we had to hunt this thing down. It's called Arakoth. We found it with a Hubble Space Telescope from Earth, and then we had to plot its orbit and make an intercept like you'd shoot skeet, but with a spacecraft going 35,000 miles an hour. Okay, and hunt it down in the darkness of the Kuiper Belt. It's almost pitch black, right? And we're trying to find something basically the size of one mountain on Pluto, 1 billion miles further, and do an intercept that was accurate. And it turns out that worked too. This is it. This is Arakoth, seen on January 1st, 2019, as our spacecraft zoom by. And it is a crazy looking place. There's nothing like it ever. This is a primordial 4 billion year old building block of planets like Pluto and the planets of the inner solar system too. You can see it looks like two things that are stuck together. That's called a contact binary because the objects are contacted, not orbiting each other. Very strange world. This is in true color. It's very red. Its surface is covered mostly in molecules of alcohol and water ice. Not the kind of alcohol you drink, like rubbing alcohol. Not literally isopropyl. And here's a set of images of it. You can see from this, the 3D shape is very bizarre. It's very flat, like stones you would skip on a lake. And this is taught us by seeing something ancient that has always been cold and never disturbed, unlike any of the worlds of the inner solar system, about how these so-called planetesimals, the building blocks of planets, formed. And it's totally revolutionized our knowledge of how things formed, of how the planets got their start. And I can tell you, for those of us, I showed you that picture when we flew by Pluto. This is 4 years later in 2019. For the people who worked on this is 3 in the morning on January 1st, right after it turned 2019. And the skeet shooting was perfect. This is literally, again, at the moment of the first image coming down. And you can see people, they're more than relieved, they're excited. And for all of us that worked on this is such a team effort. All of spaceflight is a team sport. You can't do it alone. And when you work on something like this that's high stakes and you get no second shot and then it works out, it is emotionally overwhelming. And then you go back to nerding out and you get around the computer and you find out, what do we see here? What do we find? So New Horizons has just been the ride of a lifetime for all of us, and scientifically just a blockbuster. And now we're going even farther out. The spacecraft is still traveling at this amazing speed. It's got fuel and power to run for another 20 years. And we are journeying farther into the Kuiper Belt and looking for our next flyby target. And I will end by showing you my favorite picture of the entire mission. This is a picture of Pluto, taken just after we flew past it, and we're looking back. This is true color. This is Pluto's atmosphere, which is actually blue, just like the Earth's sky, and it's backlit by the sun. So the sun is on the other side. And the only way that you can get this image is to be on the far side of Pluto, to get that to all line up. When you work on something like this for 26 years, from when it's in your imagination, and you want it, and you work on it, and you get knocked down, and you get up, and you try again, and then you get knocked down, and you try again, and then you compete in a David and Goliath battle, and David wins, and you get to actually do it, and then you have to build it in record time and for record low cost, and yet you pull it off as a team, and then the launch works, and then it flies all the way across the solar system, and nothing breaks, and the flybys work out perfectly, and the science is mouth-watering. For me, this is like the Apollo images of the Earth rising over the moon. The we did it. Because the only way to get this picture is to be on the far side of Pluto. And our team really did that. And we're so proud of it, and we're so thankful that we live in a country that can do these great things and that can go down in history for being a country that actually cares about science and engineering and about contributing to the world in a positive way. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. Tanya Harrison, and I am a professional Martian and the manager of science programs at the federal arm of Planet Labs. Space exploration is important to me because it helps us put Earth and humanity in context in our solar system and in the universe. The Earth is unlike any other planet we've ever seen in the universe so far, and it's the only one we found with life. And it's really important for us to understand why that's the case. What is it about Earth that made it the anomaly in our solar system, maybe in our galaxy, or maybe even in the universe? We know that other planets in our solar system had the conditions that could have supported life in the past, most specifically Mars, but possibly also Venus, and maybe some of the moons in the outer solar system have environments that would be conducive to life as we know it. But we haven't found anything yet. So that's kind of an important question for us to answer. If there is no life anywhere else, why? What made Earth so special? And if there was life somewhere else and that life died out, again, why? I really want to know the answers to these questions, and I really hope we answer them in my lifetime.
During the first half of the 20th century in the UK, where I grew up, there was an intriguing and slightly odd collectible. And it was a series of illustrated cigarette cards that came with each box or packet of tobacco. And when I was a little boy, an elderly gentleman gave me his collection. And my favorite by far among them was a series called Romance of the Heavens. And these paintings had been done, all original paintings, in 1928, and they were some visual knowledge and representation of what we imagined contemporary astronomy to be at that time. And among the cards is a spectacular one, and it is titled Canals on Mars. And I love it that this was presented as scientific fact, or at the very least, likelihood. So in the 1920s, we thought that canals on Mars, possibly constructed by some sort of intelligence, was a fact, or at least likely. And I feel that that painting and that idea really illustrates how much our views of the red planet have changed in a relatively short period of time.
I totally agree. And what's interesting about that from being an analog astronaut is that I've actually lived in 3 Mars simulations here on Earth. And so the first one, we talked about the high seas habitat. And so the high seas habitat is located on the big island of Hawaii, and it was established in 2013. And I was part of the very first crew to live in this habitat, and it was a Mars simulation. It was a 4-month Mars simulation. So yep, I lived in this dome for 4 months with 5 other individuals. And we were there we were acting like we were living on Mars because we want humans to go to Mars and explore and kind of finish that or continue that legacy of our fascination with the red planet, right? And so when we, as analog astronauts, live in these Mars simulations, we're trying to figure out how humans can survive long duration space flight. So we're talking 2, 3 years, 4 years to Mars. And there are a lot of challenges with that. And so I just recently, Jeff, I went back to the high seas habitat in 2020 with an all-female crew. And so I lived in the high seas habitat, and this was our patch, the Sensoria mission, and just pre-COVID, right before COVID took over, and I want to give you this patch.
Oh, thanks. I remember when you were there. I remember the very joyous tweet when you all emerged together. But there was some great footage posted of you living and working together in the habitat. I must say, I think it bodes fairly well for the concept of long-duration spaceflight and also off-world habitats, that you and other analog astronauts have managed to get along so well and really you're paving the way. This is critical research for the future.
You're right. We are paving the way for Mars, but actually the real heroes right now are the robotic spacecraft that are on Mars, circling Mars, really laying the groundwork for humans. And one of the people who is, you would call him the robotic master of Mars, would be Rob Manning. He is the chief scientist at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and he has spent over 35 years working with robotic spacecraft exploring Mars.
And together with Rob, you're going to hear from Rod Pyle, who is an extraordinary science writer and also the editor-in-chief of Ad Astra, which is the National Space Society's official print magazine, a beautiful publication which is published quarterly. And in fact, one of the great perks of membership in the NSS is the subscription that you receive to this award-winning magazine. So if you've been intrigued by some of the topics that we've spoken about so far in A Day in Space, and you'd like to know more about really the nuts and bolts of spaceflight, how it all works, how we got here, where we're going, this is the book for you. Space 2.0 by Rod Pyle. It is a contemporary, meticulously researched, beautifully illustrated, really fascinating work that will make you your own expert on contemporary spaceflight in no time. So now we know you're going to enjoy this talk with Rob Manning and Rod Pyle. It's time for Exploring Mars.
I have a bone to pick with you.
Just one?
Yeah, well, one big one and some smaller bones. You know, for thousands of years, humanity has spent a lot of time trying to figure out, to put a face on Mars, okay? And we spent a lot of time and energy making this planet a fantastic, wonderful, interesting thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the scientists came along and kind of just messed it all
thing.
up. Yeah, so...
Sorry.
So just to sort of frame this, if I may, with your indulgence, on my side, we have heart, we have wit, we have charm, we have charisma, we have a lot of things. And I would sum that up in this quote by Carl Sagan, who's a really wonderful guy. For small creatures such as we, the vastness is bearable only through love. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
It kind of gets you right there, doesn't it? Now on the other side, we have the scientists. Cold, shriveled, calculating. And by the way, he's an engineer, but they're kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
So for those, we have a quote by Charles Darwin. A scientific man ought to have no wishes, no affections, a mere heart of stone. And I've known Rob for a long time, and he's exactly that. So that's why we're up here today. Actually, he's a warm, wonderful, endearing guy, but for today, he's gonna have a heart of stone for us. So we're here today to talk a little about these two sides of Mars. So I'm just gonna kick off with a little bit of a historical introduction. For a long time, Mars was a deity. So long before we had fire even, people looked up in the sky and they saw this weird red object in the sky, and it looked like a star, except that stars twinkle a little more than planets do. So that was kind of weird. And it moved from night to night, it would be in a different starry background. And that confused people, which by the way is where they got the name planets or planetes, which is Latin for wanderer. And then finally, every couple of years, it would do this weird kind of S-shaped pattern in the sky if you watched it day after day after day, or night after night, because of the changing alignments of the Earth and Martian orbit. So they knew something was odd about this red star. More remarkably, however, was the color red. So if you're living back in Og the caveman's age and you see the color red in the sky, what does that bring to mind? What associations does that bring to mind? Something you see a lot back in those days. Blood, when some saber-toothed cat would, tear apart your companion and haul them out of the cave. Fire, which is something that had been invented at some point and reminded you of that. And then with those associations came death and mayhem and war and so forth. So Mars generally wasn't a warmly regarded god, but at least he was a god. So we'll just run through a couple here. In Egypt, he was Hardashur, or Horus the Red. He's the one that looks like a falcon with the big red thing on his head, and if you had to carry around a red ball in your head for 5,000 years, you'd be grumpy too. The Babylonians, he was Nergal. That's the guy there on the left with the wings. Just look at him, I rest my case, you know why he's an angry guy. In Greece, he was Ares. And Ares is interesting because the Greeks didn't really worship warfare. They didn't revere warfare the way the Romans later did. To the Greeks, Ares was just kind of a jerk. He was the guy that came to your barbecue and kicked over the table and started hitting on all the women, and he was just a very unpleasant guy. You didn't like Ares much. But he was necessary because you had to have war to protect yourself against the bad guys. But here come the Romans, and they finally name Mars Mars, and they think he's just the greatest thing since sliced bread because what do the Romans want to do? Conquer the Western world. So that made a lot of sense for them. Then in the 1600s, Galileo gets his first telescope, turns it on the heavens, looks at Mars, sees a little disk and says, hold on, this isn't a god, this is a place. This is a place in the heavens. It's another place like Earth, perhaps. And of course, the church immediately said, speak of that again and we'll tie you to a stake somewhere and set you on fire. But he did continue to push his case. And in the mid-1800s, mid to late 1800s, we had Giovanni Schiaparelli. I got that right, Schiaparelli, yeah. Thanks to the Italian menu update. And he came along with a larger telescope and started actually studying Mars, thinking of it as a planet somewhat like Earth. He could see certain features, but remember, he's looking through a telescope. It's a wavering image because the atmosphere moves and flexes and changes. So you're still having trouble seeing much other than a red splotch with some dark spaces on it. But in his mind, these represented possibly forests, it could be oceans, it could be a lot of things. Unfortunately, he started seeing lines on the planet and called them canali, which is Latin for channels, which channels can just be trenches, right? But when English speakers heard canali, they said, oh, canals. Oh, so they're built by people, right? Schiaparelli, being a smart marketer, said, maybe. He didn't deny it, he didn't promote it, he just said maybe. So now we get this idea coming along of an intelligent race there building these things. Then here comes Percival Lowell. Now he's got a larger telescope. This is how we can see Mars through his telescope. Now we're getting somewhere, 24-inch scope, clear image of Mars. He goes bonkers and he starts drawing canals all over the place. Now it's interesting, if you overlay this with a map of the human retina and the capillaries within that retina, you very quickly see, we think, that because of the lousy coating on his optics, which is essentially none, and they reflected a lot of light, that these guys spent 20 or 30 years mapping the capillaries in their eyes. Fortunately, they're not here anymore, so they don't have to hear that from us. Be that as it may, I contend that they were still painting a very nice picture of a planet where we might have some distant relatives. So Lowell starts writing a series of extremely popular books about the civilization on Mars, doing a little bit of interpretive extracting, a little bit of imagining, and by the time he's done, he's basically saying that there are definitely advanced beings there, way in advance of us. They have televisions in museums, he said. And of course, 1905, 1910, nobody even knew what a television was, so he was a little prescient that way. The press ran with it. You would call this clickbait now. Back then it was just called journalism. And came up with this wonderful article about Mars is peopled by one vast thinking vegetable with a stalk about 8,000 miles high and a giant eyeball on top.
Hey, that's science speaking, cold-hearted science.
Yeah, but you know what? That's still a neighbor of some kind.
Yes, it is.
And he's got incredible vision.
I love the giant stalk.
Yeah, so if you're ever being stalked by your neighbor, now you know where that term came from. So the press ran with it, all kinds of stories. H.G. Wells, of course, writes famously The War of the Worlds, when the Martians come here and try to take us out until they catch the sniffles and die off. But all through the 20th century, we now have this evolving body of lore and fiction about Mars. So in the early 1900s, we get A Princess of Mars from Edgar Rice Burroughs. He did a whole series of Mars books. Swords, sandals, robes, beautiful women, big hunky guys.
Of course, they would evolve the same way as on this planet, and that.
Why not, I
Why
say?
not?
Because at that point, we didn't know,
That's
thank
right.
goodness, and ignorance was bliss.
Ignorance is
By
bliss.
mid-century, we had pulp magazines. That's a Martian there,
Yeah,
and
they're
Martians
like
have really big chests because the air is thin. And they're covered with white downy fur because it's cold, and they have big ears because the air is thin, and the sound doesn't travel as well.
That's pretty smart.
So, we'll see. That was science right there.
Science.
Then there was, I don't even remember where I got this illustration, but it's a Martian couple entertaining friends while heating dinner in their magic cooker. Somebody foresaw microwave ovens. So Mars was looking like a pretty cool place. So the idea at this point, really up until the late 1950s, although more and more scientists were pushing back on this idea, the thought was that despite the fact that the telescopes didn't show us much, despite the fact that the spectroscopes were showing an environment that didn't look kind to human life as we know it, there was still a chance that we would go there one day and meet this neighboring species, smarter than us, a peaceful global government that we can learn from, and this idea that there was somebody else in the cosmos like us that we could go play cribbage with, which made a lot of people very happy. Now, the next step was to go there and meet these folks, because clearly if they came here, they'd try and wipe us out with heat rays, and we didn't like that. So Werner von Braun, the famous German rocketeer who, well, he was most famous for the V2 rocket, which wasn't very nice, but we got over that, and we brought him over here and had him build our moon rocket for us and get us to the moon. But before that, in the late 1940s and early 1950s, he wrote a really horrible novel called Mars, A Technical Tale, complete with a jaguar, tawdry romance, strapping young man, and a fetching young woman, and it was so bad that it was not published until the 1990s. But there was an appendix to that, and by the way, von Braun,
Yes.
engineer. Yeah.
Engineer.
So, but there was an appendix to that book, which had a technical rundown of what a Mars mission would look like. So he published that a couple years later as Das Mars Project, or the Mars Project, and basically came up with this idea. We're gonna make an armada, military style, just like a naval fleet, of ships that would go out to Mars. There's 10 of them, 3 of them are crewed, the other 7 are cargo only. And they're gonna glide to the Martian pole, slide to a landing, take an expedition by tractor down to the equator, because after all, how hard can it be, right? Just ask the engineers. And then the other ships would land, everybody would party on Mars for the better part of a year, and then go home. And it all looked pretty good until somebody came along and said it wasn't. So that could have been our Mars mission, but that's not what we got, is it, Rob?
No.
Because soon...
Well, to be fair, Werner von Braun, he was a terrible writer, but he was a good engineer in his day, and he was remarkably practical. So this idea of sending 17 astronauts to Mars on a 130-meter wingspan glider, landing on the surface seemed to make sense, and he put all the pieces together. He had figured out he needed a crane to lift it back up again, take all the astronauts to unhook the wings so he could launch it back as a rocket. So he figured it out. So this is the first time in human history that someone actually engineered a way to go from here to there, live there for a while, and then come back home. And he had figured that out. So he was a pioneer in that sense. Only problem is, he didn't know, they knew the atmosphere was thinner than Earth, but didn't know it was that thin. Had this actually been attempted in the 1960s, they were trying to say, they would have landed on skids at somewhere between 500 and 1,000 miles an hour on an unprepared rocky surface. Wouldn't have gone well. Would not have gone well. Mars is quite a rocky place. So, so we didn't do that. Unfortunately, no one was killed.
But at the time we didn't know that because you guys hadn't come along and ruined it yet.
Right. Now, because we need to send robots there to find out if it's safe to send people there.
And the first one was?
The first one was the first Mariner spacecraft that flew by. The first one was a Mars flyby in 1964. And it took, Small number of pictures.
22.
22 pictures. Very low resolution, black and white images, click, 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 click as it went by, and revealed a beautiful place full of greenery and blue oceans and giant stalks.
Sarcasm is not appreciated.
No, it turned out Mars was a place.
So that's the swath, by the way. That's how much of the planet. So while they were ruining our good time over on the side of the romantics.
Yeah.
Let's hear it for the romantics. Anybody?
Yeah.
Wow, nothing. Okay. Oh, 2. Good. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll talk later. So they did give us some results about Mars. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be pointing that. I should be pointing up here. That made us pretty unhappy. Yeah, well, it's burning out my retinas, but I can't see it there. Anyway, there's a swath across the planet there, right?
Little stripe.
That's all it photographed. 22 images, very low resolution. So that's what they look like.
That's it. And so these pictures came to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in 1964. In those days, we didn't have an easy way. We didn't have digital printers or anything like that. It had to be kind of put together. So the images came down as vertical stripes, and some engineers at JPL and the radio organization group were impatient. They didn't want to wait for all this processing, this data in order to get a picture. So they happened to know that, and this was talked about the other day by Natalia, right, about in her Rocket Girls book. They actually literally, and we still have this at JPL, this big stripes of paper with numbers on them, and they knew the numbers corresponded to different colors, so they took colored pencils and pastels and colored them in like a coloring book. And on the left is the picture that they created, and it's the first picture that went out to the press, irritating the public outreach people and the scientists enormously.
And the romantics.
And the romantics, and that picture that it was sending was the one on the right. So the right was the actual picture. So the one on the left is the first close-up picture of Mars ever created with colored pencils. And it still hangs at JPL to this day. But that just, further revealed that, this wasn't, it's kind of funny looking place. It's not that interesting.
Well, it's a little unfriendly, isn't
That
it?
time.
It
Yeah,
looks
it
an
looks
awful like that, because you go to the next slide.
Yeah, look at
and
that.
that looks like the moon, doesn't it?
Darn it. Someone painted the moon red. Bunch of craters, dull, lifeless, no canals, nothing. And for the romantics of the world, they were all bummed. The scientists loved it. We thought it was the coolest thing. We're learning about a foreign place. We get to go there and learn something and learn about the history of the solar system. After all the planets were built together as one giant, from a big giant nebulous disk around our sun 4.5 billion years ago. Yes, we can learn more about how that worked and how it might be different elsewhere.
And crush the hopes and dreams
of
those of us that wanted more. So at that point, it was a pretty low ebb, and I remember this because I'm old enough to remember this. Well, we both are, frankly.
Yeah.
I was a kid when Mariner 4 flew past the red planet, and up until that point, I was part of that. I was reading a lot of science fiction because I was that kind of kid. And at that point, we were still thinking, there's a chance. They can't prove there aren't canals yet. They can't prove there aren't at least forests. Okay, probably not advanced beings because we're not seeing any radio. We're not getting any I Love Lucy reruns from Mars. That's unfortunate. But maybe there's 8-legged thoats running around like Edgar Rice Burroughs saw. You can't prove it till we get the close-up pictures. That probe went by, kaboom. Our little red planet empire was smashed to red dust. However, science does give back. So 1971, Mariner 9 goes in orbit around the planet.
And what happens?
You have much improved instrumentation, and you fly right into a dust storm.
Yeah.
Which looks like this.
So you get to Mars, all you see is the top of volcanoes. And it was like that for months, waiting for this dust to clear. It turns out Mars kicks up these global dust storms once in a while, and it's very irritating if you're a solar-powered rover, or if you're looking from outer space, looking down and trying to see the surface, and there's all this dust. And so it took a long time before we started getting pictures. But we did get pictures of this from orbit, looking at Mars, and it looked like that. And God, look at that. What's that thing? What is that thing? They don't have those things on the moon. That you won't see many canyons with clearly formed by some sort of liquid. Now Mars did have a liquid, but it was lava rock. Liquid lava. There's lava tubes on Mars. You can see lava flows, but lava looks very different than water. And so, you know what? Maybe there's something else going on here.
So I'm losing a little ground, but could that be a canal?
Sure.
Thank you.
whatever you
Okay,
say.
so it's a wandering canal, clearly confused by somebody who's been smoking something that we won't talk about. But it appears to be made by water. So at least the scientists have maybe given us back water, although there were still those arguing that this was wind erosion.
Yeah.
They weren't clear.
They weren't
that it might
clear.
be a volcanic
It might be
formation.
something, yeah.
Then you got this.
Oh man, the solar system's largest volcano. It would span, if you plunked it in the middle of the United States, it would go from the Rockies all the way to Iowa. I mean, it's even further. It's a big volcano with a great big caldera in the middle. It's so big that it sticks up above the atmosphere. So it's gonna be a long time before we parachute on that one. But it's so big though, and it's much more. In fact, it's very much like the kind of shield volcanoes you will find in the Pacific, like Mauna Kea on Hawaii. Which extends deeply in our ocean, but this is vastly bigger than that. If you're walking on the side of that slope of that mountain, though, you barely know you're on a hill. It's got a very gradual slope. You can just walk all the way up there. But it was fascinating, and so the question is, wow, where did that come from, and why are they there? Big mystery.
Weird planet.
Weird planet.
But still not the one we wanted, but bit by bit, my side got to claw its way back. So now in 1976, we send the Viking probes. This has been in the planning for a long time. These are 2 orbiters and 2 landers, big, heavy, expensive, wonderful program. I snuck into Caltech to see it because they wouldn't let the public in, but I knew where the steam tunnels were because I grew up in Pasadena, and I was able to see these first images come back. It was incredibly exciting. And now we're on the surface of Mars, so we're not taking pictures from orbit only. We do have orbiters, but we're finally taking color pictures on the surface of Mars, and we're hoping to see something interesting. What do we find?
We find that it's dead. No green man. No, if they're there, they're hiding behind the rocks. But they never seem to come out. When we analyze the surface, what do we see? We did some chemical. We were smart enough to bring life detection equipment, 3 different instruments on each of the rovers. Each of the landers, and we scooped up the soil and nada.
And got this. Wait, hold on. There.
Yeah, right there. So
excuse me, but they go to Mars saying, okay, we're going to have a life science package.
Yeah.
Lots of arguments because scientists and engineers love to argue and hate each other. But we want to have some life science experiments. They finally come up with these experiments that are basically predicated on the idea, which, as I recall, Norm Horowitz was not very happy about, he was the chief scientist.
The scientist in NASA, yeah.
Which was, okay, microbes on Mars will behave like they do on Earth. So if we put this one in some dirt and squirt some chicken soup on it, it'll eat the chicken soup and metabolize, and we'll get microbe farts out the top, and we'll know that there are microbes in there.
See, you have to smell for, bug farts.
Another one was going to just inject just straight water, right? And look for, these are looking for radioactive residue. They have traces in there. So so most of these experiments showed nothing. However, one called the labeled release experiment, very passionate scientist ran it named Gil Levin, did come up with a result, and that's what you're seeing on the screen right here.
Mm-hmm.
Explain that away, if you will.
We can't. There's no explanation. There is growing explanation. There's been a family of them, but this has been a very contentious point. 2 out of the 3 instruments said Mars is sterile. And by the way, it makes sense that Mars is sterile. Why? When we get there, you find out there is no oxygen. Why is there oxygen on this planet? Because we have plant life pumping it out every day. If those plants got turned off or were shut down, our oxygen would be gone in just a few years. It wouldn't take that long because oxygen is very reactive. So in fact, what happens is oxygen that's on Mars reacts with the rock, the iron of the rock, and turns it red. That's why it's red. So there is no oxygen, there's no ozone layer, which means the ultraviolet light from the sun comes streaming down. At least these bugs have good sunscreen. They wouldn't be doing very well. And on top of it, there's no magnetic field either. Mars is a little bit smaller. The inside of Mars doesn't have the big churning iron core that we have. So there's no magnetic field, which is like a force field. Like that in Star Trek, there's a force field. Earth has her own force field.
Of course I know.
Yes. So yeah, you wrote for it. Yeah, you put the force field in there.
No, because I'm a geek and I watched everything. Go ahead.
So Earth has this force field. The force field blocks particles from the sun, from deep space, the cosmic rays that come from black holes and spinning, rotating black holes and quasars and pulsars around the. So did you know that those things stream through your body right now? And where are they coming from? They come from a squirting, spinning black hole at the center of some of the galaxy, and it's coming right into you right now through this room as we speak. However, there's not much of them because much of them have been deflected. On Mars, there's a lot more of them. There's a lot more particles from the sun. It's bad for living things, unless you live underground. If you're 12 inches underground or a couple feet underground, you're okay. But if you're on the surface, it's not a good place to be.
So you're making me feel all warm inside with this discussion about galactic particles. So basically what we've done is traded a planet covered with canals and critters and people for rust, is what you're saying.
For rust,
For
yeah.
rusted rocks.
An old, rusty old planet.
Thank you. By the way, I will point out, this is Viking from overhead. That little radial sweep you see is how far its manipulator arm could go. So for all the life science they're doing, the samples were in an area about the size of a small runner carpet in your hall.
Yeah, the best coffee table.
So a
Yeah.
little extrapolation at work there, but I'll give you that. So, the orbiters in the 70s take this picture of a region called Cydonia, and by golly, what does it look like? Looks like my Aunt Maud with no hair when she had her wig off. And you know, it was kind of hard to explain away, and people got very excited, and people, all of us, will make extrapolations because we want to see certain things. And it's pareidolia is the word I was trying to remember. The human desire to put things into familiar form, especially to form human faces, is kind of a tribal trait we have. So it's why when you're at the airport looking at the sea of faces of people you don't know, you see somebody that looks like the person you're looking for, mom, dad, your brother, whatever, and suddenly a little bing, you get this little opioid squirt in your head, and it's saying, oh, you recognize this person. And I recognized Aunt Maud right away.
So how did the ancient Martian civilizations know about Aunt Maud?
Through magic telescopes.
Yeah, magic. So yeah, it does look like Aunt Maud.
But
it doesn't look like that in reality. The amazing thing about the brain is that we like making space. You can still see Aunt Maud in this picture. This is a high-res image of
Aunt
Mars.
Maud looked like that later.
Yeah, so she's got a little older at times, you know. So the real view of this hill is that, you know, our brains are good at making things. And so many people said, Rob, you know, there's got to be something real going on here. You know, certainly there'd be ancient civilizations. And the great thing about Mars, it's like an ancient museum. The rocks, if you see a rock, if you're on Mars, next time you go to Mars, look at this, check this out. When you go there, kick a rock over. That rock, chances are that rock has been sitting in that position, waiting for you to kick it over for millions, if not good fractions of a billion years in that position. That's how ancient it is. You try to do this on this planet. That rock that you kicked over on your hike out in the prairie, probably was put there at best, latest, a few thousand years ago. That's for really old ones. Most likely much sooner than that, because we have rain, erosion, and plate tectonics. On Mars, all that stuff has come to a halt. It sometimes snows, and on Mars during certain times of the year, but generally speaking, Mars has been this wonderful rock museum for a very long period of time. The only thing that really moves things around are these meteors that come along and slam into the surface of Mars and throw up some more rocks that you can kick over when you're ready, when you go.
So you're not selling me on a very exciting planet yet. However, just to bring things up a notch, they sat around for 20 years and didn't look at Mars at all. So we were able to sit back and fantasize about Aunt Maud and why she was on Mars.
I think we bored people, with a dead red planet.
Well, I think you kind of ran out of gas with Viking and Apollo, right?
Yeah. Viking was very expensive, and the nation had other things to do. This is a good time maybe to build a space station and a space shuttle to get to it, and that's what NASA did.
And it was really expensive. But after that, 1997, NASA came back with Mars Pathfinder, and here I will tip my hat to you because that was your mission.
Yeah.
And it's a very big deal. So why don't you walk them through it? We got a little movie here.
So
show the dynamics of it.
We didn't have much money, so we were given the budget of a major motion picture to come up with a low-cost way to land on Mars. We couldn't afford the rocket thrusters, so we came up with these airbags, and my friend Tony and I and others there bouncing around the room in the 4th of July 1997, where we bounced a little Pathfinder on the surface of Mars, where inside it was a little rover called Sojourner, the size of a microwave oven. You guys remember that? That was, it's starting to be, that's 20 years ago. Whew, oh my God. And so we learned how to drive a little rover on the surface of Mars. Because, when you're stuck inside lander, you're looking around these pictures and you're reaching out this far and you go, geez, what's over there? You can't really strain your neck at all. You just look, Same picture today it was yesterday. And so a rover, on the other hand, could go out there and explore. We can go over the hill. Now this rover explored the area about the size of this room. So it was just an experiment. In fact, we couldn't get that far because it had to stay within walkie-talkie distance with the lander that brought it there. But it worked, and we kind of proved to the world that the sunsets are kind of bizarre. The sky turns, instead of turning red, it turns a little purple, and the kind of a bluish sun actually at times. And my teammates and I, oh my God, who is that old guy?
Nobody's got a really dark beard.
Yeah. I was in charge. I'm chief engineer, so I was given the play-by-play on how to land the thing, and it's very nerve-wracking. So you see us, these people jumping down, screaming and cheering. It's because
my job.
I keep my job. No, it's because it's really hard, and these things are very complicated devices. 80-some pyrotechnic devices all have to work. Software has to work. Everything's automatic. It has to all work. We have to test it, and we can't test it on Earth, irritatingly enough. Because you can't. Earth is so different than Mars. You just can't we'll try landing it here on Earth. That's how it does. It doesn't work. Even airbags don't bounce. You can't. If I bounce them out here, they break. I have to take him to the world's largest vacuum chamber in Sandusky, Ohio, where the Plumbrook Station. They have 100 foot tall by 80 feet, 120 foot tall, 80 foot wide vacuum chamber where I can bounce airbags on rocky, big wooden rock platforms full of bolted round rocks. And so I have to do these very special places, but it's really hard to test this stuff. So the first time we're testing it is on Mars in front of live feed to the CNN. Very nerve-wracking. So CNN, because of that, our test works. We're extraordinarily relieved that we didn't make a mistake, because if it doesn't work, it's because we screwed up. And so the CNN gets to capture us, in tears, in relief.
But most of us are used to thinking about NASA spending big dollars. We hear about the federal government. How much was the toilet seat that was so famous? $5,000?
Yeah.
$9,000, something like that.
Yeah.
You hear these stories. However, there is one thing you can test on Earth, which is how to drive a rover in sand. Where did you get your sand for
Home
this
Depot.
program?
Home Depot.
Yes.
Home Depot. We bought.
And where did you build your test bed?
We bought right in our conference room.
That made some people happy.
This is a conference room, so it has raised floors. And I said, well, if I buy a bunch of plastic and lower it down, it won't fall in through the raised floor. And the only thing we wanted to put airbags in there, but we have these little sprinklers. So I was constantly inflating the airbags in there, and of course they wouldn't inflate completely because they're 17 foot high and the ceiling is only like 8.5 feet tall. So I'm constantly worried of this bumping into the sprinklers and setting off the fire alarm in there. But it was very low cost. I deflate the airbags. I use my home, my leaf blower from home, and it works. It works. Leaf blowers do fine. Now on Mars they don't work so well because they're too slow. You need to inflate them in about a quarter of a second. And so our airbags are inflated in a quarter of a second. By the way, the airbags fit in here, they'd fit in here, but they're 17 feet high, and the whole thing bounces. In fact, it was designed to bounce over a 9-story, 10-story building. In Mars, it only bounced about 7 stories. Not very much. And it bounced about 1 kilometer on sharp rocks, and it didn't rip. Yes.
And that's rocket science. So this is what Pathfinder looked like deployed. So once it landed and bounced around for a while, the airbags deflated and retracted. Then you have the center spacecraft structure with the pedals that come down, and the rover drove off and did amazing stuff.
Yeah, and it lasted for 3 months. And we didn't learn a lot about Mars because it was a low-budget mission. It was less the cost of a major motion picture, which we were proud of. But on the other hand, we realized that this was, because we were trying to see, is it possible to do a low-cost mission? And we proved that yes. And was it possible to do robotics, mobile missions? Yes, it was. We just have to instrument it and make it a little bit bigger. The one thing I learned about our little rover on Mars driving around, when you're driving around Mars and you're only this high off the ground, rocks that are this big are really scary. And so the rover's constantly in fear of big rocks and had a hard time getting around. So we said, it needs to be a little bigger. Maybe the size of a coffee table as opposed to the size of a microwave oven. So that's what we kept thinking after that. And
but it got there, and that's not a given with Mars Project.
Yeah, and you can see that. So here von Braun thought we'd be landing people on Mars. Meanwhile, we're sending robots, and we're having humans are saying robots, and we're having a rather abysmal success rate. Still, even to this day, only 50% of Mars landers actually work. Yeah. Good news. I need wood. So far, so good for me. Yeah. My team and I have done. Ours are the blue ones. The red ones have failed. The most recent was the Europeans' Schiaparelli lander that landed in October or November of 2016, a couple years ago. It didn't do so well. It crashed. By the way, it wasn't just, they didn't do a stupid thing, but it was a very subtle design feature that many of us wouldn't even have thought about. In fact, their failure, we were like, oh my gosh, we didn't think about that either. How come we haven't failed yet? We got lucky. Oh, good. Oh, shoot. So that's how we learn, by the way. Because it's not that much that we make mistakes, and we do make mistakes. All humans make mistakes. It's just that it's bloody hard not to make a mistake. That's the problem.
Well, and if I could just step back a couple of decades, we're talking about the success rate being low. Let's contextualize that on a nationalistic basis.
Yeah.
So since 1960, the Soviet Union we had a space race going on, right? So we were aiming for the moon, they were aiming for the moon with people, but we were both also aiming all over the solar system with robots. So NASA would build and launch these things in pairs because it's smarter to launch them in pairs than singly, especially then, because robots weren't that reliable.
Yeah.
The Soviets were hurling these things out like baseball pitches, seemingly like every 3 weeks. So they've been trying for Mars since 1962.
62.
And as of now, the score is 0.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 0.
Yeah.
There's
a point something. They did have one lander that transmitted for 30
they
seconds.
They were very successful at Venus, which is also a very
Mars is
different
still
world.
0.
Yeah. Mars is 0. Venus did it pretty good. And they're, in fact, they're the ones that had landers that survived this intense pressures and heat and sulfuric acid atmosphere to make it super Venus. So I give them they got to give them a nod to Venus there.
Yeah, that's why Aunt Maud isn't on Venus.
That's right.
So we're going to milk this one forever. So then that rover was so exceptionally successful at 250 million, or 150. Less than a movie.
The flight vehicle, not including the rocket, is $150 million.
Yeah, so less than a movie Titanic, as you like to call it.
So it was. So we actually had a Mars failure, Mars Polar Lander. It was one of these faster, better, cheaper missions, very much like Pathfinder, but it was just a little bit too tight, and so they turned. To save money, they didn't use a radio to communicate like we were doing for Pathfinder. So they turned the radio off, and the expectation is after it landed, it would turn the radio back on. And so I'm in the control room. This team, I was in charge of the design, but I was kind of looking over and kind of being an advisor to them. And we're staying there, looking through now. We have no data, so all we know that it's turned its radio off, and it should be going through its entry, descent, landing sequence, and it's supposed to land, and it's turned its antenna toward Earth and beam back a signal. So we know exactly what time that signal's supposed to be back. We're watching the countdown clock, 5, 4, 3, and we're looking for. We had radio there's a little frequency analyzer looking for the tone of the carrier signal. A single tone coming back. Ready. 3, 2, 1.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, working in Pathfinder, I knew that if the signal doesn't show up when you plan it, it's not going to come back in 10 minutes. It may not come back for hours. It may not ever come back. I'm there behind the glass window, and the people who are operating on the other side of the glass, and all these cameramen on the other side. I'm going to throw up. So I got against the glass and went. So I sneak out and go home, and I throw up. We've never heard from it again. We've got terabytes of image data taken from high resolution camera in orbit in that whole area, and I can't find the damn thing. It's there somewhere. I shouldn't say that. The dang thing. It's there somewhere. I know it. We aimed for Mars, and it's I don't know what happened to it. So we have many theories of about 18 failures. Anyway, with that failure, we were stuck. This is in 1999, December 3rd, 1999, and In the subsequent months, we figured out we had to brainstorm new ways of going to Mars, and one of the things we came up with in the months after that is modifying Mars Pathfinder to put that little thing, instead put wheels on the lander, get rid of the little rover, and take the center part of the lander and have it stand up and drive away. And that's what this is. This is a tetrahedral shaped rover. It doesn't look that way, but the reason it looks like a fly, a little bit with the solar panels, if you fold it all up and bring the wheels in like this, it becomes a triangle, a pyramid that fits inside those pedals you saw in Pathfinder. So it's exactly the same size as Pathfinder, except it's got wheels and it can take off. So we said, let's build this, let's do this, and launch this in 2003. Now, something you need to know about Mars, and if you ever become astronauts, some of you, are any of you future Mars astronauts, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can volunteer, you can go. Yeah, good. Yeah, a bunch of, okay, so you need to know that if you miss the bus to Mars, you have to wait 26 months. The launch windows are 2.5 weeks long, and if you miss that window, you have to wait 26 months. Why is that? Because you can leave Earth anytime you want and go around the sun to get to Mars orbit. But Mars may not be there when you get there. Details. So you have to wait for Mars to come all the way around 26 months later to come back around again, so they meet up in the journey. And so that's why it takes so long. So that means if you can't be late. So we had 2003, they gave us a chance to build 2 of these things, and guess what? We launched them both 3 weeks apart, just very either side of the window, and they are landed 3 weeks apart, and they both work, Spirit and Opportunity rovers. In fact, Opportunity rovers, one of those is still working today as we speak every single day on Mars.
14 years later.
Yeah, so
And 30 miles?
Is that the fist bump you're talking about? Oh, yeah. I'm on the phone with my mom. Oh, actually, no, my mom and my wife. They're back to my house, and I'm just talking. They're like screaming. So we were just getting our pictures back. It was a great.
Your wife's saying, "Yay, the hard part's
Yay.
over."
Yes, you can come home now finally. Yeah, and then guess what we find? So these are roving geologists. We're not looking for life. That's what Viking did. Looking for life, we discovered, was really hard. It turns out if life is unusual, if it doesn't come up and wave in front of the camera, it's really hard to detect, especially because it's possible for us to bring life from Earth with us, and that's not a good thing. And it's really hard to sterilize your vehicle completely. So these are roving geologists, and the cool thing is that we bounced, especially Opportunity, bounced into an area full of these blueberries. They're BB-sized, bluish little metal balls everywhere, as far as the eye could see, going out. And we looked around, there's a rock outcrops, and they said, what the heck? You know what? This was formerly lava rock. Now, if you take a lava rock on Earth and you put it underneath the ocean for a few million years, try this experiment at home someday. Put it on, these rocks will alter, the water will get in and change the mineral structure. The atoms don't go away necessarily, but the configuration does, and it changes from a lava rock into a different kind of rock. It's the strangest thing, and what's more, that water can leak in and forms these little, nucleate into these little balls, and so we got clear science for this white gypsum and these balls made of hematite, a form of iron, that happens underwater. Wow, Mars was wet. Mars was wet for a long time. But how long ago? Well, clearly from the layers we were at, it happened a very long time ago, 3.5 billion years, only 1 billion years after the dawn of the solar system. Back when Earth was actually not a very habitable place, by the way. I wasn't here then, but I can tell you, it was not a great place. There was lava. There was no oxygen. Actually, no oxygen in the air to breathe. It was very noxious. But Mars may even look something like this, Rod.
Well, you know, I can see archaeologists in the far distant future that come from some other planet to Earth and go to an air gun or a pellet gun shooting range.
Yeah.
And try the same calisthenics you just went through to explain all those little pellets.
Yeah.
Which look an awful lot like BBs to me, but
Yeah,
you go ahead and knock yourself out. But you did give us water, which I appreciate. So now those of us who care about a living Mars get to see this vision, which is Mars a very long time ago, and possibly a distant future, which is a wet, watery Mars where life could possibly be present. However, we're not quite there yet.
No.
So what these smart guys at NASA did, I'll give you that, you're very smart, they designed the next mission, which was not going to look for life, but it was going to look for a habitable planet in the past.
Yeah, so the question is, so just because there's water doesn't mean it's good for life.
But I still want my canals.
Oh, look at those guys.
Yeah, just want to point that out.
They might have been there.
Okay, here you go.
So one way to go to Mars is, one thing you need to do is you maybe want to send a laboratory that actually does chemistry on your samples that you take from the surface of Mars and find out whether life was habitable, whether Mars is habitable for life. It wasn't too acid, it wasn't too salty. If all the ingredients were there, then maybe, or life as we know it, by the way, I'm being rather parochial here, life as we understand it on this planet could have lived on Mars. Single cell organisms, is that possible? We don't know. So we came up with this idea, in fact, this idea of lowering the rover down, my friends and I came up with it back around 2000, to be honest with you, a long time ago. And we worked on it and worked on it and worked on it, and gradually we learned that this was actually the least unsatisfactory way to land on Mars. Yeah, so in our world, there's no best. It's just the one that's got the least cons and the most pros, right? So we landed on wheels. Really cool. And it worked. We basically the idea of a helicopter mode, lowering it down. We landed us, and we had a great day on August 5th, 2012. In the evening, we were very relieved. You can see us there emotionally. Again, this is my fourth land, actually fifth, include the one that vanished, landing, and my fourth mission that I helped develop. I was the chief engineer for Curiosity, and it was a very emotional experience for us because we worked so hard trying to find all the mistakes we made. And the thing is, people look and says, well, NASA institution, of course it's going to work. How could it go wrong? You got to be kidding me. We're finding major design flaws or issues we had to fix even in the days and hours leading up to landing on our missions. It's bloody skin of our teeth. And I have to admit, there's a lot of stress trying to land something that's $2.4 billion on another planet, your money, that I don't want to break. And so, but we did. And we've got, over the years, it's now been on Mars for how many years since, well, that's
Curiosity?
6 years. Yeah, 6 years. Opportunity has just finished its 5,000th day on Mars.
That's 14 years, right?
Yeah, 14. Yeah. So check this out. So how long is a Mars day? You guys know about it? You know what Mars is like to be there? It's a very cold place. I mentioned there's no oxygen. I mentioned the air is super thin, only 1% the density of Earth, and the gravity is 3/8. So at least you get some benefit. We can run around like basketball players, and jump around. But the really one interesting fact. It's amazing. Because we're operating these rovers and we're trying to operate them, they're pretty much autonomous, but we have to give them instructions every day. So while the rovers are asleep, we're coming up with a plan for the next day. So that means we're in sync with Mars. What is a Mars day? 24 hours and 39 minutes, which means if you're a Martian or you work on a Mars rover project, you can sleep in 39 minutes every day. Isn't that great? I could use that. I usually use that 39 minutes every day. I tell you, I slept right through it. The trouble is you wake up in the middle of the afternoon, then in the late afternoon, then at night, and pretty soon your family's getting angry with you, never coming home. So the best is to take your whole family to Mars with you. That will work best. And so if you are going to Mars, you'll at least get some good sleep. But we did do this. We explored Mars, and the cool thing about this, we landed. This is big mountain, right? Its mountain is almost as high as Denali. It's higher than Mount Rainier in Washington State. It's a big mountain right next to us. We landed right at the base of it. We thought we'd look, and we noticed it was like made of a layer cake. And even most of our mountains aren't layer cakes. They're volcanoes, or they've been pushed up. This is like a weird layer cake. And so we wanted to see that. So the lowest layers, like the Grand Canyon, would be the oldest stuff. So we landed at the very bottom, the oldest stuff. And it turns out we got there right away. We looked around, oh my God, Are those pebbles? My gosh, those are river pebbles, and they roll downhill. There's a river that's 3.5 billion years old. Try to find a 3.5 billion year old river in this planet, and I dare you. It's hard to find because plate tectonics and wind and rain. So this, and then we found another place. Well, look over here. Looks like like an old lake bed. Let's go over there. So we spent about a month going over there. Got over there. We drilled our drill, pulled out these dust samples, put them into our laboratories in the back of the rover, and sure enough, it was a lake. It was clay, phyllosilicate clay. And what's more, that was not just clay. It was clay just like the ones on Earth, where it was not acid. It was fresh water. It was clear. It had a nice redox potential. So if you were a chemophile bug, you would be so happy living there. And it's room temperature. It's wonderful. There's an atmosphere. No oxygen. You don't need oxygen if you're a chemophile. So it's in a perfect place for life to be. We convinced ourselves that was our main purpose of this mission. And within just a couple months, we realized that we had gotten what we came for. We discovered that Mars was indeed a habitable place for life long ago.
A really long time ago, 3.5 billion years ago. And it
Before
may
me.
have looked like that then.
It may very well have looked like that. And it may have been, in fact, if you were an alien coming from some other solar system, you would come by and you go like, gee, there's Venus, no, that's still too hot. No. Earth, kind of a mess. Mars, that's pretty. You might find that Mars was the most interesting and most habitable, most trustful place to be. But what happened, our histories diverged incredibly. Because there's no magnetic field on Mars, the atmosphere got blown away from the sun, and voila, Earth turned out to be the place to be after all. This is the winning planet.
So now that we're becoming friends a little bit more, especially because he has some control over my job up there, they are coming up with a mission, which I like, which is Mars 2020, which is a rover that looks very much like Curiosity, but with more advanced instrumentation. Finally, first time since Viking, we have an astrobiology mission.
Yeah.
And we're going to look for?
We're going to look for life. In particular, we're going to try to look for dead bugs. It's like looking for fossils. We're looking for fossilized life. We don't think we're going to find living things right on the surface because of what I told you before. But if we dig down, we might find, for example, shale deposits or other kinds of preserved forms of life. And we're still doing it with Curiosity today is drilling. In fact, it started drilling again just recently after having a problem with our drill for a year. We figured out a workaround, we fixed it, and now we're going back and resuming our explorations on the surface of Mars with the drill on Curiosity. And this mission right here is going to be going in and taking core samples, not only analyzing them there on the rover, but packaging them up for a future Mars mission, maybe something you guys are going to design, or pick up even as astronauts, and collect. They'll be well documented, and we bring them back to Earth. We launch them on a rocket from Mars, put them in orbit in a little ball. The ball gets captured by an orbiting spacecraft, gobbles it up, flies it back to Earth, and drops it off. Maybe here near Des Moines? What do you guys think? Yeah, somewhere on Earth, on a parachute or something like that, or just landed.
And then the microbes get out and wipe out humanity and all as well.
Oh, no.
However, so that's the robotic plan. That will be sometime in the mid to late 2020s. We'll go pick up these samples. At the same time, we've got folks, NASA included, but primarily private entrepreneurs saying, you know what, let's skip that part and just send the people, which of course, the guys like me, pitter pat, right? So if I'd come here 2 years ago and you had said, so what about this new space age? I would have said, be patient, it's coming, it'll be here really soon. But because, as most of you probably know, the Falcon Heavy, SpaceX's new rocket, flew a couple weeks ago, I can tell you that new space age is here. Because this crazy kid, Elon Musk, who went to NASA and the Air Force 15 years ago and said, I'm gonna build rockets and fly your payloads. Not knocking NASA, but basically they said, that's nice, get back to us when you've done something that you can prove. So he did. And he went back to NASA, and they said, okay, we'll do business with you. He went to the Air Force. They said, well, we're not really sure yet. We got this other company we're working with, and he said, if you don't start letting me bid on things, I'm going to sue you. And they said, okay, you're on. So now he's flying for them, too. So he's had a great string of successes. Now he's got this big rocket, biggest thing in the American arsenal since the Saturn V, biggest thing in the world since the 80s, when there was a Russian rocket that was about that size. And now we're flying very heavy payloads at about a fifth the cost of the nearest private competitor, and this means exciting things will begin happening. Now, is he gonna put people on the Falcon Heavy? Well, he said he was, and then an hour after he flew it, he said, you know what, I'm not gonna. And we were at the press conference going, why not? And he said, because my next bigger amazing rocket is coming along so well, I don't need to. I'm gonna be flying.
What's it called?
It's called the BFR, which is the big Falcon rocket, or if you work at SpaceX on the inside, it's the big rocket. But we don't use that outside of the company, right? And that thing will be able to carry upwards of 70 or 80 people to Mars at a time, somewhere between, he says, 6 or as little as 3 months, depending on what kind of propulsion he uses.
Wow.
Physics are a little gooey there. Here's a picture of it. It's the size of a Saturn V, except that it's a cylinder all the way to the top, so there's none of this tapering stuff down to a little 13-foot capsule. It's a great big rocket with a nose cone the size of an RV filled with people. Here's Elon's city. And by the way, when von Braun wrote that science fiction book I told you about that nobody published till the 90s, the ruler of Mars, elected by a plebiscite, was named the Elon. Really? How's that one? You want to go on Coast to Coast AM radio and talk about conspiracies? Yeah. So one of the things that program will do, or probably before that, the Mars 2020 rover is going to do, is go up and look and see what kind of resources we can get from the Martian atmosphere.
Yes.
To make it easier to stay there and come back.
It's not just samples.
And build cities like
That's right, because we have an experiment on board our vehicle, which is actually going to, use Mars' atmosphere to create, to take apart the CO2 and use it for good. And which is an experiment, because eventually we have scale. You need large, big ones to take the CO2, break it apart, and use the oxygen. Then you also need big pickaxes and shovels and caterpillars to tear apart the ice that's there. We found lots of big chunks of ice. If you break the ice up and melt it and boil it, and you can make it nice, clean water to drink. And so it's possible. Mars actually has resources to survive. It's just a lot of work.
So you're going to send machines up there to drive around, explore, and people to swing pickaxes and break up the ice?
Pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
so there's our city, which is not too far away from what I wanted, which is that.
Yeah.
Of course, they got our pyramids. You got to have your pyramids. So it looks to me...
those canals would freeze and boil away. Pretty hard.
I was just starting to like you.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. However, all that said, I think when all's said and done, we need each other.
We need each other.
Okay, so art and science can coexist,
art and science
is that what you're saying?
Coexist. Yes, we can. Cheers.
Bring it in, man. Oh, man. Okay.
Hello, my name is Charlie Netschaum. I am currently a build engineer at SpaceX's Starlink, as well as chair of SEDS USA, which stands for Students for the Exploration and Development of Space, a nationwide organization at colleges, universities, as well as high schools. Space exploration is important to me because probably 3 primary reasons. The first being, I think, the most obvious, the technology it brings and the betterment of society for a lot of what the space does, including GPS, weather satellites, the list goes on. Second is more of like a Elon Musk kind of answer. End of the world. It's very hard to stop an asteroid's momentum from hitting Earth, and really there are things lingering that can happen that we really have no control of, and the only possible solution is coming off this planet and trying to civilize another one, which is incredibly exciting. The third, I'd say, and it's a little more of a niche answer, is the ability of space to bring together a group of people. Not even just within one country, but around the world. There's not really many industries where you can look up and see it. Every child wonders what's out there. What are those stars? How do they work? Can we go there? And I think it's a very unifying industry, and that is why space exploration is important to me.
one of the things that I love about being an analog astronaut is the diversity of individuals that I get to work with all the time. And so living in Moon and Mars simulations that are international, I actually did a moon simulation in Pila, Poland for 2 weeks. And so when I think about space and how we can bring people together, especially in a time of COVID and Black Lives Matter, and looking at my history as a geoscientist and as an African American female in a very dominant male white field. And I gotta say that one of the reasons why I love space is because it has the potential to bring us all together. I want the Star Trek generation. How do you feel about this, Jeff?
Well, it's so interesting that you mentioned Star Trek, because look at Gene Roddenberry. This was 1967. Look at the wonderful portrait that he made of the future, where it's normal to have a very diverse crew, both in terms of racial origin and gender. Right. And so we see. We get a glimpse of what it could be like. And isn't it ironic that that show was done during a period of great social unrest in America and around the world? So, and you mentioned Poland. I didn't know that you'd been to Poland. I've spent several months in Poland. We did 2 episodes of Meteorite Men in Poland as well, which I loved. That country, oh my gosh, the pierogies.
Oh, I know. Well, the thing about it is I actually have a bracelet here, and I wear it because my goal was 50 countries by the time I turned 50. And the reason why is because traveling really exposes me to different cultures and different experiences, and it really enlightens me about what the things that I'm privileged to as an American, but also just breaking down barriers. And I feel like, that's the thing that I hope for when we talk about the future of space and where we can go as, not as an American, but as a society, as a humanity, the world coming together.
Agreed. And I didn't mean to dodge your question, which is one of the most important questions of the time. So where do I stand on this? Let me answer it by demonstrating. So we're sitting in the studios of Desert Owl Productions in Tucson, Arizona, which is one of my companies. And our flagship company is Aerolite Meteorites, which is also generously helping us with this broadcast. So my staff, my companies, is comprised of 80% women and people of color. And I didn't have to work hard for that to happen. These are the people that I know, that I care about, that I do best with, that I know are the most qualified people for those positions. And so this diverse style of living and working together feels very normal to me. I grew up in South London. I went to art school in Manhattan, in New York City. These are diverse, multi-culti environments. This is normal to me. Mm-hmm. And anything that doesn't embrace a genuine love of multiple cultures and all people is just wrong. And there's no point in us trying to go to space and have these lofty dreams and ideas if we can't solve our problems here and work together to achieve the great things. Because if we don't fix the problems here and if we don't learn to coexist in harmony, we are going to be doomed when we get to space, because it's a hostile environment. We're going to take our baggage with us, and there's no room for error in space.
I totally agree.
And why should there be any room for error? We need to fix our problems here, and I think spaceflight could be and should be a great vehicle to facilitate that. And we see what has traditionally been a white male-dominated field in large part, right, spaceflight and aerospace, mm-hmm, changing rapidly with people of color, women, transgender people, making important, valuable, significant contributions every day and being welcomed by a large sector, a large percentage of the group. And they must be welcomed and encouraged by everyone. And together, as you well know, we're much stronger. So, but I don't want it to just be a platitude. I don't want to just say, oh, we need to do better. I believe it's essential that we work together to make measurable change. It's not enough to just say on social media, yeah, I support Black Lives Matter. You need to demonstrate that. You need to participate in positive
I totally
things.
agree. And participate, show me that you are engaged. But the thing about it is, do you think that, we're in a unique situation with COVID? Are we going to come out better? When people talk about post-COVID and going back to the way we were before, I don't want to go back to the way we were before. I want us to be better. I want us to take the lessons learned and move forward in a productive way.
It's a great opportunity. People have had a lot of time to reflect during this. Many of us have spent more time on our own than we're accustomed to. We've had the opportunity to get to know ourselves better, hopefully to participate in activities that grow the mind and grow the heart. I've been doing a lot more reading and writing than I usually have time for. But it's also the environment. Look how quickly the environment has bounced back when we stopped messing with it. How the air began to clean, how fish and other sea life came back to previously polluted rivers and coastlines. It shows how resilient nature is, and it also demonstrates what a small effort is required from us as a whole to make an enormous change on Earth. And this is an opportunity that we should build on, and the lessons learned can help us in space exploration.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the holy grail. And to think about how we can do the hard work now of being better, self-reflecting, paying attention to, when Black Lives Matters, that's about people in pain coming together and expressing that. And if you were to ask me, you look at just 5 years ago or 10 years ago, what's happening now, just because the voice was there, we were shouting it out, but no action was taken. And so now I feel like people are listening. And I'm so hopeful for the future if we can continue the momentum and the conversation, and especially when it comes to space and space exploration, really think about that Star Trek generation and, just and equitable and just, diverse and inclusive and all the things that means in space.
Well, diversity and inclusion in space are topics that are very near and dear to the heart of our next speaker, a very admirable gentleman, a close friend and valued colleague of mine. Carlton Johnson was a colonel in the United States Air Force. He served with great distinction in the military, and he is now the chairman of the Board of Governors of the National Space Society, and he has been one of the very inspiring voices in the NSS for change and growth and modernization. And I think everyone is going to really enjoy the message that he has. Carlton Johnson, over to you.
Hello, my name is Colonel Carlton Johnson, United States Air Force retired, and I am the chairman of the National Space Society's Board of Governors. Welcome to A Day in Space. I'd like to have a very important conversation with you, and I'd like to start off that conversation by way of a story. I hope the story will provide context and set the stage for our ongoing dialogue. I had the distinct opportunity and privilege to be selected to succeed Mr. Hugh Downs as the chairman of the Board of Governors back in 2019. That year, I went to ISCC as the first time in my new role as the chairman. Wanted to make sure that I did a lot of outreach, and I wanted to try to talk to as many people as I could to get to know them better, get to know people in the society better, but also to communicate the great things that were happening within our organization. I chanced upon this one individual, and he was off to the side, just standing by himself. And so I engaged. I went up and I introduced myself. I said, "Hi, my name's Carlton Johnson." And we got to talking. And he, in the scope of our conversation, said, "So, what are you here for? What do you do?" And I said, "Well, I am the chairman of the board of governors for the National Space Society." And he looked, he paused. It was a very strange pause, and he glanced at me. I said, is there something wrong? So he just looked me up and down for a second, and he said, "You're the chair. How did you become chairman?" Well, that was not a question I expected to hear. So I answered, "Well, I became chairman by way of the board of directors inviting me and voting on me to become the chairman." And there you go. So he looked again and he said, "You're the first Black chairman the NSS has had, right?" I went, "Yes, I am." And then we talked about that for a bit, and he just congratulated me on the role, and he eventually went off. Now, I'll tell you, that conversation stuck with me. I mean, literally stuck with me for the rest of the day. And I wasn't really sure how I felt about it. The one thing that did come clear to me was that we have a very long way to go when it comes to this issue of diversity and inclusion, and not only the business sector and what's happening in America, but in the space marketplace. That conversation, when you reflect back on it, why was it strange? Well, number one, it seemed that it was atypical for someone of color to be in that senior of a position. Shouldn't be, but at least to that individual it was. At least that was what came across to me. The second thing is, because it's seen as a one-off, people question whether or not a person of color has earned that role. Now, once again, are we reading into the conversation? Maybe, but it's not the first time that's happened. So I would submit to you that it serves as a good baseline to go forward with the rest of this conversation about diversity in space. And in particular, the end state that we're looking to come to out of this conversation should be, what are some things that we can do differently to improve diversity for all the right reasons? Let's take a pause, and I want to have a conversation with you about the marketplace writ large and some of the things that I have seen within the marketplace that communicate, at least to me, that diversity is not commonplace. It is not commonplace. And that presents both a challenge and an opportunity for us to do some things better. So, example number one, when I say that the marketplace lacks diversity, how do I know it's a problem? Well, number one, here's one example. There is a lack of diversity when it comes to people being in significant levels of leadership within the aerospace and space marketplace. Here's a vignette. I happened to go to a major conference, and this major conference had many of the bigs there, many of the big aerospace and or defense organizations, and it included a lot of the mid-size businesses. About 100 people were in the room. I know that because I happened to look at the attendee roster. Now, when I walked into the room, here's what I saw. There were approximately 5 women. Now, it wasn't approximate, there were exactly 5 women who were representatives of the companies in the room, seated. And then there was one person who looked like me, and that was me. So out of a demographic of 100 people, you can just do the math. Now, is that atypical? Is that a one-off? I would submit to you that I go to a lot of conferences, so that's not the first time I've seen that. And sad to say, for a little while, it became so commonplace that even I just kind of accepted it without really thinking about it. It was just the way it was. But it doesn't have to be that way. So that's one of the things that tells me that we have some work to do. Number 2, let's talk about this thing that people don't like to talk about: institutional racism. Now, when you look at institutional racism, that's the creation of barriers that, once in place, limit equal opportunities and equal treatment for people of other demographics. Now, is this prevalent in the space marketplace? Well, I would tell you, let's look at some examples that are out there. One of which is the conference that I talked about. Looking at the people that were in the room who had a seat at the table who could be of significant strategic influence. What are the barriers that prevented others from getting there? I'll give you something that actually happened to me. And again, it's not that it was done maliciously or implicitly, but it was part of just the way things work. As I was looking to join the Air Force as a young person, and in order to get into the Air Force, you have to take this particular test. It's the Air Force Officers Qualification. Air Force. If you're coming in with the Air Force, you have to take this test, and it's called the Air Force Officers Qualifying Test. Now, in this particular test, there are problem sets that look at spatial orientation, and these tests are looking to gauge how well you can become. What are your skills to become a pilot? For me, growing up in inner city, I wasn't exposed in my educational process to a lot of those things. And because I didn't have that background, that test was extremely hard for me the first couple times I took it, until my father decided that he really wanted me to go into the Air Force, wanted to support me. And so he got me involved out of his pocket. He had to dig deep on that one. He got me into pilot training, and this is non-Air Force related pilot training, civilian pilot training. And once I got that experience, the spatial orientation stuff made so much more sense. It was crystal clear. But there was an institutional barrier in the inner city schools, whereas some of my compatriots who were in my university class, they, for some strange reason, had access to that material and did phenomenally well in the test. So it wasn't necessarily a matter of aptitude, it was a matter of being exposed to the right information. Those are some of the barriers that exist out there. And when we look at this from grooming the next generation, these are some of the things we have to look at. In short, to summarize this piece about institutional racism, when you consider people of color, a lot of times in the various industries, they are at significant experience disadvantages. And these disadvantages that they have flow from generation and to generation. And they cross many different lanes. How people make decisions, how they manage their finances, how they groom themselves for certain opportunities. And so we have to identify what those are within this particular marketplace and make sure that those are eliminated so that we can get that rich culture of people up into the marketplace and make the marketplace better. And number three, I would submit that I consider that we do have a problem because just as we've seen from the recent events that have happened across the nation when it comes to diversity or lack of diversity and racial injustice, there is a lack of awareness with regards to the diversity challenges that we are having in the marketplace. Until recently, people didn't even want to have the conversation for whatever reason. But now is the time to have that conversation. And if we choose not to, we're going to ignore the problem. Those are just three things off the top of my head that tell me we have a challenge with diversity in the space marketplace. Now, I'm the kind of person who doesn't just like to throw out problems. I like to throw out ideas and solutions. So let me ask and answer the question, what are some things that we can do about this problem? Number one, and I strongly believe this, we have to view and embrace diversity as an enabler. In particular to the space conversation, we have to view it as an enabler for space development and advancing humanity throughout the solar system. When we look at the next, we're not there yet, but we're getting there, the first cislunar habitat, or the lunar surface environment where we would have either a base station or a colony, or even go further out into Mars and beyond. What does that look like from a diversity perspective? What demographic do you want to have out there and why? And what does that give you? When you take 10 people who think and act the same way, chances are you're going to get a limited set of creative ideas to take you to the next level. Now you start to infuse into that set diversity, diversity of thought, diversity of background, diversity of experience. And all of a sudden, the magic starts to happen, people. The magic starts to happen because now you're looking at creative ideas and innovative ideas that normally you wouldn't have thought of until you had that infusion. When we look at diversity in terms of the space market, it can help us think differently and more creatively about some of the problems we're going to face when we get out there, and then do the right things to solve those problems so we can thrive and operate in the space environment, which is extremely hostile. So we need to take our best ideas with us. Number two, in terms of what we can do about it, I think that there has to be a return on investment for the things we do in space or Earth-based problems. So I believe that we need to take a very hard look at the Earth-based challenges that we are having today, especially when it comes to this issue of racial inequality, racial injustice, diversity, and inclusion. And we have to leverage the space marketplace to be part of that conversation and once again become an enabler for change in this case. Case in point, now I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Normally I don't like to do this, but I'm going to do it today just because this is an important conversation and it's worth saying. I want you to take out a quick piece of paper. You got it? Good. And I want you to right now think of and write down the top 5 aerospace companies that you know very quickly. I'll help you. Number 1, Lockheed, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, SpaceX, Blue Origin. Probably go on more. Now, let's take a deep breath. I want you to pause for a second. Now I want you to do the same thing, but I want you to name at least 2 African American owned or minority owned aerospace companies and just name 2 of their key products that are being used in space today. I'll wait. Okay, I'm not going to do that to you. I will tell you that when I challenged myself with that question, I was aghast. I could not, for the life of me, tell you who I could name 2 aerospace companies that were minority owned, African American owned, let alone minority owned. I couldn't tell you the product forms that they had. I can tell you what some of the other bigs have, but I couldn't tell you that. And that shocked me. What does that tell me? Either there aren't enough of them out there to be significantly or statistically important enough to remember, which I hope is not the case, or maybe I and we need to do a better job of finding who those are and then bringing them to the table to have a seat at the table to be part of that overall conversation. We need to be looking at bringing those, again, diverse ideas, diverse backgrounds to this conversation and enable them to be part of the solution. Number 3, again, what can we do about it? Number 3, we need to take what we learned from these things I just discussed, and we need to identify what we want to see changed in the aerospace and space environment today so that the mistakes that we have made here on Mother Earth, we do not take those same mistakes out there when we go out there. And while we are out there, while we are going from low Earth orbit to cislunar, to the lunar surface, to the point between the moon and Mars, and then to Mars, and then throughout the solar system, as we're looking at stepping throughout each of those pathways, the things that we learn out there that are the best of the best in terms of diversity and inclusion and how we want to bring those things to help make us better, we have to bring those things back here to Earth. We have to teach what we learned there and make it better. We have to do that. because we have an obligation, we have a responsibility to solve the challenges here by what we learn out there. Now, everything I've said so far, that's a pretty heavy lift. When we talk about diversity in space, the National Space Society is one of the most important organizations that you can be part of because we as an organization have the opportunity, to be a leader in this conversation, as we are the preeminent voice regarding all things space settlement in the world today. We are, it is undisputed. So how can you help? Number one, I'm going to ask you to do the following. You need to become exceptional students towards becoming knowledgeable about and understanding these issues that we've been talking about for the last few minutes. In particular, you need to put your lens on and calibrate your aperture towards how those things impact space today, like right now. For example, one of the things that the National Space Society is going to look at and is going to continue to have a conversation about, what are some of the policies and procedures we need to have out on space settlements? When it comes to diversity and inclusion, how do we need to calibrate those policies to be better than what we have today? When we talk about collaboration, multinational collaboration, what are the things that we can learn from past experiences and bring those to that table? So when we're making the plans for space development for the various pathways I mentioned between low Earth orbit and intrasolar locations, we want to set the governance structures to make sure that diversity is part of that. In order to do that, you got to understand the problem. And this is why I believe, number one, you have to be exceptional students of the problem. The second thing, I wholeheartedly believe this too. It's great to have a conversation. It's extraordinary to have a conversation because at least you're talking. It's better if you have a conversation and then you engage. And so I'm going to ask you to get engaged and to become part of this conversation, especially when it comes to addressing social injustice, enabling inclusion, and improving race relations here on Earth today. And I want you to, once again, because we're space advocates, because we're space professionals, I want you to navigate that lens and aperture towards how you can do that within this particular demographic, within the space business. So I want you to engage in the conversation, become a valuable contributor to it, take the things that you learn from that extensive education you're going to garner, and then use what you can today to become part of the solution to the social injustice you're seeing happening today. And thirdly, I want you to bring your really great ideas and, more importantly, your solutions and your voice, people, to the table. Help us as a team make things better across the board, especially once again when it comes to space development and expanding human settlements throughout the solar system, because that's our core business. That's what we're looking to do. We need you. We need you to be part of that solution and to help us solve things today. Because if we don't solve the things today, when we go out there, we're going to take the problems with us. And that's failure upon launch. And we're not going to do that because in the name or in the, with respect to, if you will, Gene Kranz, there's not an option when it comes to this. I'd like to end my commentary today with a quote and a vignette from one of my favorite shows. And it just happens to be a show that talks about space settlement, a show called Babylon 5. And there was a scene when one of the commanders of the Babylon station was being interviewed by a reporter. And the reporter commented, Commander, there have been 5 Babylon stations. 1 through 3 were destroyed in some type of situation. Number 4 disappeared without a trace. And now there's Babylon 5. Why Babylon 5? And the commander got this very dramatic, contemplative look. And he said, if you ask 20 people the same question, you'll get 50 different responses. And they'll all be different. They'll all be different, differing views. But if you ask 20 people this question, you'll get the same answer. And the question is, will the sun die out one day? And the answer is yes. When the sun dies out, we're not just going to lose the Earth. We're going to lose Marilyn Monroe. We're going to lose Jimi Hendrix. We're going to lose the Picassos. We're going to lose all the artwork. We're going to lose all of the things that have made us a great society. And when the sun burns out, if we don't stretch ourselves to go out there, then we have to ask, what's it all been for? We have an obligation. We have an obligation to go out into the stars and take the best of us when we go, the best parts of us. And so, in conclusion, what I want to tell you with that vignette is I want you to engage in this conversation about social justice and diversity and inclusion. I want you to be part of that conversation, bring your ideas, your thoughts to the table, and I want you to help us to become the best, most diverse spacefaring force, spacefaring organization that we can be. And as we go out there, we are going to leave those vices of social injustice, racism, and inequality behind, because that can burn away when the sun burns away. But the best of us, the best parts of us, we're going to take. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a distinct honor for me to talk with you today. I hope that the conversation has been extremely useful, and there are a lot of other great things you're going to hear in the day in space. So I really hope that you engage here and you learn everything that's learnable. And I hope that this particular segment has been of value to you. I'm Carlton Johnson, Chairman of the Board of Governors for the National Space Society. See you on the high frontier and at Astra.
Hi guys, my name is Bailey Burns and I'm a systems engineer working on the life support system for the lunar lander. I'm also a master's student studying space resources at the Colorado School of Mines. My goal is to use my education and my experience to one day work on the infrastructure for the first lunar base. I think humans should have a permanent and sustainable presence in space, and the moon is a great way to start achieving that. Keeping humans alive in the harsh environment of space is difficult, especially when all the resources we need have to be launched from down here on Earth. I want to use my mechanical and systems engineering background to solve this big picture problem, while also using my education in space resources to design a base that utilizes the resources that are already on the moon before we have to rely on Earth. And I know it has to be a good design, because my ultimate goal is to one day live in the base I designed on the moon. While I'm completely humbled and excited to be contributing to the aerospace industry down here on the ground, my real dream is to be part of the action up in space, helping us to pioneer the next chapter for our species. So I guess I'll see you guys on the moon.
While watching this film, Cyan, it has occurred to me that you are actually the closest thing that we have on Earth to someone who has existed, lived, worked on Mars because of your experience with the analog habitats. So we've seen the model, and I think we've heard the maybe you would say PG rated version of what the experience was like. I find it particularly relevant, not just for spaceflight, for the exciting and innovative period of spaceflight that we are currently enjoying, but because the world is experiencing the COVID pandemic. So this is a time that we can learn lessons from analog astronauts, from people like yourself who have spent a long time in confined environments, figuring out how to get along well with others. So do you have some secrets that you can impart to us?
Yeah, it's a good point that you bring up because during this stressful time of COVID, we're actually all, to some extent, analog astronauts. We're all confined to our houses or wherever we are with limited amounts of time being able to go out. And if we do, we have to have our face mask. And living in the high seas habitat was the same way to some extent. I mean, this was a 900 square foot dome with 6 people living in it for 4 months. And every time we went outside the habitat, we had to wear a spacesuit. And we really had to be like we're living on Mars. So you can imagine, Jeff, that over 4 months, there's going to be conflict. And we've got to figure out ways to deal with that conflict. And that's why these analogs exist all over the world, is so that we can study things like crew cohesion and how you get along now here on Earth, so when you go to Mars, you're much more successful as a team. And so one of the big things that I learned during my 4-month study is overcoming boredom to some extent, because you're in there for 4 months. After 2 months, the novelty wears off, and every day you're still living in a bubble. And so how do you keep yourself engaged and creative and active during that time? And the thing about it that's different than COVID is that I knew when I was leaving the high seas habitat, so I could have a countdown calendar. But with COVID, we don't know when it's actually going to end. So it's really important that we find ways to keep ourselves engaged and healthy and mentally stimulated during that time, so that we can achieve the best of us.
I'm amazed. There's 2 questions I want to ask you. So the first is, I'm amazed that you said after 2 months the novelty wears off. So for the first 2 months it was all new and exciting, was it, in this 900 square foot dome with your colleagues? 2 whole months. Okay, well, that's very impressive. And so the second thing is, the spacesuit that you had to wear every time that you went on a, what would you call it? Extra habitat? What's the word?
EVA.
EVA.
Yes.
But it's not. But that's usually extravehicular activity.
Yeah, and this is extra habit activity.
EHA. Okay.
Exactly.
Right. So every time you went on an EHA, you wore your spacesuit. Did you happen to bring that spacesuit with you today for the broadcast?
Of course.
Of course.
I mean, this is a day in space. I'm going after this. I want to blast off.
I was hoping you might say that. Do you think we might get to see it later?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm very keen. All right, very keen. All right, well, good report then. So your work, your experiences in these habitats, not only presenting useful information for what we might say the obvious, which is for future long-duration spaceflight and habitation, but also learning lessons for COVID.
Absolutely, and you can think about this as you're going through being in COVID, what are the things that you're learning? And feel free to share that with us through the NSS social media on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Just strategies and things that you've been doing to help you get through this time. Because you are an analog astronaut.
I've been doing this broadcast with you to help me get through this time. It's been very illuminating. So what do you think? Do you feel that I would be a good candidate to recommend for one of these things?
I was just going to ask you that. Would you? Well, would I want to live with Jeff Notkin in a Mars simulation? I guess I'd have to say how long. Is it 1 week, 2 weeks? How long could you live with Jeff in a Mars simulation? That's what I want to know.
A very short period of time, I think. So let me answer that question diplomatically. There's a reason that I live on my own in the middle of the desert. It's our friends, family, doctors, attorneys, they all agree it's probably really good for the world if there's a bit of distance between Jeff and everybody else. That being said, I would be the first person to sign up for a short duration spaceflight mission. But I get bored easily, and I don't like being interrupted, and I don't like having my sleep cycle interrupted. So I don't think I'd do particularly well in one of these things. I'd probably be one of those guys who's just pacing round and round and round, tapping on the side. When's it going to be over? And you're going, Jeff, it's only the first day. And he's already cracking up.
Voted out of the hab.
Thanks.
But the thing is, these are important questions because we're going to the moon, we're going to Mars, and it brings up another thing: moon or Mars. which one would you be able to go to and why? And so these are grand challenges, and figuring out how to do it, not only just do it, but do it well so that the people going actually thrive.
Yeah, doing it well, achieving great things,
yes,
one might say. And there are few people better qualified to speak about achieving great things than our next guest. Dr. Anthony Postjian is an author, a publisher. He's the provost of the Des Moines Area Community College. He is the director of communications for the National Space Society, a terrific speaker. And I must say, in all the talks and presentations that I've seen, I don't think I've ever experienced a speaker ask an astronaut to assist him with the basketball and tennis ball Moon-Mars demonstration. I assure you, it is a delight and worth watching. So over to you, Tony.
I want you to imagine a machine. And this machine is a massive machine. It stands 363 feet tall. This machine weighs over 6.5 million pounds. It's got over 3 million parts. It generates so much energy that it cranks out 160 million horsepower. And what does that equal, basically? It equals 85 Hoover dams, and the amount of power those create. In fact, at full speed, when it hits top speed, it's traveling and booking over 6,000 miles per hour, which is, in essence, greater than Mach 8, 8 times the speed of sound. If you take all the fuel in this machine and stuff it in a car that gets 30 miles to the gallon, you can drive over 20 million miles with it. That is 800 times around the Earth. And then the part of this machine where some people actually go and sit, about the size of a little Volkswagen Beetle or a Fiat. I'm talking about this, the Saturn V. This, to me, is probably the greatest, if not the most awesome machine ever built by human beings. And why am I showing you this machine? I'm showing this machine to you for 2 reasons. One, this year, we're celebrating what happens to be the 50th anniversary of the first Apollo moon landing, the first time human beings walked on another heavenly body. That's one reason why I'm showing it to you. The other reason I'm showing it to you is because I have come to the conclusion in my life that anything extraordinary, any extraordinary achievements, anything game-changing awesome, seldom, and I mean seldom, ever happens by playing it safe. Ever. You know, I was a college professor, and I taught at a couple different universities for about 25 years. And I taught the same thing that most every other business professor teaches, and has been for decades. It's in most every business textbook out there, and it's basically the concept of a SMART goal. Have you ever heard of a SMART goal? A SMART goal is an acronym, and the word SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-based. And what that basically means is that if a goal is SMART, it's a good goal. But I've come to the conclusion that a SMART goal is just not going to work. And it's not going to work because of a speech I've heard. And I've heard this speech a ton of times in my life, a ton. But for whatever reason, one particular day, I heard this speech and something clicked. Here's part of the speech I heard.
But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
He said, we choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. And it was that word hard that stuck out with me. It kind of just grinded at me for a while, and I wasn't sure why. You have to understand that when he made this speech, right about the time he made this speech, our sum total of manned spaceflight experience in this country was a 15-minute pop shot to space by Alan Shepard. Straight up, straight down. That was it. That was our entire experience with space travel. We didn't have what many estimate to be over 80% of the technology to do it, to go to the moon. We had to invent it all. There was not a lot of funding available. It was going to require a massive amount of funding. In fact, ultimately it required over 5% of our federal budget to do this. And the support wasn't there. Gallup studies and Gallup surveys, you've heard of Gallup polls, during this time period were overwhelmingly more so against it than they were for it. In fact, Kennedy's own advisors, his own people said, this is dumb, this is political suicide, do not do this, we have other problems to deal with in the world. But he chose to do it anyway. He chose to press forward. I want you to know, when you decide to do something that's extraordinary, there's going to be pushback from all kinds of direction. And there was definitely pushback with him in this. I want to demonstrate to you how difficult this was. When he said we're going to do this, I want to show you visually how hard this is going to be. So the first thing I want to do is I want to show you a couple things. And these are about proportionally correct as far as each other go. This is the Earth. This is a tennis ball. But in this case, it's the moon, okay? And these are about proportionally how they are together. By show of hands, as I start spreading apart the two from each other, I want you to tell me how far you think they are apart from one another, okay? Based on proportion. Ready? Raise your hand when you think we're there. Okay, raise them high so I can see them. Okay, I need some help. Al, will you stand up? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Al Warden, who flew to the moon, Apollo 15. Let's give him a round of applause. Al, stand right there. All right, this is proportionally about how far apart these two things were. And what NASA had to do was not just make this trip. Imagine this dart. This dart is the Apollo spacecraft. NASA had to throw this dart at that moon. So I'm going to try this. No, I'm just teasing. And it wasn't just they had to throw it at that tennis ball. They didn't want to hit the tennis ball, because if you hit the tennis ball, it means you're crashing into it. They didn't want to miss the tennis ball by too far, because it meant they were just blown out into the open space. They wanted to just graze the fuzz on that tennis ball so they could get into orbit. And it wasn't even that straightforward. The moon is in constant relationship with the Earth. It's always orbiting the Earth. So they had to kind of shoot this way, knowing that by the time they got to where the moon was going to be, because the moon is moving, then they would hit it. A lot of math. You can see how difficult this was. And prior to doing this, this is about how far they've gotten. Right here, 1 inch. That's the farthest we've traveled in space when Kennedy said, we're going to do this. Thank you, Al. Give Al Warden a round of applause, please. This was going to be extraordinary. This was going to require a completely different goal paradigm to pull this off, and not one that was acceptable by the business community or my college professors. To allow you to do something different, you had to think in terms of hard. The word I pulled from Kennedy's speech. And what does hard mean? What does this mean? First, it means a goal is honest. It is at your core. How many of you have ever tried to lose weight? Be honest. I've tried to lose weight. We all, I think, have tried to lose weight at some point or other. How many of you failed at trying to lose weight? Okay, same hands went up. Why? Because that goal was not honest. It was not at your core. Things that are at your core and honest happen. You know, typically, something that's honest is the difference between wanting and actually doing. Two entirely different concepts. We always want to do stuff, but then actually doing it is something entirely different. This was an honest goal. And if you want to achieve something that's extraordinary, it's got to be honest. This was at Kennedy's core. Now, granted, it was a political goal for him. Honestly, I don't believe Kennedy wanted to go to the moon at all. I think it was just his way of being the Russians at the time, the Soviets, which is, we were in the middle of the Cold War. This is all political for him. But then within NASA, it became an honest goal. I've talked to many of the astronauts and many mission control people over the years, during this time period, Al being one of them, and I am fully 100% convinced that this was at every one of their core too. Because once they got in and drank the Kool-Aid, so to speak, they were all in. And they were willing to do whatever it took to make this happen. Under any circumstance. That is an honest goal. If you want to lose weight and you're honest about it, it's an honest goal, then you have to change your behavior patterns. You have to eat less. You have to eat better. You have to exercise. You can't keep doing what you've been doing and expect to do it. You have to change everything, your whole process and procedure. If you want to get out of debt, you can't keep spending money the way you've been spending it. You must change your entire behavior patterns. This is going to require all new behavior, many of which have not been designed yet or created yet. They had to be changed. They had to be created. A goal has to be actionable. In other words, you have to be willing to start right this second. If a goal is hard, you're doing it now. You're not going to wait for something else to occur. If you're wanting to say, go back to the weight loss, if you want to lose weight, and you're going to do it as soon as that new diet pill comes out, or as soon as that new zero-calorie Twinkie is manufactured, or that zero-calorie Hot Pocket, or whatever it is, as soon as that comes out, then I will start losing weight. Whatever you're waiting on, if you're waiting on something to happen, it's not going to happen ever. When Kennedy pulled the trigger on this, it started. Parts of it were already started, but this particular part started. They didn't wait for the technology to catch up, because they have to invent it all, so we'll wait a while longer for it to catch up. They didn't wait. They didn't wait for the funding to become available. They forced the issue and got the funding to make it available. They didn't wait for public sentiment to change. This is the go big or go home aspect of this. A hard goal is radical. Basically, to do something that's extraordinary requires extraordinary measures. Playing it safe, playing it smart and achievable, these aren't going to work any longer. I want to kind of build on this a little bit. I want you to understand how radical this was. At the time we did this, if you look at the time we did this, at the peak of this program, there were over 400,000 people involved in this program. If you look at the 1969 employment census numbers in this country, 1 in every 150 people in this country were in some way part of this, of the workforce. That is how massive this was, how incredibly over the top it was. They had to conduct an incredible amount of imagineering and creativity to make this happen, because they had to invent everything. They had no idea how to do this. Nobody did. But let me tell you how the impact this had on our country. And this is the part that people do not understand about something great and extraordinary. When you are pushing the barriers, when you are pushing the limits of what's possible, other things happen indirectly that weren't planned. By forcing the whole goal of going to the moon by the end of the decade and having to create all this stuff, there were tons of products, goods and services that we all take for granted today, thousands of them that were spun off from all the research that was done in this short period of time. And I know you guys don't realize this or know this, but it had a huge economic impact. A lot of economists out there say that it actually had a return on investment, meaning for every $1 that the government spent on this program, they got back as high as $15 back. That's because of the thousands of products and the other industries that were created as a result of it. Things like the microwave oven you put that Hot Pocket in this morning before you came to class. Okay, that technology came out of Apollo. The water purification system in your bottled water came out of Apollo, reverse osmosis. If you're in healthcare, kidney dialysis came out of Apollo. CAT scan machines, MRI machines came out of Apollo. Intel was spun off out of Apollo. Can you imagine our country today without Intel and all the chips it generates and cranks out for our smartphones and everything else? And the list goes on, thousands of them. It had a huge economic impact in this country that nobody has a clue about. But that's what happens when you are being radical, when you are pushing the bar a big direction another way. Because when you're pushing that bar and you're creating something that's new and exciting and different, you cannot help but create other opportunities for people. You cannot help but open doors that were never even conceived of being open before. And the most amazing thing about this to me is that this was all being done with the power of the human mind. The internet did not exist during this time. Pocket calculators, little calculators did not exist at this time. Digital calculators did not exist. PCs didn't exist. They all had to use their minds. They used these slide rules, these little mechanical analog calculators, I call them, they're just like plastic things that slid and you did your math on a slide rule. And they used their brain and pencils and paper. It's amazing. And the computers they did have were massive. Computers that filled rooms this size that had like no real power. Your smartphone is hundreds of thousands of times more powerful than that computer that you had. They did what they had to do to make it work, though, and they used what they had to use to make it work. It did not matter. They were being radical. They were pushing the envelope. They were going to make it happen no matter what. Radical means doing what other people are not willing to do. I want you to keep that in the back of your mind, because if you're doing a hard goal and you're being radical, you are now doing things that others are just not willing to do. It's either too hard, too big of a challenge, not enough support, whatever the case might be, they're not willing to do it, but you are. And that is part of the big reason why you will be successful. You know, I've talked to people about this. I was just talking to Elle about this a little bit ago. Whenever I hear anybody say, oh, we didn't go to the moon, that's the whole thing's a big hoax, and so on and so forth, aside from the 400 reasons I give you, well, that's a false statement, totally false statement. Honestly, to me, when it comes to this, it doesn't matter. Whether we actually got there or not is irrelevant to me, because the process of doing this, the process of trying to achieve a hard goal, is how we got all the stuff we have today. This is the detail part. This is the part where you've got to have it be specific, it's got to be measurable, and it's got to be time-based. Because details matter. Most of you probably know that we lost a crew of astronauts at Apollo 1. They were doing a simple test, a routine test on the pad. They were sitting there in the capsule, all sealed in, doing some communication stuff, plugs out test, and there was a malfunction. Basically, there was a short that caused a fire that basically killed the astronauts. A simple, minor detail that could have been fixed had it not been overlooked. Details matter. And so when people say don't bother me with the details, they do matter. And I will tell you this too. When Kennedy set this goal at 8.5 years, because he said by the end of the decade it's 8.5 years, I am convinced to this day, had he said something a little more palatable to people, we'll do this by the end of the century, 38.5 years, we would have never achieved it. Because too many things would have changed. And because of that, public sentiment would have gotten worse probably over time. Politicians would have less appetite for it. And there was just one big convoluted thing that basically came together at the right time, at the right moment, that made this happen. And that 8.5-year time window was critical. And that helped push everybody faster to get it done. This program, more than anything else to me, aside from the economic benefit, aside from all the cool stuff we got out of it, and how it made our lives all better because of it, aside from all that, the most important thing to me is that this program inspired an entire generation of kids to go on and be mathematicians, scientists, engineers, computer people, whatever. It inspired my generation. I can remember, I have only a few memories of my childhood. I will never forget this. The day we landed on the moon in July 1969, I was a young kid, very young. But I do remember sitting there in my grandma's house, in front of a black and white big console television, watching it. And I remember after watching that happen, I can remember shortly thereafter going outside and looking up at the moon and thinking to myself, there are people up there. And it changed my life. And if you talk to my parents, they will tell you all kinds of bad stories about how I did things probably I shouldn't have, because I was really wanting to be an astronaut. And I then went to school. And I did things that I did because I wanted to go down this road. I did not achieve that, no. But I got a great education as a result of it. It opened up all kinds of doors for me that I wouldn't have had otherwise. And that's what pushing yourself towards a hard goal does. Whether you actually achieve it or not, the process of getting there opens up other doors, other windows for you to climb in and walk through. I want to end with this. Despite all this coolness that you're seeing what's happening today with SpaceX and Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic and all these private entities who are doing things, despite all this, it comes nowhere near this. It doesn't. And the impact this has had on our country and all of our lives, whether you know it or not. History can teach us things. But you got to take the time to learn from history and look back at history and see what lessons you can learn from that history. Let me ask you a question. And I'm going to ask you this question. I want you to think about this as you go through the rest of your lives. I ask this question to yourself over and over again as you get older. When was the last time anything great, outstanding, game-changing, awesome happened in your life when you played it safe? And keep asking that question. Our greatest accomplishments in life are not easy. They are very difficult. They are hard. They require intense focus, tenacity, and effort. And honestly, any kind of goal that requires that kind of transformational thinking, the kind of thinking that allows you to break bad habits or change your bad behaviors or those behaviors that are entrenched into your life, isn't smart, it's hard.
From Dr. Anthony Poston, the author of Imagine and Beware the Purple People Eaters, comes a unique book capturing the essence of how going to the moon influenced his thinking in the areas of creativity, imagineering, focus, leadership, work ethic, teamwork, and change. 250,000 Steps will take you on a journey through his personal stories and first-hand conversations with many of the men who made that epic voyage: Eugene Cernan, Alan Bean, Alfred Worden, and Ken Mattingly. With the practical tools described in this imaginative, easy-to-read book, you'll learn less about what to think and more about how to think it. You'll be equipped to take that first small step, the first of many, towards the giant leap of success that you want in life. 250,000 Steps is available through Amazon, 250,000steps.com, and other fine booksellers.
Hello, my name is Nora Patton and I'm a faculty member at the International Space University and a citizen scientist astronaut candidate with Project Possum. My goal is to use my career in space to pave the way for others to follow. I have been privileged enough over the years to study aeronautical engineering at university, to work and study at the International Space University, and most recently become part of an international citizen science programme called Project Possum. I live and work in Ireland, as you can probably tell from my accent. It's an emerging space nation, and really what I have found to be most rewarding is to be able to use my own experiences to create opportunities for others. Through the evolution of commercial space, particularly through nanoracks, we've been able to launch a student experiment to the International Space Station. And recently through our Possum 13 initiative, young people have been able to design experiments that have been tested on microgravity flights, which is a pretty incredible opportunity for teenagers. So yes, someday in the very near future, I plan to go to space myself, and I really hope that many, many young people in Ireland get to witness this and realise that sometimes the impossible actually is possible.
Thanks, Tony. When I think of great endeavors, I also think about the individuals, the amazing individuals that help get us there. And for me, the person that comes to mind is Dr. Shauna Pandya. And the reason why is Shauna is a medical doctor, but not just that. She's a martial artist, she's an aquanaut, she's a skydiver. She's done so many amazing things. She's also an Explorers Club member, and I believe you are too, Jeff.
Very well done. That is true. Yes, I've been a proud and enthusiastic member of the Explorers Club for many years. And in fact, it was at the Explorers Club headquarters in New York where we arranged for the very first screening of First to the Moon, Paul Hildebrandt's beautiful film about Apollo 8. And so, yes, it's been really a very rewarding part of my career to be associated with the EC, as we like to call it. And in fact, I hope or think I was one of the first people to congratulate Shauna when she was approved for not just a member, but a fellow, actually. And so I've been a fan of hers and her work for many years, but I never actually met her in person until last year. And we had attended many of the same space conferences, follow her on Twitter, enjoy watching her amazing exploits around the world. And so last year at the Space Development Conference, I just said, enough's enough. So I sent her an official invitation for tea. Would you have time for tea with the president of the National Space Society? And she said, I'd be delighted.
I love that.
So we met for tea at the Space Development Conference, like two adults, and she is gracious and fascinating. And I was thrilled to discover that her home city is Edmonton in Canada, which is my favorite city in Canada. So I said, oh, you live in my favorite city? And she goes, it is? And I said, yes, I have a great affection for Edmonton. We were based there a couple of times and we were filming Meteorite Men episodes.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but I love everything about Canada because I am an ice hockey player.
I didn't know that about you.
Yes.
Ice hockey as well in your
Yes.
spare time. This would be brilliant for ice hockey. You put a little ice ring in there. What do you think? Ice
I
hockey
think absolutely.
Yeah? All
I
right.
think we need to have ice hockey on the moon.
Extraterrestrial sports. We've just developed a whole new subgenre.
But the thing about it is that with sports comes injuries, and we really have to think about how, as an astronaut, do we stay safe and healthy? And that's what I love about Shauna, is that she's also a medical doctor on top of everything else. And so you have the explorer and the medical doctor, and what she does is that she learns from all of her amazing experiences and then thinks about how that is applied to living in space. And I actually am part of Project Possum with Shauna, and it's all about spaceflight training beyond living in Moon and Mars simulations. So analog astronauts do this, but they also want to get themselves flight ready. And so that is all about pressure chambers and being aquanauts and skydiving and all of these things. But it's also about top physical shape, mentally, emotionally, all of those things being stable. And that's what Dr. Shauna Pandya does. And so she's going to talk to us about medicine on the moon, Mars, and beyond. Take it away, Shauna.
What does the future of space medicine hold? Hi, my name is Dr. Shauna Pandya, and I'm a physician in general practice and ER up in Canada. I'm also the director of the International Institute of Astronautical Sciences and Project Possum, and I'm also the lead instructor for operational space medicine within these two organizations, as scientist astronaut candidate with both of these organizations, as well as an aquanaut and a NSS member for the past 5 years. I've also been the track chair for the International Space Development Conference's Launchpad track during these past 5 years. I have previously conducted research at NASA's Johnson Space Center in aerospace medicine, as well as the European Astronaut Center's Crew Medical Support Office. So I think it's safe to say that during this time I've learned a little bit about medicine, and specifically space medicine. And that's what we're here to talk about today. So let's start by defining the spaceflight environment. And to do that, I'm going to ask you to conduct a thought experiment. What would happen if you got your hands on a jetpack and were feeling really adventurous one day, and then you decided to go as high as you possibly could just to see what would happen? Well, if the lack of oxygen in the thinning atmosphere didn't kill you first and you made it all the way to space without a helmet, contrary to what you see in Hollywood movies, your head won't explode in a vacuum, but you would die pretty quickly. Nor would you freeze to death right away. The one saving grace of being exposed to the vacuum of space is that there's no convection to steal away all your bodily heat right away. That being said, the vacuum creates a great pressure differential between your body and the vacuum of space, where there is no pressure at all. So suffice to say, the fluids from your body, including your eyeballs and your tongue, would boil off right away, leaving those to freeze. And then any pliable tissues that could hold air, like your lungs, if you tried to hold your breath to survive, would rupture. And so I think it's safe to say that we can all agree to stay safe in space, you need some element of protection, either through a spacesuit or a spacecraft. So say now that you were lucky enough to have a spacecraft. Say you're on the International Space Station. What is the environment like up there? The immediate answer that comes to mind is zero gravity. You get to float around. You're also exposed to increased radiation, altered day-night cycles. At 450 kilometers above the Earth in low Earth orbit, you're exposed to up to 16 sunrises and sunsets over 24 hours. That's a sunrise and sunset every 90 minutes. Not to mention the psychological stress of being in an isolated and confined environment away from loved ones, living in a high-stress, operational, confined space with loud noises. So it may not be the most easy to live in environment. On top of that, you have to trust that the environment itself will behave. You have to trust that the sun won't act up with a solar particle event or solar flare, exposing you to increased amounts of ionizing radiation. You have to trust that your spacecraft won't be penetrated by passing space debris. And finally, you have to trust in the engineering of your enclosed loop life support system to both keep your temperature within a habitable zone, as well as maintain the atmospheric concentration of oxygen and scrub the atmosphere of any volatile compounds from off-gassing that may have occurred, as well as carbon dioxide. So there's a lot of considerations when it comes to keeping humans healthy in space. That's beside the everyday lumps, bumps, medical issues, pathology, and trauma that can occur while up there. So let's spend a little bit of time talking about microgravity. From the moment that we're take off on launch, we're exposed to an altered G-load. This starts with an increased G-load or acceleration force and increased amounts of loading on our bones and increased amounts of vibration. As soon as we get into orbit, we're lucky enough to feel weightless and float for the first time. But that comes with a price on our own physiology. In the first 24 to 72 hours, we might experience what is called space adaptation syndrome or space motion sickness. So I want to challenge you to try an experiment right now. Close your eyes and stick out your hand somewhere in front of your face, just like this. Do you know where your hand is? You do. How is that? Even if you can't see it, you have these special nerve endings called proprioreceptors that tell you exactly where your body is in space. So we may take it for granted of how we balance and how we see, but balance is actually a finely tuned coordination between our eyes, which tell us what we're seeing, our inner ears, which control our balance, as well as our proprioreceptors. Every 7 billion of us humans here on Earth have had the luxury of growing up in 1G, so it's easy to take our inner ears for granted. When we get to zero gravity, these systems are thrown completely off, and that can make us really nauseous, really sick, and for up to 72 hours upon being in a microgravity environment, we can get violently ill. This almost always passes, and this is why critical events like spacewalks are not scheduled in that first 72 hours. But that's just the start of it. There is not a single bodily system that is not affected by being in zero gravity, or more formally, microgravity. Whether we're talking about our bones, our muscles, our immune system, our central nervous systems, our kidneys, every single one of these systems is affected. Our muscles lose mass. Again, it's easy to take gravity for granted. Well, if I stick out my hand in front of me, if I don't resist, my hand drops because of gravity. So even though we don't think about it, our bones and our muscles at any given time on Earth are loaded by gravity. When we go to the zero-G environment, there's no resistive force, and so so our muscles and our bones, without having this resistance, tend to atrophy if you're a muscle or lose bone density if you're a bone, particularly in weight-bearing areas like our spine, our pelvis, and our thigh bones. The other thing that's easy to take for granted is where our fluids go. On Earth, gravity pulls everything down to our feet. That's not the case on the International Space Station. In the absence of gravity, all those fluids shift upwards. The consequence of that being that our bodies interpret us as holding on to more fluid, so we pee that out. So we may be a little bit dehydrated in the first few days of being in space. That actually, the loss of plasma volume tends to lead to something called space flight anemia or decreased red blood cell mass. And this fluid shift can make us more prone to kidney stone. And it doesn't end there. What we know from studies in microgravity is that our central nervous system is suspect to something that we call space adaptation neuroocular syndrome. We're still trying to figure out exactly what the mechanism is, but decades of spaceflight have taught us that astronauts, particularly men, are experiencing changes in vision, headaches, flattening of their eyeballs, as well as increased pressure on their optic nerves. That's the nerve that connects the back of your eye to your brain. So, suffice to say, there's a lot going on when it comes to being in space, particularly being in microgravity. The list is endless. We know that our immune systems are suppressed in microgravity. We know that bugs and germs are more virulent. So, what else is there to worry about? We also know that there's gender differences, that certain afflictions in space affect men more preferentially, and certain afflictions affect women more preferentially. So, for example, for men, they are more prone to exactly what we just discussed with visual changes related to the space adaptation neuroocular syndrome. Women, on the other hand, are more prone to UTIs or urinary tract infections, and when they get back to Earth, are also more prone to orthostatic hypotension, which is a fancy way of saying fainting. So after all that time in space, the valves in your veins in your feet kind of got this physiological message that they can take a vacation and then don't do their job when it comes to being back on Earth, and don't let the blood in your veins flow in one way. And so that makes us more prone to fainting because we don't have a way to easily continue letting that blood circulate back centrally. Let's talk a little bit about radiation now. So, when we're on the surface of the Earth, we're exposed to a certain amount of background radiation. We're still relatively protected by the atmosphere, but the higher we go and the less atmosphere there is to filter out harmful UV rays, the more at risk we are. Even flying on a commercial jet, you are exposed to more radiation. At the level of the International Space Station, in a given day, you're exposed to 250 times more radiation than you would be at the surface of the Earth. But you're still within the confines of Earth's magnetosphere and the Van Allen belt, which help protect out even more harmful forms of ionizing radiation, like solar particle events or solar flares, and galactic cosmic radiation. And the science doesn't end there. At every single turn, we're learning more about how the human body reacts in space, in microgravity, in a high-stress, high-radiation environment. With the famous NASA twin study, whereupon they studied now retired astronauts Mark Kelly and Scott Kelly, as Commander Kelly spent 1 year on space while his twin brother spent 1 year on Earth. And what we found is that everything from our DNA and the length of the telomeres, which are thought to be related to aging, were changed from being in spaceflight for a year while being on Earth. As early as last year, we found out that physiology is still surprising us. On a routine ultrasound study to image the jugular veins in our neck, one astronaut was found to have a giant blood clot in their veins and required anticoagulation or a way of preventing the clot from getting bigger. What am I trying to say with all this? If you take nothing away from everything I've just told you, it's simply space is trying to kill you. And this is just low Earth orbit. On the International Space Station, if something catastrophic were to happen, we would still have the luxury of evacuating to Kazakhstan in as little as 3.5 hours. It may not be a comfortable ride if we have something like a broken bone and still have to experience re-entry and a hard impact on landing, in a Soyuz, for example, but at least you're not far from home. So, how do we go about keeping humans healthy in space? And what are the principles that guide us? Well, very briefly, risk, prevention, and design. I want you to keep those three concepts in mind because even whether we're staying close to home at the low Earth orbit, going to the moon, or to Mars and beyond, these are the principles that guide how we keep humans healthy in space and space medicine in general. When we talk about risk, and you're going to see a theme here, we deconstruct risk into severity as well as likelihood. So when we talk about risk, we don't say, this looks risky. We talk about how likely is something to happen versus how bad is it if it does. So say something's fairly unlikely, but really severe if it happens. Having a baby in space, really unlikely. We don't need to mitigate that. What about something that's very likely, but not really severe? Say a paper cut or an abrasion. We should plan to treat it so it doesn't get infected, but again, it's not catastrophic. By catastrophic, we mean it's not mission ending or it's not threat to life. What about a worst case scenario? Say something is high risk as well as catastrophic if it happens. So decompression sickness. By decompression sickness, we mean that when we are exposed to a different pressure differential, a lower pressure differential, wherein the gases that are dissolved in our bodily fluids in our blood can come out of solution and then lodge as bubbles in places that would be really bad, like joints or even our brains, causing a seizure, stroke, or even death, that needs to be mitigated. It's why we have pre-breathing countermeasures right before we go on a spacewalk to prevent exactly that sort of thing from happening. So risk identification and mitigation is key. Prevention is another cornerstone of keeping humans healthy in space. This starts at astronaut selection, both in terms of physiology as well as psychology. When we're selecting astronauts, we have select in as well as select out criteria. So some examples might be blood pressure. If you have high blood pressure, say 140/90 or higher, then you're automatically selected out because it's one less thing we have to worry about when we're up in space. Similarly, psychologically, when we talk about select in criteria, we want candidates who will make the mission most likely to be successful, will work as a team, and will be very objective focused. Other examples of countermeasures continue throughout selection with pre-flight quarantine, particularly relevant during a pandemic, as well as looking at pre-flight, in-flight, and post-flight rehab and countermeasures, including examples of exercise that astronauts have to perform daily while they're on the International Space Station with aerobic exercise, resistive activity, and powered weights, as well as things like nutrition, monitoring, continuous studying, and looking at more measures that we can identify for future flights, as we discussed about in this twin study a couple of minutes ago. So the list goes on and on, but the bottom line is that if you can stop something from happening before you ever have to treat it in space, well then it's exactly as they say, an ounce of cure is worth a pound of prevention. Speaking of which, let's talk a little bit about design. So let's take a closer look at exactly what the healthcare system on the International Space Station looks like, because it's going to be important in the second half of this talk when we talk about going to the moon, Mars, and beyond. So the International Space Station houses the CHECS system, which is an acronym like everything else in space, and stands for the Crew Healthcare System. So when we talk about the CHECS system, we talk about three key components. That's the environmental health system, the countermeasure system, as well as the health maintenance system. So we've kind of alluded to all of these already. The environmental maintenance system is everything that just keeps the environment habitable, from temperature to moisture to atmospheric control. It's our life support system. The countermeasure system we alluded to when we talked about exercise. So to keep our bones and our muscles as happy as possible without having the luxury of 1G, we have to exercise. So we have to perform 2 hours of aerobic activity, resistive exercise every single day. Of course, health issues, medical issues will happen on the ISS. And so that's where the health maintenance system comes in. That includes everything from the worst case scenario, including a defibrillator, as well as crew restraint system to restrain a fellow astronaut and be able to perform CPR if necessary, to basic life support kits, advanced life support kits, medical kits, and more. So how exactly do we know what to prevent and how to design for space? Well, we talked a little bit about how important it is to know about probabilities when we talked about risk. And that actually informs a lot of how operational space medicine is performed. NASA operates in terms of probabilities as well as the likelihood of a particular medical incident happening. So, for example, when we try to pack for space, we look at what is most likely to happen and what will be most threatening to the crew if it's not mitigated. So that's where NASA, for example, has created its exploration medical capabilities top 100 list of medical conditions that should be prepared to be addressed on any human spaceflight expedition. This can include any of the scary stuff from asystole and needing to perform CPR, so if someone loses their pulse, to a severe trauma, to something less severe but equally scary like diarrhea in space. Another tool that NASA has that relies on probabilities and numbers is called the Integrated Medical Model, which takes into account the likelihood and incidence of a medical issue occurring, the crew composition and mission profile, as well as the probability of an issue occurring and the threat to the mission, such as the probability of evacuation, as well as the threat to life or loss of crew if it occurs, and then calculates, based on previous data, what exactly you would need in terms of medical kit contents and quantities to help effectively deal with those medical pathologies and situations, and in so doing, hopefully decrease the loss of life or the risk of loss of life and the risk of loss of crew. So to summarize, we've said several key things so far. First of all, space is trying to kill you. Second of all, it takes a lot to keep humans happy and healthy, and not just surviving, but thriving in space. The other thing that I hope has become apparent by this point is that space is hard. Access to space is hard, and it's costly. This brings us into the importance of design. And when we talk about designing for space, I like to think of it as the Aladdin principle. Infinite cosmic power to get there, itty-bitty living space. How does that translate into designing for space and space medicine in particular? It means that anything that we bring with us needs to be low cost, low mass, low volume, low power, easy to use, and resistant to the elements of the environment. For example, looking at previous kits that have been on the International Space Station, Any medication that we need to bring with us need to have a long shelf life. And ideally, if we're talking about antibiotics, for example, the same antibiotic could be used for, say, a skin infection as well as a urinary tract infection. Whereas, taking an ridiculous example, it makes less sense to bring something like surgical forceps that would be used in case of a difficult delivery, because you just don't expect it to happen, and the likelihood is very low of that happening on the International Space Station. So everything we've talked about so far is limited to that little space around Earth called low Earth orbit. But if you've been paying attention to space news lately, we don't intend on sticking around here forever. We have plans to go to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Over the next few years with Lunar Gateway, as early as 2022, we expect assembly to start, and by 2026, seeing operations with 4 astronauts aboard the Lunar Gateway to perform science, astronomy, lunar observation, solar observation, and Earth observation. Beyond that, as well as going to lunar orbit, NASA and the international community have plans to return to the Moon with the Artemis missions. As early as 2024, the next woman and the first woman and the next American man could lay boots on the lunar surface. In tandem, the European Space Agency has announced plans for a moon village. The Canadian Space Agency has very straightforwardly come out and said they would like to take the lead in operational space medicine for the Moon, Mars, and beyond. So I think it's pretty apparent that we have plans and ambitions to literally shoot for the stars as well as land on the Moon. All of this is really neat. And the idea of going to the Moon and establishing permanent surface operations on the Moon is not just science, is not just exploration, but also to establish the Moon as a test bed for when we finally make it to Mars as early as the mid-2030s. It's not just the governmental agencies that have proposed to go this far, it's the commercial sector as well. As early as 2016, both SpaceX and Boeing proposed to be the first commercial entity on Mars. But coming back to a running theme, space is dangerous, space is hostile, and space is trying to kill you. So we have a few problems to solve. We talked a little bit earlier about space radiation and the challenges it poses. At least on the International Space Station within the confines of the Van Allen belts, we have that protection from stronger forms of ionizing and radiation, such as solar particle events, as well as galactic cosmic radiation. Once we go beyond the Van Allen belts, even as close as the Moon, we lose that protection. And so if we're seriously thinking of going to the Moon and beyond, we also need to be thinking about radiation and radiation protection going forward. In fact, the further we go, the more issues crop up. Everything we talked about earlier this talk with respect to radiation, confinement, being away from our loved ones, altered day-night cycles, the need to rely on our enclosed roof life support systems, as well as the threat of microgravity, all of that still applies. But wait, there's more. And the further out we go, not only is radiation an issue, but NASA has a whole human research roadmap of even more stuff that can happen to us in long duration or exploration class missions. This includes everything from crew dynamics to performance, to interfacing with robots and computers, to the risk of radiation, to psychology, to simply losing our skills on a long duration mission. Taken with that, the further away from Earth we go, the longer of a communication delay we will experience. On the Moon, not so bad. It's about a 3-second one-way time delay, 6 seconds total. Annoying, but bearable. To get to Mars, with current technologies, it's a 6 to 9 month one-way trip. Depending on the alignment of the Moon and Mars, it is approximately a 6 to 9 month journey, and it is about a 4 to 23 minute one-way time lag. That means at the furthest opposition, the Moon and Mars, to have a conversation would be a 48-minute round-way conversation. So not ideally convenient. What does that mean for medicine, for example? It means that we have to bring our procedures with us, we have to bring our training with us, and we can't necessarily rely on help from Earth through telemedicine or teleconsultants if we're truly planning on going to Mars, and we certainly cannot rely on instant evacuation from Mars. Remember, at the space station, we talked about a 3.5-hour evacuation to Kazakhstan if the need arises. On the Moon, that expands to 3 to 5 days. If you're actively dying, not ideal. By the time you get to Mars at 6 to 9 months out, there's no talk or thought of evacuation being a viable option. So, here's my question to you. You're the crew doctor, you're packing for Mars. What do you pack, and how do you do it? So, we've talked about the challenges of keeping humans healthy and also how we might keep them healthy, as well as our constraints when it comes to design, mass, space, cost. But let's look at the other end of the spectrum. I would ask you to imagine, what is the gold standard? What is the ideal scenario for healthcare if there were zero constraints? Say you made it to Mars. Well, the answer would be to just have another Earth with you. If you had another Earth, you wouldn't have to worry about decreased gravity, increased radiation, closed loop life support systems, having renewable resources. Essentially, if you bring your own Earth with you, all of those problems become mitigated. Of course, terraformation isn't an option yet, but it does beg the question, what if we not just provided the standard of care of health that we would accept on Earth, which is exactly what we should be aspiring towards, but what if we leverage technology to surpass that and create a new, better standard of care? And to that, I say we should look towards science fiction. So, what if we were able to mitigate the bone density and muscle atrophy problem by borrowing on rotating space station concepts from movies like Space Odyssey 2001 or The Martian to create 1/3 gravity on the way to Mars to prevent that decompensation? What if we borrowed on concepts from Star Wars, for example, to create exoskeletons on Mars? So even if we were decompensated, we would still have enough power and performance to build, to operate, to perform science, to explore on Mars. What if we had technologies like the Matrix and the holodeck from Star Wars to immediately upload skills to our brains so we didn't have to worry about de-skilling on the way to Mars? Or what if we just decided that going to a place like Mars, for all the reasons we've talked about today, is just too dangerous and sent either a holograph or an avatar? Well, these ideas aren't so far-fetched. One of my favorite papers of all time comes from the MIT Review in 2017, where the authors talk about exactly that, borrowing ideas from science fiction to help keep astronauts healthy. It's called Engineering the Perfect Astronaut, and they talk about research that's being done today, such as splicing genes from elephants into human DNA to be able to prevent them from getting cancer. The thoughts being that elephants never get cancer, and the reason is that they have 4 copies rather than 2 copies of their oncogenes, or the cancer editing cells. It sounds kind of science fiction, and it's really early stage now. I think they're still just experimenting with bananas. But it kind of brings to mind this idea of Gattaca, or engineering DNA, but for good. And we can talk about the ethics of genetically engineering humans, but the other question that we have to ask is, if we know we're sending astronauts into a highly dangerous, hostile environment that's likely to kill them, is it perhaps more unethical to not genetically augment them or enhance them and send them unprepared into that environment? Just some food for thought. The point I want to make is there are a lot of challenges going forward as we look to the moon and beyond as destinations. And to get there, we are going to have to science the space out of this. Or to be more exact, we're going to have to add a little bit of science and a whole lot of MacGyvering or ingenuity. So here are some examples of technologies that are emerging today that we really should be looking at as we go towards these increasingly distant locales. We need to keep up our skills, we need to practice, and virtual reality is becoming an increasingly emerging technology that we can leverage for keeping up those skills. It essentially is like an emerging version of the Matrix. And in fact, one of my day jobs with Luxonic Technologies is to develop immersive medical care for deep space missions. AI, or artificial intelligence and deep learning, are other examples of technologies that can help us with decision making, with pattern recognition, as well as learning on deep space missions. In addition, we need to pay attention to the power of gene synthesis and powers such as CRISPR, point of care diagnostics with blood sampling, portable imaging, and more. The other challenge is we're going to have to be able to take all of these things, AI, like HAL 9000 but friendlier. We're going to have to take virtual reality, all of these point of care blood analyzers, diagnostics, and bring them back to the Aladdin principle, itty bitty living space. But this is just the beginning. There are so many challenges out there when we talk about the future of space medicine. And I want to just end with some of my thoughts of the challenges that remain to be solved once we've solved every single one of those tick boxes on the NASA Human Research Roadmap. So one question that we have yet to solve is, what exactly is the gravity prescription? This was phrased as such by one of the former chief medical officers of Johnson Space Center, Dr. Jim Logan, and he basically made the point that we don't know what amount of gravity, at what frequency, for what duration we need to keep ourselves, our bones, our bodies, our immune systems, our fluid shifts, our central nervous systems happy. We have two extreme and opposite examples. We have every single human being here on Earth who's been exposed to 1G, and we have astronauts on the ISS who've been living in microgravity. But what is the bare minimum? Is it 17% gravity that we would experience on the moon? If that's the case, that's perfect, because then by the time we go to Mars, we know exactly that we have the knowledge that even half of what we experience on the moon is more than enough for Mars. If it's not, well, then we still have several surprises to solve and figure out by the time we get to Mars. The nature of work that we plan to do as we go to these distant locales will also change. On the ISS, in constant weightlessness, our spacewalks consist of repairs of telescopes, repairs of the Canadarm, repairs of the International Space Station in microgravity. As we look forward to the Moon and Mars, we will be establishing permanent surface operations. We'll be conducting EVAs or extravehicular activities for science, for exploration, for mining, and more. That means, statistically speaking, something bad is going to happen on at least one of those EVAs, whether it's a trauma, whether it's a allergic reaction, whether it's severe pain, whether it's a cardiac arrest. That means we need to start thinking about our medical capabilities for EVA today. Back to the radiation problem. We've talked a little bit about how much radiation that we're going to be exposed to once we're beyond the confines of the Van Allen belt. But we don't know exactly yet what the solution is to how much radiation protection we need in our habitats. Is there a habitat with enough, with the material or thickness of material that can prevent ionizing radiation from harming us? Is our only solution to live below ground in the thickened regolith? That's a solution that we're going to have to solve or figure out pretty quickly once we get to the moon and Mars. Here's something I spend a lot of my time thinking about, is what is the logical progression in which we will go about establishing permanent medical capabilities off-world? So we talked a little bit about what medical capabilities are on the International Space Station. So you have a crew medical officer, 40 hours of training, you have basic all medical supplies, life-saving supplies, basic life support kit, and an advanced life support kit. If you need to evacuate, you can evacuate 3.5 hours away. When you're on the moon and Mars, you have to have a less evacuation contingent medical care plan. So that comes to going forward in a stepwise fashion and building up those capabilities, especially if we plan on living on the moon permanently and operating there permanently, and same with Mars. So here's how I envision that going about. Similar to the ISS, starting with a crew medical officer with first aid training, basic medical kits, and then building in a capability for advanced life support as well as medical capabilities for EVAs, building in basic surgical capabilities as well as a field hospital, and then advancing to advanced surgical capabilities, and finally building in that final bottom layer of a pyramid, including primary care, screening maneuvers that will allow us to conduct more advanced procedures like endoscopy, colonoscopies, laparoscopy. So will we be able to surpass our standard of care on Mars? And knowing how literally alien these environments are, will this give rise and breed brand new genres of doctors? Will we be training medical specialists in moon medicine or Martian medicine? What will that curriculum look like, and how will that training happen? What will the board exam for a Mars surgeon look like? And as we come full circle, I have to ask this question. Infectious disease, as we know in 2020, is no joke, and neither are pandemics. So it's only a matter of time that we're going before we encounter the first moondemic. Will we be prepared when that happens? And if so, what will social distancing guidelines look like for coronavirus on the moon? In 1/6 gravity, will particles of COVID fly further, and will we have to distance ourselves to 36 feet? The time to start thinking about these issues is now. And while we're thinking about far-fetched, far-off ideas, if the idea is to truly become a permanent, multi-world faring species, well, to do that, we need to be able to procreate and become a multi-generational species. And this is a whole talk unto itself. But what does it take to not just deliver on Mars, but to properly conceive, gestate, deliver, and develop a brand new life, the human on Mars? Not to mention the ethics of delving into that unknown. And one of my favorite questions. Once we've survived on the moon, once we've thrived on Mars, where do we go to next? And as we go to that next destination, and keep this idea of healthcare in mind, because where humans go, healthcare and principles of medicine and surviving and thriving must follow. How do we manage those standards of care how do we standardize and govern those principles of best practices in medicine? Do we have to establish a galactic health organization? And how will that be governed? The good news is none of these problems are going away anytime soon. And that means we need you to come bring your brains and your passions to space medicine. Because at the end of the day, there is space for all of us, and space needs all of us. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Shauna Pandya, and I hope that you've had some food for thought when it comes to the future of space medicine and the questions that we have yet to solve.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Mongo, pow. Greetings and salutations from beautiful downtown Sherman Oaks, Los Angeles, California, where I am the host of Mike Mongo's Astronaut Adventures, the author of Mike Mongo's Astronaut Instruction Manual for Preteens, and making a television series about the first kids in space right now here in Los Angeles. And I am very happy to be addressing the members and supporters of the National Space Society and people who I would ordinarily see at the International Space Development Conference, which sadly this year was canceled because of the quarantine. So the reason I even have the YouTube studio that I've created is because of the quarantine. I turned quarantine into a space mission training for young students. And so for the past almost 15 years, I've been encouraging young students how I use my abilities to grab people's attention and to inspire people to pursue their dreams and their passions for space, is that I reach out to students, I connect with students, and I empower them to imagine themselves living, working, and playing in space. The NSS has supported that mission for years now. I've been a member since 2013. The first time I spoke, I think it was 2014. 2015 is when Bruce Pittman said, had a talk and inspired me with these words that when they at NASA found challenges that they wanted students to put an eye to, they would present the challenges to students without telling them that it was difficult, like asteroid mining, for instance. And the students would go and solve the problems without knowing that it was difficult and come back with answers that were remarkable. And that's the exact same thing I do when I encourage students to pursue careers in space and astronautics, is that I don't tell them how difficult it is to be an astronaut or a space professional or a grown-up for that matter. I give them tools to handle it every day, one day at a time, until they get to the place they want to go to. And the place they want to go to is space. And the reason that I encourage them to go to space is because I believe, after working for 15 years as a space science professional, that as an astronaut teacher, that we can solve all the challenges we face on Earth by solving for space. We can solve for health, we can solve for energy, we can solve for inclusion, we can solve for equity, we can solve for the illusion of scarcity by solving for space. And I don't know anything better than that. And I want to say thank you to the NSS, to the board of governors, to the board of advisors, to the chairs, to everybody involved, for all the work that everybody commits to this dream of humanity getting to space. Like author Frank White says, we go to space and we look at the Earth in a different way. We get what he calls the overview effect. We as space people know this and love this. And I'm grateful for the opportunity that the NSS provides through the ISDC to reach out to people all over the world, and today, a day in space, so that we can imagine a future that works out for all of us. My name is Mike Mongo. Keep up the good work, and I'll see you at ISDC 2021. In the words of my people, pow, pow, pow.
Thank you, Shauna. Wonderful presentation. For those of you who are fans of the obscure sci-fi film, to me, Dr. Shauna Pandya is the female Buckaroo Banzai. And for those of you who don't get it, you should definitely look it up. All right, Cyan, back to you. We've done history of space, we've done Apollo, we've done space medicine, we've covered a wide variety of topics, past, present, and future. What about business? What about the business opportunities in space?
You know, well, one of the most exciting business opportunities that I've seen personally emerge, of course, I'm going to talk about analog astronauts. Most of you, I would guess that all of you never even heard that term 10 years ago. Why? Because it didn't exist. But yet now there are analogs all over the world and people are paying money to go and become flight ready. I mean, with commercial space opening up and the whole idea of if you're a small nation like Poland, for example, and you want to get people excited about space. Well, how do you do that when you can't have a budget for sending people up into space? An easy way is by building a habitat and having analog astronauts go and live so you can contribute to human space flight training and research for a little bit of money and infrastructure. I just talked to somebody in Brazil that has a habitat that they created. And so what's really interesting is this idea of the economy or the business of space and people who are excited about it wanting to be ready in case the opportunity comes. I know that if somebody is like, hey, Cyan, I want to send you to the moon or even low Earth orbit on, you know, one of the suborbital flights, send me. I want to be flight ready. And I'm willing to pay to become flight ready so that when the opportunity happens, I'm there. Well, I got to ask you about this here, Jeff, because you dropped this paperweight. Oh my goodness.
Where did this mysterious thing arrive from? It was almost as if it fell out of the sky.
It did.
Cyan, in my opinion, what you are looking at there is in large part the future of the business side of long-term space exploration and development. It is a meteorite. And meteorites, in large part, come to us from asteroids. So years ago, when I was invited to join the advisory board of Deep Space Industries, the asteroid mining company, it was because of my expertise in meteorites. Mm-hmm. And the reasoning is this. If we understand what meteorites are and what they're made of, we begin to understand what the asteroids that they come from might be made of. And so if we want to harvest valuable raw materials from asteroids, a really good place to start your research is meteorites. Now, this definitely came from an asteroid. This was once part of the molten core of an enormous asteroid that probably lived somewhere in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. It, like most things in the solar system, is billions of years old. It is believed to have landed on Earth between 4,500 and 5,000 years ago.
But how do we take this and what we can learn from it and turn it into a viable business? And, you know, when we're talking about space.
Robots.
Robots. I love that. Right.
I knew you were going to like that. Okay, so here's a theoretical model. We study meteorites. We begin to understand the makeup of asteroids in the solar system, of which there are millions. And then we send robot ships to select asteroids that are very good candidates for mining. And once we have figured out how to extract the raw materials that we need in space, instead of blasting everything that we need into orbit, the entire future of space development is changed permanently. And even with the lower costs that we're now seeing for payloads, thanks to the innovation of SpaceX, it's still not going to work for us very long term to take everything that we need, all the spacesuits, all the food, all the water and air and everything else, the fuel, into space. It's just not going to work if we're going to establish a very large, meaningful long-term presence. So asteroid mining could be a big part of the answer.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying basically is that we have to figure this out if we are going to have a permanent presence, humanity, a permanent presence on the moon and Mars and beyond. I mean, we really don't have a choice. We've got to figure out how to use the resources out there. And what I like about that is it helps solve for the resources here and us managing what's happening here on Earth.
Wouldn't it be great if all astronauts that leave Earth for permanent habitation elsewhere rapidly become self-sufficient and don't have to rely on taking resources from Earth to help sustain them? And this is part of the answer. This is an iron meteorite. This is nickel and iron and trace elements. But I don't want you to just think heavy metals when you're thinking asteroid mining. The type of asteroid that the OSIRIS-REx mission is investigating, the asteroid Bennu, is likely the type of asteroid from which carbonaceous chondrite meteorites come from. And we have discovered that that type of meteorite often contains water, carbon, amino acids. So that means we can also theoretically extract water, oxygen, other necessary materials that we need from life from these asteroids that are just sitting out there in the cold, waiting to help us. They're free resources once we figure out how to get there and how to extract them. And here to talk to us about new business opportunities in the world of spaceflight is SpaceX board member, venture capitalist, and spaceflight entrepreneur, Steve Jurvetson.
Well, thank you to the National Space Society for putting on such a fantastic day of speakers. I'm finishing up a line that starts with incredible Apollo astronauts and business leaders and space practitioners, and I can't tell you how honored I am to be part of this ceremony today. I'm going to be sharing some of the ideas of a new day in new space, the business aspects of what we've been seeing and where we see the space industry going. I work at a venture firm called Future Ventures, and I'm on the board of SpaceX. I also led the early rounds of investment in Planet Labs and have been a space enthusiast for many years. In fact, I thought no better place to record this than in our offices here at Future Ventures. We are surrounded by Apollo-era space artifacts like this couch, full couch, with translation control assemblies and joysticks from the Apollo era, artifacts from the Russian and Apollo space program, contemporary elements. So there's a piece of every lunar module that's been to the moon, et cetera. So you can tell I'm a real space nut at my core. I've in fact turned the entire office into a space museum. So you might ask, well, how did I get here? How did this come to be? And let me just share a couple of things for context. One is I was a geek from early on. I grew up in Texas and went to Johnson Space Center for Space Camp, the obligatory embarrassing photos of my youth. But I've also strangely been launching amateur rockets for 17 years now with my son, supersonic big things out in the desert. This is actually an O motor, something that's used as a cruise missile booster that we flew most recently. And I've also been an evangelist for rocketry, both as a hobby and as an investment thesis. The only time I've ever been in Harvard Business Review on a business topic was about rocketry, as you can see here, and I've been passionate about it for some time. But I've also done venture capital now for 25 years. And in the first 14 of those years, not a single space-related investment passed muster in my judgment, meaning not one of those proposals was credible enough that I thought I should bring them in for a pitch meeting to my partners. And that's usually how this happens in a venture firm. You get excited about something, you spend some time evaluating an investment opportunity, and ultimately you have to get it through your partnership. So 14 years, not one. I saw all kinds of proposals for fuel depots, for you name it. But there were some problems with every one of these proposals. The cost of launch was very high, so it became a capital-intensive business. The customer sets in many cases were government or government programs, which are unpredictable before they happen. And perhaps most insidious of all, for many of the entrepreneurs out there, they didn't know what their launch costs would actually be. They knew they would be high, but they were negotiations that took place in smoky, dark rooms. And frankly, there was a lot of opacity. Unless you were an industry insider, you really didn't know what launch costs. So it's very hard to put together a business proposal. Now, everything changed, because you might imagine this is a setup for SpaceX. SpaceX was our first space investment. And when we first invested, they had been trying to get the Falcon 1 to be a successful launch. They had not yet booked any successful satellite launches with the Falcon 1. The first 3 were failures on the path to success. And we saw everything changing. So we invested in that. I joined the board. And it's like night and day. Obviously, the lowering cost of launch, not just by SpaceX, but its competitors having to follow suit. The sense of hopefulness in the engineering ranks and young people everywhere realizing that it's not sort of like it used to be. In fact, and we'll make more about this points about this later, that the business case for space is a lot more exciting than the government case for space. Now, it's not to say the government isn't the major customer, but when something like launch can be provided by a business for the government customer, that's a much healthier place to be than fixed price, cost plus contracts, where you, in the old ways of doing things, where you're basically beholden to a singular customer, the government. So this free market, this large NASA customer in hand, and frankly, a business that was profitable and had about $10 billion of backlog in those early days, caught the attention of the venture community as well. So fast forward to today, you've had an enormous influx of investment in the space sector. In fact, in 2015, when SpaceX first raised $1 billion and Planet Labs raised about $100 million, that combined was more than the entire venture industry had invested in the space sector throughout history combined times 2. And that was 2015. It's gone up from there. And you now have over 500 venture funds who have invested in space. 500, right? When I first invested in SpaceX, there were like a handful, less than 5. It's been a pretty dramatic change. And in fact, in some sectors like small sat launch vehicles, now 145 different venture-backed startups all going after the same prize, a smaller, lower-cost launch vehicle for small satellites. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. So now you might ask yourself, what changed? What allowed SpaceX to do what it has done and is continuing to do? The same question could be asked of Tesla and a number of companies that have radically changed large industries that haven't faced new entrants in decades, in some cases 100 years, and who are left a little bit flat-footed when a new entrant does come with new system engineering, new software stack, and a radically new approach to the problem that really is what disruptive innovation is all about. And that's what we invest in. That's what we look for in our startups that we invest in. So SpaceX, I think, is iconic of this. I'll just mention it's nearly identical in the case of Tesla. And in both cases, it's really all about system engineering and software. System engineering in the sense that it's not a patented thing, right? It's not like a single transistor or circuit or thing that you would frankly patent that makes the difference. In fact, Tesla has open sourced patents and SpaceX famously has none. It rather is the way you can integrate off-the-shelf components, minimize the physical thing, and push all the value to the software and services layer. So let's talk about that in some depth. And let me start with the most important framework for thinking about that. And that is what I call the 120-year version of Moore's Law. Hopefully you can see a detailed version of this, but to explain it for those who haven't seen it before, this is my favorite abstraction of Moore's Law because actually no one quotes Gordon Moore himself and what he wrote in his original paper accurately. They go with what they mean by that. Computers are getting faster, better, cheaper. You're getting roughly a doubling performance each year. And here what you're graphing is the amount of computing power you can get for a constant dollar. So, inflation of the dollar is already factored into this. And it is a logarithmic scale. So every tick you see going up the y-axis is 100x, another 100x, another 100x. So it's not 10, 10, 20, 30. It's 10, and then 1,000 and so forth. 100,000 and so on. So a straight line on a graph like this is an exponential. And you have years along the bottom, over 120 years. So most importantly, realize the integrated circuit, Moore's Law, Intel, everything you've heard from them really only describes the most current epoch of something that's actually going on for longer than people knew to measure it and is fundamentally, philosophically very profound. How is it that humanity's capacity to compute has compounded over 120 years and will likely continue to do so for the next 10 or 20, even if Intel's not leading the charge? Right? The last 10 years on this graph, by the way, are led by NVIDIA and the GPUs that are used in deep learning and machine learning, and now custom ASICs and such that are increasingly gathering the new compute cycles in the data center and in devices at the edge. So let's pause for a moment. Realize the economy, Great Depression, World War I, World War II have had no impact on this curve. This curve just continues unabated. It is, I think, the driver of progress. It is a driver of technological change. And from a technology business point of view, it's the single most important thing ever graphed. And I'll repeat that. I believe this is the single most important graph, probably of any kind, in existence today, in that it drives decision-making in profound and important ways. It has held true for longer than most things you could dare to plot in either technology or business. And it really is increasingly driving the economy. I believe every industry in the long run becomes an information business, meaning they compete on how they process information, not how they convert raw materials, right? So you dematerialize the thing, you move value to the software layer, much like our body becomes less important and it's more about our brains as a human species versus earlier animals. So let's keep that in mind and realize it's likely to continue. And when it does, things that were formerly a trial and error science become a simulation science. Things that required a wind tunnel, right? Like airplanes before the Boeing 777, or wet lab chemistry to test if something works. You can actually simulate more and more and more in a computer and rapidly advance the pace of progress. That's the underlying driver of these industry transitions. You take a formerly industrial, crappy, frankly, low gross margin, uninteresting business, and you turn it into an exciting, dynamic software services business. So where we've seen that over the last 10 years or so, where we've invested in robotics and AI, of course, but ones that wouldn't have been so obvious 20 years ago: automotive, aerospace, synthetic biology, and food manufacturing itself. And soon, some of our new investments might be in the area of construction. The construction industry hasn't seen much change also for decades, if not centuries, in terms of fundamental change of how we go about architecting from a drawing to a building. But space has been a great example, and we'll focus, of course, entirely on that in today's talk. So let's talk about SpaceX and simulation. It, at times, is hard to tell what's reality in this world of simulation that we live in. It's kind of, every time I see Starman in a Tesla out in orbit, out near close to Mars orbit, is mind-boggling to me. And of course, that's real. And how is it that SpaceX has managed to pull these things off, often working for the first time? First Falcon 9 launch, a success. The first Falcon Heavy launch, total success. I would argue the first booster return is success. We'll get back to that. It had to do with precision, but the idea that you could flip it around, fly it back, and have it come to a controlled stop, in the first case over the open ocean, was shown the very first time. How do you possibly make that happen when in prior efforts it took scores of failures to have a success? And I think the main driver, or a major driver of that, of course, you have good engineers, smart people solving problems. That's important. But it's also important to simulate hundreds, thousands, millions of times things that you might run into before you do. So on the left, you can see a photo I took several years ago in the back bowels of SpaceX of what they call the Iron Maiden, basically a big table with all the avionics structures laid out. So the entire rocket, in a sense, is virtually there on the table. And you can test things like the Dragon spacecraft against all kinds of perturbations. What happens if this goes out, if a thruster goes out, all the things that in the Apollo program, you ran physical simulations with humans, and only a handful of them in many cases. At Hope, you simulated all the situations you needed to cover. In this case, you actually can give amazing coverage and, again, make things work the first time. On the right side, you see an image from a video that was shown of basically a CFD tool, a custom wavelet tool that SpaceX developed from scratch. So sometimes when you want to do good simulation work, you don't even find that off-the-shelf tools can do the job that you need with the precision that you need for, in this case, combustion dynamics. And if you think back to, let's say, the F1 engine in the Saturn V days, you had this problem of pogoing or combustion instability that required all kinds of physical experiments and ultimately a feedback loop to try to quench the problem. But all kinds of different injector plate designs were tried to solve the problem. Here, you can simulate things such that the engines tend to work much sooner than they otherwise would. Okay. Of course, the biggest area of simulation was, can you do something that never been tried before, that had been long thought should be done, but everyone in the industry who was SpaceX competitor thought couldn't be done, or couldn't be done effectively, or couldn't be done economically. They keep changing their story, but it has been done. And as I pointed out, the very first time over the open ocean, because of the telemetry on board, we know that it came to a complete and controlled stop, hovering, and nothing to land on. There was no, autonomous barge or anything at the time, and so it fell in the ocean and fell over. Amazingly, even with claims that success was made, I just didn't share something that was not public information. It's like nobody believed it. The competitors were like, no. But the engineers at SpaceX knew it. They knew that it works, that it will work. It is an inevitability that this is going to be workable if you can actually get the booster back in one piece that far and have it hovering over the ocean. The rest is becoming one precision of the avionics feedback loops and getting a precise landing on the autonomous drone ship. And then eventually, as you see here, with the Falcon Heavy, which I was there for that first launch, is unbelievable. It makes the world seem like a simulation when those two side boosters came back in synchrony. As many space fans know, that's probably one of my favorite images of all from the space program. Let me switch to where that came from. I was out there in Texas when the F9R blew up. That was astounding. And the days of vertical takeoff and landing tests here, the Grasshopper test vehicle that you can see, were really ones where people faced a lot of doubt. And I love this quote from Sir Arthur Clarke. I'll actually read it to you, so you don't have to scan along as I'm doing it. He says, escaping from Earth will not always be astronomically expensive. This will come through reusable boosters, which can be flown for hundreds of missions like normal aircraft. We'll have to get away as quickly as possible from rocket launchers, which are discarded after a single flight. Now pause for a moment. I was reading this in a 2007 book called Spaceship One. And he wrote the foreword to this book. This was before SpaceX had any launch successes, by the way, with Falcon 9, or any reusable proof. And I thought, I stopped as I was reading. I was like, that sounds exactly like Elon Musk. Like, my gosh, this is the dream. This is exactly what SpaceX is trying to do, and everyone else says can't be done. How did Arthur Clarke come up with that just around the same time we were coming up with that and talking about that publicly? I found that kind of unusual. And then I read the very next line from Arthur Clarke in this foreword. He said, when I wrote these words in July 1969, Apollo 11 was on its way to the moon. So he knew, and certain forward-looking thinkers knew, this is the key to unlocking space exploration. The next phase, what logically would come after we land on the moon, would be habitating habitats in space, exploring Mars, going farther, not retrenching for decades. And to do that, you have to have reusable boosters. It's like you're not going to get there economically otherwise. The analogy being, if you threw away an airplane after every one-way flight, only governments and strange billionaires would fly. And that's what the aerospace industry looked like prior to SpaceX and reusability in particular. Now, what is the effect of this? No surprise, these aren't the latest data, but this was tabulated by the FAA a couple of years ago. And as all of you know, the list price for SpaceX, not the cost, but the list price is dramatically lower than global competitors. And it's going to be dropping further still. We'll get back to that in a moment. But keep this in mind, less than $10,000 a kilogram at the GTO. Well, what's the effect of that? It's hard to read the color, and it's on purpose. The only point I want to draw from this slide is the dark blue bottom bar and band, which is the United States market share of commercial launch. Now, the reason commercial launch is so relevant is this is where customers have a choice. They're not beholden to launch with only their domestic provider. Let's say if you're in Russia, you're going to launch on a Russian vehicle. If you're launching a Russian military satellite, you're not going to ship it over to the United States, and so on. So it's really the commercial market. And we had in the United States 100% market share in 1980. That dropped to 0 3 years in a row prior to SpaceX's reentry and rejuvenation of the U.S. comeback, and then took it back up to 2/3 and growing on market share. This again is, remember, when we had 0%, that wasn't because there weren't U.S. customers. There were plenty of U.S. customers flying commercial satellites for cable television and a bunch of transponders for telecom. And none of them there was nothing the U.S. had to offer that was competitive. Now, in the not too distant future, as many of you know, Starship should lower this another 100-fold. Based on the forecast that Elon has put out, we're talking getting down in the order of $10, not $10,000, but $10 a kilogram to low Earth orbit, maybe 10 times that to Mars, the surface of Mars. So now, the earlier comparison was a GTO. This is a dramatic change still. Like, if people thought this has been an industry that's gone through profound change, imagine how profound that will be to have another 10 or 100x further cost reduction. This opens up entirely new markets and opportunities. Well, how is it that SpaceX did this, by the way? One of the answers is that they had a vision that's bold and audacious and unlike their competitors, and that is to colonize Mars, to basically create a multiplanetary species out of humanity. And that is breathtakingly audacious, right? Before the last few years, people kind of dismissed that, I think, within the industry, the competitors, that is. And now they realize that is why reusability was such an important thing. That's why SpaceX invested estimated $1 billion into making this capability possible. If you were one of the incumbents just launching government satellites for your bread and butter, why go through all that effort when your competitors aren't going through that effort? Like, life was comfortable and simple, right? But if you want to get back from Mars, you have to reuse the hardware. If you, by the way, want to get back from Mars, you also want to reuse the fuel that you can make on Mars. So the switch and the huge investment in methane engines was also driven by that desire to get to Mars. So to recap, having a bold vision of how the world should be or inevitably will be, and then chaining back to the present, I think is the secret about Tesla and SpaceX for how you can make meaningful change today, iterating with customers today, but with a prize and a goal that motivates your employees like nothing else. And I think is motivating engineers and folks throughout the space industry. So what are some of the downstream effects? Well, look at this. 5x increase in the number of satellites launched in the last 5 years since SpaceX had entered the business. Now, this is not just SpaceX. There's rideshare programs. There's small sat launchers. Remember, 145 following quickly in SpaceX's footsteps, thinking that perhaps there's a niche for that. I'm not so bullish on that myself. About 2/3 of these were by Planet Labs, mostly in the area of remote sensing or Earth observation. It's been a phenomenal growth, 5x in 5 years. And if I had the graph going back, it wouldn't be so dramatic looking back in the back years. So that's been the sort of the first obvious beneficiary. If you lower the cost of access to space, you can have a proliferation of applications, if you will, in space. Everything from Earth observation, better GPS systems, better all kinds of imaging systems, frankly, better broadband data, as we'll soon be talking about. And that's analogous in a sense to the fiber build out. to the internet. That before, if internet access was expensive, you wouldn't have all these cloud services. Once you had fiber build out and access proliferating for the lucky ones, you have this proliferation of applications and services. Now, I'll give you one quick example. When I was launching rockets again with my son out in the desert, we met this group from NASA and Google, strangely, and doing this thing called PhoneSat. Some of you may be familiar with that. They actually did launch Alexander Graham Bell, showing that an off-the-shelf Google phone is perfectly fine as a satellite, as a way to sort of galvanize a new kind of thinking within various folks in the space community and NASA that says you don't have to use such expensive equipment. You can overcome reliability issues in some cases in the software stack, and you can dramatically lower the cost, like 10,000-fold. I'm not blurring that, 10,000-fold reduction in cost that can be made up for in volume and just ship more and more products. It was a classic garage startup when we first invested. I led the seed round and the Series A, both literally in a garage, which I love. And they've now gone through many engineering builds. There was a time when they were actually coming out with a new physical design of the hardware every 2 months, and of course the software stack more rapidly still. Now, some of you may know this, the scale difference is immense. We hear with the ISS and 2 of the Planet Lab satellites coming out in the early days. And what they basically realized is by dramatically lowering the cost and complexity and flying closer to Earth, a smaller telescope can see just as well as a big, expensive one far away. As any photographer knows, you can do a lot better if you're closer to your subject, and the optics weight and cost goes way down. The reason people hadn't done that is that these satellites would deorbit too quickly, and if they're presumed to be expensive, and if launch is presumed to be expensive, you would never think about just launching new ones every few years. And Planet Labs has taken that to the extreme of almost disposable satellites. Just put up a new batch every year or two. But if they're 10,000x cheaper, it's still a much better proposition all around. And you get side benefits, of course, which is you're raster scanning the Earth every day. They've now imaged the entire Earth 1,000 times over. Every meter of the Earth is being imaged every day. And you don't have to task the satellite or tilt it. You're always pointing straight down. You can sell your imagery after the fact. You don't have to know ahead of time with the sales team where you're going to point your birds. You just take everything. And you get this incredible picture. I don't know if you can see this, but basically the amount of imagery is going up and up and up as they launch more satellites. And you can do things that weren't possible before. Like if you're imaging the same place every single day, you can discover refugee camps and other changes to Earth. You'll have a before and after any crisis zone, like when Fukushima happened, the only imagery just before was by Planet Labs. You also get these incredible images. The optics, or in this case from the SkySats, are incredible when you're off nadir. When you do tilt them at an angle, you can also take videos. It makes the world look like a simulation. In this case, in Qatar, it's just kind of mind-boggling. That's a real image. It's not doctored up. And you can do something else. When you sample the whole Earth every day, the problem shifts from one of agents and humans tasking satellites and saying, hey, let's look at this, let's have eyes on that. It offers you the opportunity to use machine learning to do discovery. So instead of saying, let's say by analogy, I'm going to read interesting web pages in the news of the day, you could use a search engine. You could look for things like train an algorithm on fracking oil well development or new housing starts, or what a ship looks like when it's doing illegal fishing in the sea and doing, dragging nets along the bottom, all of which they've done. And you can use machine learning to count things and to annotate things. So they can count every tree on Earth every day. It's an interesting environmental movement step. Or in this case, in my neighborhood in Noe Valley up in San Francisco, identify all buildings and roads every day. And of course, this is not just in one area where you're focused. Because it's a machine learning algorithm, this is happening every day for the whole planet. So as we zoom out here, for a moment, it's disorienting as you see the huge, vast, unroaded area of America. And you can see it in the red blurs here where the concentration is. Sahara, very little. Europe, incredible concentration in India and China, almost nothing going on in Russia in contrast. And again, imagine that this data is gathered daily. Now, why now? So Planet Labs and the Earth observation companies that sort of led, I think Planet Labs really led the small sat revolution that we now see all over the place. It was enabled by several things: cheaper access to space, SpaceX and others, ride sharing, what have you, the simulation tools. The first Planet Labs satellite worked the first time. There was a airplane test on the Earth before they flew it, but their first attempt to take a photo was beautiful in the Pacific Northwest of a forest. I still have a print of that photo. And it really helps to know what you're doing. Commoditized hardware. Everything in the Planet Labs satellite is commercial off the shelf, kind of like, I might say that their hardware is the peace dividend of the cell phone wars. So when Huawei and Apple and you name it, and new competitor du jour are competing on the cell phone side, they're driving down the cost of 6-axis accelerometers, low-cost non-volatile memory, processors, what have you, all in low-power circuitry. Those are the exact same chips that are being used in these satellites. Remember, again, the PhoneSat disembodied, now wrapped around a telescope. That's what Planet Labs is. And the theme in Apple with the iPhone, Tesla with their electric vehicles, SpaceX with their rockets, is that the physical thing is being dematerialized as much as possible. You remove the buttons, you simplify the hardware as much as possible. So every control board in a SpaceX rocket is a similar FPGA system because it's fast enough to do the control systems you need, whether it's stage separation or controlling various things, actuators all over the rocket. Use the same basic building block over and over again and make it a software exercise, of course, for changing and adding value over time. This is true software-defined radios. It just goes on and on. It becomes, again, a software layer. And that's why, by the way, the most important recruiting bottlenecks for many of these companies' growth is on the software side. It also is the case that you can now serve global markets like never before, and you can adopt many of the agile engineering techniques of the software industry in aerospace and something Planet Labs affectionately calls agile aerospace. In other words, trying to ship a new product every few weeks, literally, and driving your team to that is a very different way of thinking than, let's say, the multi-year government contract approach or cost plus kind of contracts where you just spend so much money over such a long period of time and hope after a decade or two that it actually works. Which, by the way, let me go back for a second. That's an important point. If you just use today's hardware, again, imagine that a satellite's capacity to do interesting things will also pivot on its computational power. Can it do pattern recognition in satellite? Can it do image processing in satellite? If you use the latest and greatest off-the-shelf chips today versus something that's flight-proven, rad-hard, 10 years old, a 10-year gap in Moore's law, 2 to the 10th power, is 1,024x. In other words, if you just use today's chips, you will have 1,000x advantage over someone who's locked in the 10-year-old technology. And if they're trying to make their satellite last 20 years, on average, the satellite that's flying is quite ancient. So in fact, when you look at the Mars Curiosity rover, the sky crane, all this incredible technology, it is a 2 megapixel camera because it was a 2004 design freeze that led to that. And all the compute, all the memory capacity is commensurate with what you'd expect in a 2 megapixel era. That was the best you could get at the time. Obviously, when it comes to imagers and satellites and the compute and the memory footprint, you wouldn't want 1,000x disadvantage. Again, for free, 1,000x for free if you just use today's chips. That's part of the Planet Labs epiphany. Okay, so what are some new things coming up? I'm super excited about orbital space tourism. On the top are some images of what it looks like, just to remind us, from the Gemini 11 mission, which, as some of you might recall, the Gemini spacecraft connected with an Agena target vehicle and then went higher still, setting new records for how high up humans had been, much higher than just the simple low Earth orbit stuff that had come before. And the Earth looks very different up there. That's where you see Earth streaming by. This is the experience that's almost religious or spiritual for the astronauts who have experienced it. It's the speed. And that speed relates to altitude, of course, but it's not that different, frankly, if you're 17 miles up, 50 miles up, 62 miles up. They all look the same. I hate to tell you. Having flown rockets and seen tons of video footage from 100,000 feet up, it looks just like that. The blackness of space, the thin blue line of the atmosphere, and what you see below, pretty much where you launched from. So unfortunately, all the suborbital tourist stuff coming up, let's say you launch out of the New Mexico spaceport, you'll see a part of New Mexico. That's it for the Earth. So just keep that in mind. Suborbital tourism, it's a hop. You'll see where you came from. Very different from orbital. And I think the excitement for me is orbital, both around the Earth and the Moon, and for some Mars. I'm more of a Moon and Earth person just for how much time I'm willing to commit to this. So that's where my dream is. But I would share that I think the suborbital trips are going to be really underwhelming. Other than some bragging rights initially, it will quickly commoditize and be safe. Otherwise, it's got bigger problems. And once it does that, the bragging rights will be a little bit weird. It'd be like saying, I took a first-class flight on a jet. Yeah, and so did a lot of people. What's the big deal? It's not like getting your astronaut wings back when it was dangerous, back when it was like being a test pilot. This is going to be like you sit in an autonomous vehicle and they take you on a ride, just like flying an airplane. But that's really what it should be. To democratize access to space and space tourism, you shouldn't have to go through training. You shouldn't have to go through a selection period. And the difference this time around, when it's driven by commercial interests, unlike Apollo, unlike the space shuttle, it's not like you have to go through this life dedication to become an astronaut, like, maybe join the Air Force or dedicate your life to getting a PhD in rendezvous, like Buzz did, the speaker earlier today. You could just be anybody and have earned enough money to take a flight. Now today, I'll admit, it's only for the super rich. Give it 10 years, 20 years max, it'll be like flying an airplane. This is what Elon's end goal is. When it's just fuel and you've reused the entire Starship, the cost to go in orbit around the Earth should be the same as a commercial airline ticket around the Earth. I don't think that has sunk in when people think about tourism. And when will that arrive? And will that be here in 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years? I'm personally thinking it's going to be between 5 and 10. The plan is sooner, but I'm betting on that. As long as I'm healthy, I don't have a car accident, and I have enough to afford an airline ticket, I can be an astronaut. That is an amazing vision that I hope will inspire and excite many of you here today. That could be you. Now, the other major business opportunity, perhaps bigger than any I've ever seen in my career, we're just going to start seeing this year and get into full gear next year. And that's, of course, broadband data from space. I've been super excited about this and working on it for quite a while now. And I can't tell you how exciting this is. This is going to bring the next 4 billion people online sooner than most forecasters outside of the space industry have been thinking about. These people will have access to online education. They'll be able to contribute to the global economy like they can't today. So anyone who doesn't have access is missing out on the global economy. And I don't know if there's any historical precedent of 4 billion people or that percentage of the population moving from being not part of the global discussion and contribution of ideas and economic potential to becoming one. And that has me excited. This may be the biggest boom to the global economy in indirect ways we can't fully appreciate that the world has ever seen. And of course, it's one of the larger business opportunities the world's ever seen as well. When Google was first brainstorming the idea of this before spinning it out, they believed that it was a larger business opportunity than Google's core business of search itself. So in other words, they believe this exceeded any of their other current business units or business lines. They also, I think, maybe wisely thought maybe that's not all under a Google umbrella, but maybe more of an independent third-party provider. So make a long story short, that's where we're heading. And as you know, this will be blanketing the Earth with a series of satellites that are basically, every latitude is treated equally. It's not like one area is capable of service more than another, other than some longitudinal effects. And in the long run, the whole world will be covered, but initially certain latitudes will be covered well. And so that's exciting. I'm looking forward to that starting at the end of this year. I recently tweeted, because I tested the ground station. I can't show you what that looks like quite yet, but the main dream and opportunity here is to make it really simple. You just plug it in and have it generally looking at the sky. And there you go. The thing that makes, by the way, this generation of satellite broadband possible is phased array antenna operating in the Ka and the Ku band. Prior to that, you had to have moving parabolic dishes. Most people think of a communication dish or like a radio telescope as something that has a parabola, and you have to point that at something. Well, with an electrically steerable phased array antenna, you remove all moving parts. And so earlier attempts like Teledesic and others to do these back in the days of parabolas, they penciled out to be just way too expensive. The key technology enabled in an indirect way by Moore's law and advances in power semiconductors and very high-speed power semiconductors is making this antenna possible now, which it wasn't 20 years ago or even 10 years ago, and is the key technology linchpin of this whole architecture working. It also helps to have low-cost launch because there's a lot of satellites you have to put up. As you probably know, in the past, when you had a satellite phone, there was a delay because you went to a geosynchronous satellite, something Arthur Clarke predicted, a certain orbit where you're hovering over the fixed place on Earth continuously. You never move. Whenever you fly close to Earth, there's no way to avoid that you're going to be in orbit relative to a ground position. So by being close, you lower latency dramatically, but you are in movement. So you have to have a network. You have to have thousands of satellites up to have continuous coverage, to always have one overhead. And so the ground station will be, handing off from one connection to another continuously, invisibly, of course, and making this product possible. In the nonprofit world, I've been a supporter of B612 for a while now, and we now have enough, thanks to Moore's law, computational capacity to run these enormously complex Monte Carlo simulations for all near-Earth asteroids that could potentially threaten life on Earth. Now, we don't have the trajectory of them all now, but we're about to get them from the LSST, which is coming online in 2021 in Chile. This is this huge wide-angle telescope that's going to survey 600,000 asteroids every single night. And from a few trajectory points, meaning understanding its velocity vector, you can now forecast out longer and longer. And that's computationally bound. So now about 50, in some cases 100 years of forward-looking trajectory, including gravitational slingshots and other things like that. And so what you can see here, red dots are, this is a simulation purposely made to intersect Earth in the distant future, but to sort of see the range of noise and then the probability function. You'll know exactly where it's going to hit and when it's going to hit, if it hits, but ultimately it's a probability. The red dots as a percentage of the total number of dots. And this is a snapshot in time. There's certain green ones that haven't hit Earth yet, and Earth will have moved by the time they are. And the other ones have swung around and have been affected by Earth's gravitational effect by having come just before Earth came in front. So that's why you see this interesting pattern in where the green dots are. Make a long story short, humanity's never had the capacity until now, in the last few years, to actually protect ourselves from all asteroid concerns. And I mean all, except for maybe the ones from outside our solar system, which is a tiny, tiny percentage of the total things that could threaten us. For the ones that are in anything like a near Earth orbit, we can now model that. And all we need to do is gather the data. We used to think we had to launch a satellite in a near Venus orbit looking outward to gather that. We hope the LSST will gather the data we need. And this is a nonprofit that is doing this and could use your support as well. Let me go to the next one. One other group, there's a nonprofit called Open Lunar Foundation I've been involved with since its founding. We actually held the organizing meetings at our office. And the main output of that, which I want to share for you today, is that the cost of a permanent lunar base, so a permanent human settlement on the moon, should be less than $3 billion. Now, that is much less than any prior government-funded study has come up with. And it was basically a simple analysis of bringing a lot of NASA people together, a lot of space people together from both commercial and non-commercial sectors, and say, okay, what is the current cost of launch using today's cost from SpaceX, not some historical cost? And it's pretty amazing. Chris Hadfield, the astronaut, is the chair of that endeavor. And it sort of seems to me much more likely that some business or nonprofit entity will create a permanent settlement elsewhere than a government, which is kind of mind-boggling to think of. But I believe we're in that era where it can be driven by business interests and it can be driven by opportunities, even though we're going to have government programs for sure. And I applaud that. In fact, we may be having a new space race between the US and China when it comes to the moon and Mars. And we'll see, because there's a lot to be said for the opinion the world has of a country based on its space program and its ability to explore the frontiers of the unknown. So let me end with some thoughts from people more wise than me. And each one has an anecdote attached to it. So actually, I'll start with a quote at the bottom here, then I'll read it to you. It's from the National Space Society own pile. But he's quoting Buzz Aldrin. So these are Buzz Aldrin's words in the opening of Pyle's book, Space 2.0. The first era of space exploration culminated with the return of Apollo 17's crew in 1972. We have not transported humans beyond Earth orbit since that time. This is simply not good enough. The promise of Apollo was of one of evergrading expeditions to other worlds and in-depth explorations of them by human beings. Now, maybe that goes without saying, but not everyone in the space community would necessarily agree with Buzz. Some believe that, especially for deep space exploration, it should all be robotic probes. But it's good to think that the Apollo astronauts, many of whom you heard earlier today, are rooting for this future. In fact, I have this photo that you see on the left hanging in my office, and there's a near identical one hanging in SpaceX headquarters down in Hawthorne, where I got and personally solicited Apollo astronauts from each of the missions to give their congratulations or, well, tidings to SpaceX just after SpaceX had docked for the first time with the space station, or birthed, to be more precise. And they said amazing things. I'll just read one quote, which I love, because it was Dave Scott, the Apollo 15 commander and formerly Apollo 9 astronaut as well. He wrote, in his own words, this was not with me prompting him, "The first leap of many giant steps to Mars." Now, it's a kind of an interesting twist on Neil Armstrong's one giant leap comment. But most importantly, Mars, onward, wishing SpaceX good wishes for that future. And I even got Gene Cernan, who at times has been a little curmudgeonly on this topic. Neil Armstrong, unfortunately, had passed, but of course I had Buzz Aldrin giving the big bold-faced congratulations and so on. I remember Al Bean was especially effusive, as was Charlie Duke and everyone else that you see here. Another interesting quote. This one from Stephen Hawking in a foreword to a book he wrote, where he wrote this foreword in 2009. "We need to renew our commitment to human spaceflight. Robotic missions are much cheaper and gather important scientific data, but they don't spread the human race into space, which should be our long-term strategy. If one is considering the future of humanity, we have to visit other worlds ourselves." Now, this, of course, echoes poetically what Elon Musk has been saying is the founding vision and mission of SpaceX is to colonize and make humanity a multi-planetary species, starting with Mars. Of course, it goes without saying, it's so invigorating and exciting to know that the two astronauts right now in orbit, the mission's underway. We wish them best of luck in their return in a few weeks back from station. But the going up part went very well, and it ushers a new era of spaceflight, right? America's flying astronauts again into space, thanks to commercial space. And, of course, the NASA collaboration. One last quote, which I love. Actually, two last quotes. One from Arthur C. Clarke, that same book, that same foreword in 2007. "Fortunately, we need not rely solely on governments for expanding humanity's presence beyond the Earth. In that sense, space travel is returning to where it started, with maverick pioneers dreaming of journeys to orbit and beyond. Now, this is kind of interesting because if you look back at Goddard, Werner von Braun, pioneers in the industry, they were motivated by science fiction. It may be the only area of science that had as its predicates the arts, right? Movies and books and films about the possibility of space travel before anyone had actually done it or even knew whether, for example, rockets would work in a vacuum, which was debated in the early days. So as the science fiction intersection with space is relevant in that many of the dreams some of us harbor and motivate us come from these underpinnings in science fiction. Now, Sir Arthur Clarke tragically died just months after writing this and never got to see SpaceX succeed. But in this forward, he basically paints the picture of what has happened since and what will happen in the future. And again, he's an incredible forward-looking seer. So last quote from my favorite space book. I've read many, but I love this one from Andrew Chaikin, Man on the Moon. It's the closing paragraph of the book. The book's about Apollo, of course. Once we are living on the moon and venturing out across the solar system, the fact that we waited so long to resume our explorations will hardly matter. Historians of the historians of the far future may look back on Apollo and the missions that are yet to come as one great age of space exploration. But in my mind's eye, it's a slow dissolve from memory to anticipation, from what has been to what will be, from dream to dream. I literally just got chills and goosebumps. Every time I read this, that has that effect on me. I love that. It's slow dissolve from dream to dream. So let me say thank you. Let me end with this image of Dragon currently at station. Breathtaking image from NASA. And say thank you for the National Space Society for being a believer in this possibility for so many years back when it was more of a crazy idea than it is today. Everything that changes the world for the better, everything that is meaningful and disruptive change, because those are synonymous in my opinion, because if you're not changing something, it's not meaningful. It's like business as usual. Every meaningful change is regarded as crazy in the early days. Before someone shows that it can be done, it is ridiculed by the majority. This is true for simple ideas like Skype or Google or Hotmail in the internet domain. I promise you the majority of investors thought they were dumb ideas. I promise you the majority of the 500 VCs that are currently invested in the space sector thought it was a dumb idea 20 years ago. And for some, as early as 10 years ago. And for some, even 5 years ago. And yet they're still, playing, of course, the herd catch-up game, which we do so well. It's the pioneers, the believers, people like Elon Musk, people like NSS, and the folks that are members of this organization that really forge the future. I am prouder than anything I've done in my professional career to be associated in some small way with this. And I wish you all well as you explore the frontiers of the unknown, push the boundaries of humanity to new frontiers, and make life worth living. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ryut Sarek Abramovich, PhD. I'm a researcher, astrobiologist, and science educator at the Dead Sea Narabas Science Center in the Israeli desert. I've also co-founded and chairperson of the Israeli Mars Society, and I'm also a guest lecturer at the International Space University. I'm very happy to be here today. My goal is to find new life forms in the solar system and monitor existing one. For instance, when a human crew is working in isolation on a moon base or a Mars base. It's super, super tough to find life forms, new life forms in the solar system, and I'm happy to be part of this challenge. I co-founded NGOs in Israel in order to promote active participation of the public in our future on Mars, and I hope you're on a space journey too. See ya.
Being one of the perks, but I mean, what are the other reasons? Would you say the main draws?
No, the NSS is just awesome. The people,
We can't
the
hear
information.
you.
There's so much going on that you just want to be a part of it.
Take the helmets off.
What?
Huh? Do you hear something?
It's just kids.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
But being a part of NSS is life changing.
Take the helmets off.
What did you say?
It's not clean audio.
Oh, I didn't really think that through. I guess that's probably just one more thing that we'll have to deal with in space, isn't it? Not being able to talk to each other.
Oh, your earring getting caught.
Oh well. So, but I don't know, where were we? Oh, Day in Space! Well, we hope that you have enjoyed our broadcast on behalf of the National Space Society. I should like to thank my wonderfully talented and vivacious co-host, Dr. Cyan Proctor, for being part of this venture.
It's been a real pleasure being here, chatting with you, Jeff, and of course, everybody out there.
And if you have enjoyed this broadcast, you feel it's been enlightening, or you just want to learn more about the world of spaceflight, or as we hope and desire and wish you would want to be part of it, please join the National Space Society. Visit us at nss.org. And I think our viewers would actually enjoy being part of the mission to build a new and better future in space.
Absolutely, I know I have.
Right on. Well, I guess it's time for us to prepare for the mission.
Yep, time to blast off.
Right on. Well, I'll see you up there. I've really been looking forward to this.
What do you mean?
I mean, you know, once we get into orbit and all that.
Have you noticed?
Yeah, it's
I think
fantastic.
you're the backup. You're not going.
What do you mean backup? I've got my special NASA jacket and everything.
I'll wave to you from space. See you later, Jeff.
What a letdown. Does the backup crew actually get to do anything?
You get to communicate to me every once in a while.
Oh, well, at least I get to be Capcom. That's something to look forward to.
Let's go.
Tried to know when to leave. She sits in the bedroom and grieves. There's a sequence that starts all again. She can't get up anymore with the pain. The combination of these drugs has left her hopeless and lost. She wants to count the ways, but she can't count again. I would be right here till all the pain just disappeared. I will always stay till all this light just kills the day. Yes, I strangled my words once. I tried 1,000 times, slaughtered like gods when the silver shines so hard. I tried to poison my life, always dreaming of the edge of the knife. She always looked backwards and I couldn't sit here for even 10 minutes or more.